né? Eles que ajeitem lá ou não. Viajei. Vocês vêm para Blastport? Ainda não sei, né? Ainda não sei. Cara, vamos ver, o pessoal vai ajeitando lá. Estamos aí, rapaziada, né? Diretamente de Paris,
that throws a whole kind of spanner in the works with that club championships conversation, but that was such a weird one versus Legacy, no?
Yeah, they got kind of blown out of the water. You could feel Falcons getting desperate by the end of the game. I mean, I just think about that last round on Dust 2 where we had multiple smoke pushes on long. Falcons are feeling quite uncomfortable in that game, and Legacy looks really punishing. I mean, this is a Legacy who have come through and 2-0'd both their games as underdogs. They've only let one of the 4 maps go to 10 rounds for the opponent. So Legacy are on fire right now, and hey, sky's the limit at this point.
And it almost feels like this is the worst version that we've seen Falcons in since they've gotten Kerrigan, right? And it's a tournament that meant a lot to the team because they wanted to build that legacy off the major win, right? And it meant a lot for the Falcons as an organization as well in the club championship. So, you know, being eliminated by Legacy in the quarterfinals, it's not really what you're looking for.
It's so weird, isn't it? Because I kind of assumed, obviously wrongly, that whole pressure element, now that Nico finally lifted the major trophy, maybe the pressure wasn't going to get to them, but turns out it was completely the other way. Then we look at the pressure that Vitality were under, not only to try and, you know, make a dent in that club championships, but also on home soil for Apex and ZywOo.
And against a team Spirit that have never beat them, right? Any iteration of Spirit who have made multiple roster changes over the last 18 months to try and catch up with Vitality, they were never able to do it. They only had, their record was 14-2 in maps against them coming into this game, and then we saw Donk go off on Mirage and absolutely shut down Vitality. I don't know about you, Peter, I've never seen Vitality lose a third map that hard.
No, I think you could already go back to the beginning of the match in the video where they probably took some different and maybe some questionable decisions of the fact that they let both Anubis and Mirage go through. And, you know, it's all about the third map, and it could have gone to Dust 2, but at the end, you know, trying to play Mirage against Spirit is just tough when you have someone like Donk that will just go out and pick all these fights. And it hurts for Vitality, right? They've spent probably since the beginning of the season, since they got to know that this was going to be in Paris, this meant a lot to them. It's meant a lot to the organization and to the players because they wanted to replicate what happened in 23. But rightfully so, they couldn't make it count against Spirit, and they're eliminated.
Especially when you consider Falcons' departure early in the day prior to that game, I think that opened up the whole tournament for Vitality. They had Spirit, who they've always beaten their Falcons out of the running. I mean, this was open for Vitality to make it to the arena here in Paris, but hey, Spirit frontrunners.
Yeah, fumbling in the quarterfinals were Vitality, but we can take a look at the playoffs bracket to see exactly how our semi-finals are indeed shaping up. Hugo, which one have you got your eye on in particular out of these two?
I'm looking forward to this first game of the day because it's going to be Furia, it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be crazy. We had Furia kind of come in slow to the playoffs with some off maps. There's been some talk of Yakinda leading this team on certain maps as well. I'm not sure how that's shaking up too well, but Foot are punching up like a Legacy. They've proven themselves time and time again, so I think Furia better watch out.
Perfect segue, because there is one piece that we're looking at in our Crunchyroll story of the day, and that is indeed Legacy, because it's been so impressive, the teams that they've had to take down to make it to this point, Peter.
Yeah, and when you saw them in that lower side of the bracket, you'd really think that they really make too much of their name, right? But here they are, they're in a semifinal, and they're against Spirit, and they start off by taking down Navio too, and then you think, okay, that's surely going to be it, right? But then they went on and do the same thing against Falcons, and then you'd be thinking, wow, when does these guys actually stop? It's just straight up impressive, and you know, anything at this point can happen because with what they've shown so far and the level they have shown in the server, I think Spirit is also going to be looking and thinking this could actually be a hell of a match.
Especially when you consider map pools, right? For some teams it's been struggling. You mentioned Vitality, but look at Legacy on these 2-2-0s. They played 4 different maps. They've dominated 4 different maps. One of them went 10 rounds. The others were pretty one-sided. So Legacy, I mean, are showing a new face. We know this team likes to make a crazy upset every now and then, but to do it back-to-back and to go against a Team Spirit who have never played against this team coming up next, don't count Legacy out of anything at this point.
We've got so many insanely exciting matchups coming our way, but also very exciting is our club championship race. So let's check in with Ginny to get us up to speed.
Besides the CS stage that is still live tomorrow, every other game is finishing today. So Trackmania, Crossfire, Fortnite, that's about it for EWC. Club Championship point standings at the moment, 4,600 for Falcons, 4,300 for AGAL. Unfortunately, both our stages are a little bit irrelevant because none of these teams are longer competing. So I think we can all just give an update as to what we can expect over the next few, over the next few hours. I'm going to start with you for Crossfire side of things though.
Yeah, everybody's going to look at me and just tell me to shut up and move on. But it's Team Liquid. That's all it is. It's Team Liquid in the grand finals. They've guaranteed themselves 750 points in Crossfire. Obviously looking to go back-to-back on the Allianz Vault after Magnus Carlsen managing to win chess last week for them as well. And they've kind of sprung from the bottom of the leaderboard up to around about that 6th place. I think there's a possibility of them getting up to 5th if they win it, but it's not looking likely. And I have jinxed them all the way through. I've been saying it's not looking likely. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals. I've said the same thing, and yet they're still going.
It's just going to go down the line here. It's coming straight to me. All right, well, then we're going to jump into it because I've got a lot of teams in my lobby that we're talking about, okay? However, when it comes to our storylines, we're talking about Falcons, they're in my lobby. We're talking about AGL, they're in there. Vitality, also in there. Right now, what we're seeing out of 2 of those 3 teams is not a lot. Vitality are at the bottom of our leaderboard. AGAL are struggling. That's not what we need out of them. Falcons have had kind of an up and down performance. They did get a win earlier on in the matches. Just got a 2nd place finish as well. So it does at least put them into top 8 contention, which means there could be some points on the board coming around the corner for Falcons, but nobody's hit match point yet. Okay. So there's still some time left. We need to have a team on 350 points, and then they need to get a victory royale before we can really kind of call everything done and dusted. And right now, out of all the teams I mentioned, the one that I haven't mentioned that's actually doing the best is Aurora Gaming. And the reason that's big, Ginny, is because they headed into Fortnite in 10th place on the CC leaderboard. If they can win this, somehow kind of turn their performance around, get a win here, puts them tied for 4th. And the difference prize pool-wise is $650,000 for 10th place versus $3 million in 4th.
That's a bit of a paycheck.
All day. So the big group for me, realistically, we've got Carl Jr. in Falcons, we got Binks in AGL as well. That is the main competitors we're keeping an eye on. But the real big match to kick off today, we got, I think it's in game 3. We got Carl Jr. from Falcons. We got the young kid Neon, the one that was breaking all of those world records. We've got Pac in the same group as well. And then Attack from Team Liquid. Pac plays for Vitality. He's a former world champion as well. Just won the DreamHack Birmingham event to qualify to get to EWC, beating Carl Jr. to get here. So what an incredible performance from him to do that. But they're all in the same group, and that's just to get to semi-finals. So I don't know who the script writers are, but they cooked here. Because, I mean, look, it's going to be incredible to see how they're going to go with that to kick things off. And then that doesn't even guarantee anything. So yeah, let's see how it goes, but we got a big day.
I mean, it sounds like it's going to be down to the wire. And of course, as anything changes on the relevant stages, of course, we will let you know.
Paris, make some noise. It's your semifinals, baby. We got Furia taking on Foot to open the day. And who is moving on to the Accor Arena for a championship Sunday? We will know at the end of this match. Furia coming out of Brazil. Foot, the Turkish organization, going toe-to-toe. And it's not the first time they've done it this year. Welcome in, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. I've been here on the EWC STC Arena stage for 8 weeks now. But this is only the first time I've had this dynamic duo together. We got Dupree, the one and only 5 major champion, and of course, the big brain on 2 wheels. We got the one and only Jacob Pimp. I want to start with you, Pimp. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, you know, ready for another day of Counter-Strike, ready for the semifinals, and as you said, it's going to be a blast today. A couple of surprises so far in this tournament.
Massive surprises.
I think we haven't seen the last one.
Now, Dupree, I like that call out. We have seen a number of upsets. Some people are a little bit bummed by the way the bracket is played out, but this is a huge opportunity for those remaining.
It definitely is, and it is just 2 teams, Legacy and Foot, that we don't really often get to see in top 4s in these type of environments and these type of tournaments. So it's 2 teams that's definitely a bit of a surprise, but I think they've set their mark. They've made their mark here, showing that they can play Counter-Strike at a very high level and beating. At least looking at Legacy, how they beat both Navi, but also how they beat Falcons. That is the biggest surprise of the tournament by far.
Legacy 2-0 over Navi, right 2-0 over Falcons. Tonight they have another challenger in front of them in Donk and Team Spirit. But first, we got to talk about the squads taking the stage to open up your first semifinal. It's Furia taking on Foot. Now, something fun here. Fallen OG. On the other side, Foot, new guns. Is that how you describe it?
I think that's a fair way of assessing this game. You know, you have an up-and-coming squad. You have a very young team in Foot going up against some legends of the game in Furia. You mentioned Fallen. I could say Kesarado. I could say Yuri. There's so much tenure, so much experience within the Furia camp. Also sprinkled with a little bit of youth in Molodoy, who's obviously going to be a guy to watch out for. So there's a bit of young energy on both teams.
Now, I did a Twitter poll asking who do you want to see on Championship Sunday. Over half wanted to see Furia versus Spirit. If so, this is the venue they'll be playing in tomorrow. We got Stunna over there with MBK at the Accor Arena.
Accor Arena, right here behind me. Thousands of people will be walking through these doors this weekend just to watch the culmination of Counter-Strike 2. Me and Nathan are going to talk a little bit about some of the games that we've got before we get there, and by one of the games being Furia and Foot. Nathan, I want to have you identify one player from each side. I want to start from the Furia side, and I want to kind of pick your brain.
It's very interesting as a matchup because you have the oldest team of the tournament against the youngest team of the tournament. Furia being the oldest one, a lot of experience. You have, I think, the best example being Fallen, 45 years old. He knows everything. He's been there since the very beginning. You know, he is the guy to watch. He is the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, pretty much. And in my opinion, I want to watch that guy because he has been pretty, you know, low when it comes down to rating the whole tournament. But the more you're going to go far, semi-final, final, this guy is going to wake up. He has the experience. He's always going to bounce back. I'm really expecting him to do good, and I really want to watch him.
Some people are saying out with the old, in with the new. And is that what Foot brings to the table?
Oh, 100%. The whole brand of Counter-Strike is different. They're very packed, very aggressive. They know exactly, they exploit CS2 to their maximum. And if you look at the players, you have a lot of youngsters. If you look at Jukes, for example, 17 years old, one of the brightest stars that is coming up. And, you know, to this tournament, there is no exception. He's been playing insanely well. Really looking forward to what he can bring on the server.
Well, let's see just that. Thank you very much, Nathan. Of course, thousands of people here this weekend in the Accor Arena. And for us, we've got to keep the matches going. We're going to see what they've got going on in the studio. I believe Puckett, you guys are having fun over there, aren't you?
I absolutely love that security will not let those two in yet. They will get in there tomorrow. The whole crew is going to be there with us, and we are expecting some great games. If you ask the audience, though, they're expecting Furia to be there. Can we talk a little bit about the IGLs in this game? Because Fallen, he has played 1,397 maps on LAN. Foot combined, 869. We could see Fallen, if this goes to game 3, playing his 1,400th map on LAN, Debris.
It's crazy, like this guy just keeps going, and I think NBK, he put it out there pretty brightfully that Fallen had just been around for as long as we can remember. Like, it's been 2 decades, and he's taken Brazilian Counter-Strike to just new heights. And he's, at this point, just seemingly a Mr. Miyagi of Counter-Strike. And I think he's done so many good things for the Counter-Strike, not only for Brazil, but he's a guy to always be looking out for. He has a lot of passion for the game. And when you look at the two differences in style, Fallen has tried everything. Like, throughout his decades in Counter-Strike, he's been trying to lead all these kind of metas, all these trying approaches to how Counter-Strike is played. Whereas Kobeni, he's one of those new guys on the block. He has really adapted that the style of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, bringing that into Tier 1, and with where it's a lot about the individuals playing very well. It's a lot about taking these brawls and creating space for each other. But then, you know, sprinkle it with these kind of things where you also play in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, where it's all about making the right decision, making things work together as a team. And it's just it's a bright combination of things. But Kobeni is also a player that also puts himself as the main character in the role. He wants to create the space, and he wants to go out and take those fights. Whereas on the Fallen side, it's a little bit more about, you know, his players around him to create the space.
I like that call. Jacob, we have time to look at Furia or Foot. Who do you want to break down highlights of?
I'd say Foot.
Let's look at Foot.
I'd say Foot. I think Foot, you know, is as Peter said, you know, young up-and-coming team. We kind of forgot how good they were. You know, we kind of forgot how well they play Counter-Strike and how much they have to offer. We kind of forget how willing they are to be aggressive on the server as well. And when you go up against Furia, who are, you know, from South America, who are from Brazil, who have a style of Counter-Strike as well, where they're always willing to fight, I think we're going to have fireworks on the server. It's a good stylistic matchup between the two teams. Naturally, a lot of experience on this side of Furia, but in terms of never letting down, in terms of never lifting the foot off the gas pedal, Foot will guarantee you some fireworks on the server.
I love the aggression we saw out of Demon. Of course, we mentioned what Jugs, the 17-year-old, is bringing to the table, but it was xCloud who made it to our studio at the end of that matchup after taking down Mouse. He's playing with confidence. They've got a lot of hope that they can make it to the Acor Arena. What do you need to see from him today, Dupree?
Well, I just want xCloud to continue what he's doing because it's seemingly working for the squad and for him himself. And his time in Heroic, you know, he's always been the very aggressive player, and I think he slots perfectly into the DNA of how Foot wants to play. It is about being brawly, it is about picking up the fights, and it's about being pacey, and that's exactly where he fits in so well. So it's good to see that he's just continuing his drive and he continuing having a tournament late. I think this is his chance of making his best tournament in the top 4 ever with his stats as well. So, you know, a big credit for a guy coming into team. This is his second tournament together with Foot, so we can already feel the impact he had. And I think a lot of us had some of our ideas that when Longs was actually put on the bench and they had to find a replacement, who would that be? And I think xCloud has slotted in perfectly.
Well done, management. Let's see how the coaches are doing when it comes to the vetoes, though. Pimp, I know you've been running the numbers in the green room. What do you see on your screen, and do you like the picks coming in?
Yeah, no big surprise. 18 coming in for Foot. It's been a stable for him so far in this tournament. Nuke could be the same for Furia, so no big surprise. A little bit sad that we don't get to see Cash in the mix right here. Would have been a fun third deciding map, but I guess neither of the two teams are willing to risk it at this point, so we end up with a Dust 2, which is also a comfort pick for both teams.
We are going to Dust 2, aren't we, Dupree? A game 3 guaranteed?
Well, I think Foot had a really good chance of getting at least 1 point in this best of 3, because the fact that they were going to be that Fury was going to ban out of Nuke, that means that Enshi was going to be open. And it's 2 of the weak map that we have seen over on Fury, even though they've played both maps this tournament. So either of them had to come in play. So it's rightfully so. Foot decides to go for the weak point.
I need one-word answers because 95% of the audience is going with Furia over Foot. They're going veterans over young guns. Jacob, where are you landing?
I believe in the young guns. Foot all the way.
2-1 for Foot.
Make the noise, Paris. This is the beginning of the semifinals live from EWC 2026 in Paris.
I mean, I'm very surprised that we are coming that further in the tournament because it's our first LAN tournament. We didn't practice that much and our chemistry is not, I would say, matching yet, but still we are doing very well. It's also my biggest stage in my career and I think we're gonna have a great season this year.
Counter-Strike is different sometimes because if you don't win situations in the game, you're gonna suffer. High level of CS right now, it's all about situations, so clutch. The team that play better clutch is gonna win, you know. We have good chance.
I think Furia game gonna be tough because they have more fan base in the arena, I think, but still we don't care about like enemies' fan base, you know, we just focus on ourselves.
Good. We already played against them. They won against us as well, so I think they play more faster than on other teams. They have a good aim as well, so they are young. When you see the people from Brazil come here, like give you motivation to play better, and we are giving everything for this, so thanks so much for support.
We are getting confidence every game and this confidence is building more and more for next game, so we're gonna play in the finals.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bienvenue à Paris. Quel honneur, quel plaisir pour nous de vous accueillir ici pour cette dernière journée de compétition à la STC Arena. We've had 3 weeks of CS in Paris, last chance qualifier group stage, and it's already our last day here at the STC Arena before the grand finals. We have 2 Brazilian teams that are going to hit the stage today in the semi-finals. It's about to get epic.
It's about to get epic indeed. The crowd is electric with thousands of people cheering for their favorite teams. The Final Four are here and they're ready to move on to Championship Sunday at the Accor Arena and to fight for the lion's share of $2 million on the line. It's going to be insane.
It's going to be amazing indeed. There is a clear crowd's favorite for this first match, as you can tell, but don't think that it's going to be easy because here at the EWC, nothing is granted and everything is earned. Alors j'ai une question pour vous. Paris, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? I think they're ready.
I think they're ready, and it's time to welcome our first semi-finalist at the Counter-Strike 2 at the Esports World Cup. Give it up for Furia! Nothing about their road through Paris has been easy. Twice they have been pushed all the way to a 3rd map, and twice they have looked their strongest when there are nowhere else to run. They have survived every test so far. No one more win puts Furia in the grand final.
And of course, Furia have the drums, but the youth and the passion also belong to Foot Esports. Ranked outside of the top 15 at the start of the tournament. They're unbeaten since the very first match of the group stage. They just swept Mouse to get here. Nobody expected this run, yet here they are, standing strong, youth and powerful and proud as they're getting onto the stage at the STC Arena, ready for one of the biggest upsets in their career.
One has survived every test. The other has shattered every expectation. Now only one of them gets to play for the trophy. Paris, it's time. Make some noise!
Well, an electric atmosphere in here for semi-final Saturday. It's the new versus the old. The battle-hardened squad of Furia, helmed by veteran leadership who have been here, done that. Versus Foot, the cutting edge, the experimental, the guys on the come-up looking for glory.
Yeah, not just the youngest team at this event versus the oldest team in Furia, but a team that's only fielded 4 matches in front of a crowd as a roster. 2 of them since X-File joined here at EWC. A couple back at Pro League where they went on quite the run and took down Mouse. They did it again and again here in Paris to get to this point, semi-finals, and all on the line here for Foot versus a Furia who have had waning form. They've had ups, they've had downs, but you know what they do have? A safe haven to those finals yet again. Will they reach out and grab it, or is it an upset from underdogs that stops Furia in their tracks today? I think the veto is so exciting for this game because there were options open for both teams, especially Furia. Furia have been banning different maps depending on their opponent in this tournament. They've talked openly about their willingness to play Ancient, how they don't have a clear permaban. It was shaky in their first showing here at EWC, but they absolutely blew G2 out of the water in that quarter. So safe to say Furia are willing to play it again today. Insta-banning Anubis, handing it over to Foot, full well knowing this map would get picked. And Yakinda's even talked about being the in-game leader on this map, but the stress that comes with that, even though he has understanding, it's a very thankless and unforgiving role. And so he's going to have to be put to the test again against his plucky young squad with one of the hottest prospects in-game leading on the other side. That's Krobeni. This whole team has been a marvel to watch. The ex-Navi project, an academy squad overtaking the main team in the rankings under this organization. So many cool stories for Foot, and that's before I talk about their latest addition, xFloud, now in this squad, putting up one hell of a tournament run.
Yeah, he's just been in fantastic form, right? Kind of waiting for that chance to get to prove himself. Moves into this Foot team. You knew what he was capable of from other squads. Had even a brief stint in with the Turkish guys, thinking all the way back to Aurora, but he always kind of found his form in international teams. That's what made him stand out. That's what separated him from the pack, and he has slotted in real nicely. Something that Foot, they themselves have even said, you know, it's a pretty fresh-faced squad with his addition. They're kind of shocked at the progress and how quickly it's come. But I would say that's how we felt about Foot from the moment they exploded onto our screens. This was a team that did not go timid in these high-pressure environments. They didn't take the time to warm up. They were able to get out on stages and instantly leave an impression.
Yeah, punching up their whole career. And, you know, I can't call xFloud a prospect. We've seen him around the block, as you highlight, but I think he's in the perfect position in this young and hungry squad. It's his arguably best team yet, given the form of Foot and the recent run they've been on. And he's putting it as proof right now here in the server. He's going to have to in this semi-final. Thumbs up, fist bumps. We're getting ready.
All right then, Paris. Are we ready for a semi-final? Then let's get it on. It's Ancient to get things going. Foot's picking this one. You talked about the veto coming into this and why it's so interesting. Sure, you've seen Furia willing to play this map. Played it a couple of times here in EWC, but this is a go-to for Foot. It's one they've got a lot of reps on. And so they're going to feel right at home on their map pick. This is a team that like to brawl. This is a team that like to fight. And so that's what Furia have to be ready for. This is looking like a fast and direct pistol round. Util getting lobbed in. Eyes set on this B bomb site.
Yeah, full stacked, 4 here, even hiding in cubby, but that gets cleared instantly. Yuri decked. Volodoy only one, and through the smokes they come, they fall. Furia obliterated on this B site. This is shades of the other day against Aurora, when Furia, even when they had players in the right place, they couldn't hold their sights. And so yet again, the 4-man stack falls to just 1 man. Keserato kitted up, suited and booted for this clutch. Not meant to be. Symmetry with 3. And Foot starts strong on their map.
I think one of the things that's made Foot so entertaining is just kind of the brand of Counter-Strike this team looks to play, right? It's very, very rare that you get a squad come along and kind of upset the apple cart in the way that they have, and they instantly kind of find a fan base. You're not super familiar with the players, you're not super familiar with their journeys, but you like the way they play. It's a very attention-grabbing squad.
And get familiar, because these guys aren't going anywhere. Some of the hottest prospects we have in Counter-Strike right now. You're going to see a lot more of this team. The question is, will you see them in a grand final tomorrow? Make control granted. Fury are going to get dealt a lot of situations they haven't seen before. But again, they hedge their bets in the right place.
There is this force to worry about, but you get that opener, you breathe a lot easier. xFloud with a follow-up. And so even though they go into the stack, it's no issue for Foot. Looking to grab their conversions by force. And a save called for Furia as this force buy goes nowhere. About how sharp these Foot individuals have been. On the side of Furia, I'm keeping a watchful eye on Kei Serato. Chance to have his highest rated event of the year. On pace to do so, and will have to show up today. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. Even just looking economically, right? The difference between winning this game and losing it. I mean, 4th place to 2nd place in this event is a 300k difference, or a 3x difference, sorry, from 100 to 300. So serious money on the line in a match like this, and for a young squad, will not be shying there or turning their nose up at an opportunity to grab the gold.
Yeah, it's a really life-changing opportunity for the FUT guys, right? Not just a chance to be on the podium, hoisting a Tier 1 trophy, but seeing more money than maybe you've ever seen in your entire life.
Without a doubt. So FUT, they've been slow and steady in this T side so far. Just 2 executes on this B site. Trying to let the round breathe. Not looking flustered or panicky. It's Furia who make the gamble in this round. But for once, it might be misplaced. Holodoy has that mid-cross, and everybody else sits back in their sight.
FUT did the work for this early, right, with the back-to-back B hits. Furia are more than justified to be paranoid that another one's coming their way, as they're just hedging their bets. With these saved pistols, they lose Holodoy out towards middle, no contest.
That's it.
And that should be the round falling cleanly into place for FUT. So a good run of rounds to get this semi-final going, and that's going to quell any nerves you might have had coming into this.
Oopsie. Oh man, that hurts. Gets too far here for Yakinda. Krabeni knows they're going to hunt him down, so support comes in. Don't want to give Furia AKs on this save, so fight for your life on the exits. Jukes will do exactly that. 3 kills, 3 alive, and 3 rounds here for FUT.
I'm thinking away, on this FUT run, there is kind of a bit of poeticness to the nature in which they've done it. Beating back against MOUZ, and when you think about that MOUZ team, that was a team that really embodied the grind of being a squad who had to grind their way through playoffs, had to come to terms with playing with the pressure. And when we talk about FUT, we say what made them so exciting was seemingly it didn't seem to affect them that much. This is, of course, the real test of that. But they beat them twice on their run to get here. Kind of the anti-MOUZ in a sense. I said again on another just direct B hit. They've got a lot of ground out towards the ramp side. This is the first rifle round for Furia. They're hoping for something a little more standard here, because you don't want this early swell of rounds going against you on a comfortable map for your opponent.
I love that they're willing to cancel there. They walk up ramp, smoke comes down, they bail, and then they get together, they get grouped, they get a flash in through this smoke and do it as a team. Entry comes in, but finally a favored hold for Furia. The lack of utility may come to haunt them. Util goes down, trying to smoke off this long position, stop Furia's progress, but Holodoy hits his shots. 2 nice ones off the orb, no cover there, and Krabeni comes up with a couple. Could he really do this on his own?
Don't count this guy out of it. Krabeni's got a string of great clips to his name. This is a guy, no stranger to having to make a difference all on his own. 2 kills deep on his way to the 1v4.
He knows Kei Serato's here.
Oh, and there's the spot, Krabeni! Oh dear! One man left, Fallen catches him on the swing, and it takes the grizzled veteran of Furia to put him down. Captains clash. And round recovered. Very thin margins on that for Furia.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The 2 captains, Fallen with double the land maps played, double over the whole team of FUT. Able to bail his squad out from a very awkward round.
You could feel the nerves setting in, couldn't you?
Love to see Fallen play with some disrespect like that, straight through the Molotov. Doesn't let Krabeni get calm in that clutch. And they go back for it, this B site.
Oh, Yakinda forced out by the Util, does well to get his 1. Can it be any more than that? He's getting wrapped on Temple side, so they will eventually flush him out of the round. Furia feeling pressure, like they've got to make a move, and Kei Serato throwing caution to the wind. trying to give Foot a taste of their own medicine with these smoke pushes. There's a response. Still the advantage resides with Furia. You know that Foot are down a scrap. Silence sets in, they wait for this backstab. Fallen closing in, it's a little ugly, but he will convert. And Duke's low on health, it's no struggles for Fallen at the start of this semi.
Hey, if Fallen's going to carry you, you'll say thank you very much, Professor. He's had some great games here in Paris, has Fallen. Showed up massively in the playoffs when needed. Think of that Aurora match in particular.
Nice, Malik. Nice doing. Good shit, guys.
So Furia finally stemming the bleeding on these B hits. They were coming in pretty quick for Foot. Winnable positions, but one not. Now Furia get to redeem a freebie. No Kevlar here for Foot. Ooh. Spotted.
And again with this B-side charge, but the holds are starting to feel a little bit cleaner. I say that, Jukes comes through with a double.
Oh, that hit him.
They also hear that nade hit onto Serato. That stops his push. Jukes comes through.
Oh, dear.
Ammo lets him down, and again, Fallen trying to be the difference maker. Jukes has done a lot to put Krebeni in this clutch. But Molidoy hears the wrap round, and Molidoy's got his number. Captain iced out of another one of these clutch rounds. As Furia maintain composure in the early stages of Ancient.
Yeah, it's cheeky for Krebeni. You understand why he's running there as well, because Furia have been very heavy on their CT rotations. They haven't been flanking too much, pushing out into middle. It was the game the other day that we saw from Furia where they didn't really play for mid-control on the CT side. They were sitting behind red smoke, breaking it, trusting Fallen in Donut. It was scary at times for sure. But Furia are trying to find their comfort on this map, a map they have relatively little experience on. And right now, they're doing a great job. This is Foot's go-to, and they're even keeled.
Just feeling
to move away from these B hits.
Yeah, just feeling like you've kind of concrete now. Shut that down is big. But here's a look at something different for Foot. Those nades find big damage out towards middle. Ready for a split. Fallen has been instrumental in every one of these rounds for Furia. Feeling a little boxed in over in mid. He's at least forced the respect out of Foot.
I don't think you're ready for him here, but he's still in a very dangerous position.
Krebeni needs to clear this. At bare minimum, going to have to trade, but you'd love just that clean opening. So he will provide it 5v4. Ollie forces him down into Serato, who is unable to capitalize. And mid ends in a stalemate. Foot just slink on back with the advantage.
It was meant to be your way to trade back. Serato just couldn't connect it. They're still making plays, Furia, walking through their own smoke. Yakinda, dangerous move. With that run back on B, Demon not ready for Yakinda in position. So 4v4 now, equalized, and Furia have realized where Foot are going.
Serato looking to make a play, and this is a guy who seems to know exactly what he's up against in this match. Cemetery 2 around the smoke. But again, it's another rough clutch. Low on HP now as it's down to the 1v1. And one single bullet from Yuri could have stopped that. Cemetery have one chance to lock it in. Finally, one of these clutches coming through for Foot in this brawl of a game.
And sure, Furia, yeah, you could argue it's misplayed. They're pushing through the smoke again, walking through, giving him those 1v1s. But that's how Furia have been playing in this CT side, keeping the pressure on, willing to beat Foot at their own game. Finally punished. Serato did it. Yakinda tries. He lives to regret it. Big 1v2 out of Symmetry early in this T side. A clutch going their way. What a shot on that final player as well. No room for error. Do like how aggressive Serato is playing in the CT side so far.
Oh! Let's go!
Might need to keep that up with money on the line here for Furia. Molidoy's AWP, but Yuri's pistol in the same round.
I think you can see just how uncomfortable all these rounds have been for kind of everyone involved. No one's super set up in terms of the money. So you're still looking for control over the early game here, really. whoever gets it feels like they get all the spoils of war from just how close these first few rounds have been.
Love those triple nades. They did 150 damage when Furia put 3 players in middle, and it's going to kind of condition you to give up mid entirely. So Furia will do so in this round, limited util themselves. Through the donut smoke is cocky, but Foot, we know what they're like. Straight through with that flashbang, chasing Fallen down.
Yeah, and this time he's dead at the door. Rotates beginning here for Furia, but they need a kill soon to try and tip the scales. Molodoy will provide. Now that backstab getting activated. Yakindar seen on the wraparound.
It's a huge smoke. I feel like you might have to go through.
Smokes haven't really been working how they normally do in this semi-final. Everyone's been playing through them. Furia no exception. So they'll go take the donut space right back. Flat aware that a player's slipped the net. No. Low on HP here, does well to get out with one. Molodoy with a tag, suddenly throwing into this all on his lonesome.
You're not saving.
And they're on this line. They're ready to remove that AWP. It's big damage for Foot, round picked up, and money broken for Furia. Said that one of these squads was eventually gonna eke out an advantage in the early game, and that goes the way of Foot now with an eco looming for this CT side.
Loving the diversity of play here for Foot. Started with a lot of B hits. Now they condition Furia out of middle. Fearless going through their own smoking donut. And that puts them in a very nice position. 5v4 with a bomb down on A. Nothing Furia can do. And now look at Foot. Look how aware they are. They can just run out middle for the rest of this half. They've got full control with barely any util. Double smoke, cordons Furia out. One of the most important parts of the map. They can just sit back and relax, punish these pistols. Yakindar has to spam, but cave control taken, and Foot are just edging closer to this 6th round. Ooh. We got your back. Demon sharp shots. And symmetry on the saved AWP as well. Foot have everything going for them now. We've hit the tipping point. Furia are in trouble.
Yeah, I think the onus really is going to be on Furia having to try and figure out what to do about mid. Right now, you feel like as the game's gone on, you've started to renege on more and more space on this CT side, and I don't think you can afford to do that versus Foot. With how direct all of the approaches have been, if you're going to give up... All right, XCloud. You know, if you're going to give them that much room, of course they're going to take it. And that just leaves them more lethal when they do set their sights on a bomb site. They've got nades left. They've got util left. They're not having to expend as much for this mid control. You know, you either need to start finding some very well-timed pressure on the extremities, or you've got to do something about middle. That feels like the challenge in front of Furia right now.
The fear is, you could say, oh, they're starting triple mid to throw these nades. Yeah, but when they get mid, they can just climb up heaven instantly. So it's not like Foot are losing that much control from this early util. Out it goes again, Deep Molly. And execute to middle here for Foot. They look to take it on second timing. Going right through Furia's smoke. There's a flash from either team. Everybody's blind. So everybody concedes. Cave, a concern. Yakindar holding on. They flash them in. And everything from Foot, every repeat, every position to get cleared is set up with util. No lazy checks on this T side yet. Yakindar taking the round into his own hand, and he finds his kill.
And if one guy's going to have a great beat on how, you know, the minds of Foot might be whirring in these games, it's going to be Yakindar. Someone who's down to be hyper-aggressive, for better or for worse. Molodoy Zor picks up another, and so this round, not panning out the way Foot wanted it to. They get that mid control, but they lose so many players out towards heaven. Now a pick from the AWP. It's a 2v5. Now, they've always made these kind of rounds interesting. Yeah. But split up here. Benny and Symmetry worlds apart. AWP misses, bomb lost. And so finally a round you might just have to write off entirely if you're Foot.
Word saving here in this position. See if kills come to you, but it's petered out. It's dried up here in the sun. Nice retake of middle there for Furia. Able to use it to take a kill and just get out of there. Molodoy is looking punishing though on this CT AWP. Chases down that last player. No saves here for Foot. And a timeout to squeeze these last couple of rounds out of their T-side. Money is in a bad place, but when has that stopped Foot before? Looks like they want it all in. I mean, you can justify 3 AKs available. A couple of players will be left with less.
You talk about kind of the humble beginnings of Foot as an academy squad. That even extends to the man in behind them, Coolio. With them from their young years all the way to now in this Foot team.
You got to respect Coolio as well, right? Even this year, he took a map off Vitality as a player. Beat them on Dust 2 of all maps.
So I set on the A plate. Man, Yakindar's been super mobile. They've been used to fighting this guy over towards lane. He's been the cave aggressor, but now they see him in towards A main. They're not phased by it. They get rid of him right away. Now, nameplate Counter-Strike might make you a little bit nervous there, seeing Yakindar pushing on this side of the map. Furia do have multiple bodies in the bomb site. Well, Foot actually cool off here.
The kill feed doesn't. The double nade in main certainly will. You don't need to rush this one. Even if you still want that A site, let the round breathe and let Furia pull back. They know that they've given the info away as well. It goes both ways. So Furia have actually, if anything, over-rotated. Just fallen in position. And multi-kill is not easy here. That smoke will not be respected.
Oh, that's nice from Fallen. Can't quite make it a third, but you don't argue with the output, the chance that he's given Furia in this retake. Bomb will go down. But you don't have all too much time to get comfortable here. They don't set up a single player out towards Donut. Instead, it's layers of bodies in the bomb site. Kerbeni dead right away.
Oh no.
Cloud up on this boost next to challenge, and a clean retake bestowed upon Furia. They don't let Fallen's efforts be in vain. If he offers you kind of 2.5 on that site hold as the solo player, you're going to see it through to the very end.
Yeah, that post plant's a bit choppy for Foot. Like, they're trusting their aim, they're playing unorthodox positions, but they're not really set up to trade any of their teammates. Symmetry doesn't re-swing off his mate up top early enough. And Furia are able to isolate 3 fights. Sure, if any of them go Foot's favor, suddenly it sets up the next position even better, but nothing comes up. And so Foot, who risked it all on that force buy, and now left with no AKs in the last round. This is Furious kick it back in.
Maybe we go back to a classic for Foot. This game started with a barrage of B hits. And maybe that's how the half ends as well, as Kerbeni catches this timing past Yakindar in the smoke, cave side. Yakindar coming back.
Saw him.
And he gets that spot. Tells Molidoy it's only a matter of time. Don't be open a cave. You've dealt with the lurk. Now it's just these bodies up ramp. Missed shot for Molidoy. Pistols closing in. Yakindar dead after a double. It will be a bomb plant here for Foot. But they lose out on the ramp fight, and this site starts to feel very, very small. No control out towards long. Player in cave. You need a big double. You need something from this hold. Fallen's being asked to clutch again. Nade comes in, but can't quite finish the job. And it's awkward for both of them, but at least Demon's got that bomb to play around. Fallen's been a defining character here for Furia in all their rounds. It feels like he's had to put up multi-kills, had to deliver in clutches. Is this one a bridge too far? Gets the read, but shot missed, time running out. And so Foot will squeak an advantage past Furia on their map pick.
Yeah, all rounds, it's that one. It's with no AKs, with pistols and Galils, and just a punch on that B bomb site, even with a missed long smoke. But Molidoy can't connect his shots on the orb. Nice to see young players outbrain Fallen in these clutches, finally, on that rotation round lane. So Foot sitting very pretty on the T side of their map pick, 7 rounds. Furia knew Ancient was a factor, knew it was inevitable, really. But this is their 4th game on the map this year. Gonna have to hope they've worked on their red smokes. My God, I've never seen so many misses as the other day. We'll keep an eye on it. T-side here for Furia. And a comeback to attempt.
All right, Demon with the spot. That pulls Kriveni back over with these dual Berettas. Second player ready to come through this smoke. Oh, it's a little rough for Symmetry. Jugs, hold on. He's put intrigue back on this for Foot. What could have been a round that just spiraled out of control. Now hangs in the balance because Keisarato's wounded. Bomb lost out in no man's land. Yakindar's got to cross out into these crosshairs to go get it. Dink put down range, but he himself a little wounded. And you can feel how tense this one is. Bunch of low players for Furia.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Keisarato gets fancy with it. It was Jugs that kind of opened this whole pistol round up with his double. And 2 more bullets seal the fate. That would put Foot in one hell of a fighting position, running away with Ancient. It's Keisarato 3 kills deep. Waiting back cave side. They're hoping that Jugs kind of overthinks this.
He knows he has bomb. He knows they have to come to him.
He's not moving a muscle, is he? And so eventually Furia have to figure out how can they bring the fight to this guy. Swing for Keisarato, and that's exactly what it had to be. You didn't even get a millisecond to react. Just a thing of beauty, something to marvel at from Keisarato in this pistol round.
I mean, you said he was on to his top event. Certainly making a case for it with a round like that. Incredible format of Keisarato here in Paris. And Jugs, he plays it right. He lets him walk in. Keisarato is quick on the trigger. Foot force, no surprises there. Furia just go for the gut punch.
They hold for this aggression. Said early on, it feels like Furia have a very good knowledge of what they're up against, how this Foot team like to play. That early hold in the default nets them that first wave of kills. It's given them room for the bomb plant. But let's not kid ourselves into saying they look super healthy here. Everyone is low as this bomb gets planted. But Jugs, he doesn't know just how winnable this round is.
No. All this wall banging, all these nades. I like that for Fury, though. They throw the XQB and they don't rush off of it. They just let Foot push down the ramp, seeing if they can tempt them in. Foot are hoping to get multiple players close on the ramp. Instead, they're waiting back at door. I think that door smoke from Foot gave Fury an idea of what they were up against. And so a lot of B stacks, a lot of B hits, and more success on this T side put Fury even. Lead about to be taken now. An impressive showing here from Furia on an underplayed map.
More of this aggression, but Yuri hears all of this. And Furia with a very clear picture as to what happened in this round. Not going to stumble at the pistol push. Gotta say, feels relieving that Yakindar's bringing his A game.
Yeah.
Had just a string of opening kills, been hyper involved. Really tried to beat Foot at their own game.
Some talks of sickness earlier on in the tournament for Yakinda, something that Furia, I feel like, always get the worst hand of. And I feel like we saw that in Yakinda's performance against Aurora. But his team had his back to get him through that game. Now Furia eyeing up a grand final. Oh!
I mean, that was nice.
But I don't know if it will lead to anything. K-Serato here's his last player running.
Benny's always down to give him a look in. Always down to give him a go, but K-Serato just sitting there with the power of information, and it's a powerful thing indeed. Knew the move before Krebeni even made it. And so lead taken for Furia on the back of these conversions. Now the guns come out again for Foot, but you really want to make an impression straight away.
And now you're wondering if Foot, like, what are these B holds going to look like? Because we've only seen pretty aggressive rounds for them in these first couple. Furia are going to be holding for this. Shouldn't be able to get away with it for free. Foot go for mid control. Furia go with pace, and they get blown to smithereens. K-Serato nades stack on his position, and even Symmetry follows up, so Furia already in the mud.
Just hemorrhaged a bunch of players right off the rip in this round, haven't they? And it's two very pivotal pieces gone from the round. You would love K-Serato as a closer, you would love Yakinda as an opener, but they're sat on the sidelines now. Molidoy up and over on that boost, just gets thrown into a double peak. And now you get blocked.
Failure to launch. Honestly, you should be seeing a save here if they can get away with it. Yuri can drop 2 AKs over. It could be a full buy next round, but if they lose another player here, it's going to be a very difficult call. Furia will likely just be forcing. So nice holds across the map. Nade stack is perfectly placed. Symmetry Zorb finding a lot of impact early in this CT side is a requirement for Foot to stabilize. "30 seconds and the boos give it up." I don't think Foot want to risk their own money though at this point.
No, at first on this CT side, you got to just think about kind of, sorting out your own state of affairs. Worry about yourself, not about Furia yet. That can come later. And so a 5 alive round found super cleanly on the back of nice util out towards mid. Keen reactions in response to the A play, and Symmetry Zorb immediately leaving a mark. You take the clean rounds when you can get them, especially with the money of Furia being in a imperfect spot, let's say. They're ripe for a reset here.
The Triple HE could have had a couple of these in this game on CT and T side. That really sends a message, doesn't it?
It's something that you like as well, because Foot, they are very aggressive, but it's not chaotic. There's a lot of method to the madness, right? They're down to fight you, but they've got the util to back that up. Everything they do is very intentional. This is now both halves. They've used those triple nades in mid to just devastating effect, kind of remove options from the playbook of Furia. For a team that have only taken to this map recently, that's a big problem. And so Furia really try and take the pace out of this round, out of this game. Until now, you can say that they've met Foot in the middle. They've been willing to scrap. They've been willing to match them pound for pound in the firepower. This is where you want to show you have the keener brain for the game.
We have a lot of thinkers on this team. But who's calling the shots on this T side still remains to be seen. Yakinda speaking right now. Furia with 40 seconds have a decision to make. They are eyeing up both bomb sites at the same time. Symmetry's Orb in a very viable position. They're going to need to knock him off the line. Good flash pushes him back. He's getting stuck on the wall as well. Molidoy still lurking with an Orb, but the bomb is in fact going back. Have Foot realized this one?
Look at this rotate.
They're not buying
They
it.
actually abandoned the double A stack. Sure, they pull an extra player back now, but they've not bought this for even a second. A little awkward here. Play up through the ramp, and why would Krabeni be there? That's what you're asking yourself. Why is he here?
Running and shooting. Unstoppable. Fallen's not getting out of this one easy. And Foot, they read it. I don't know how, I don't know why. But Foot called Furia's bluff in what looked like a really nice fake. Pushing the AWP back, 2 players donut, is that not enough to get Furia out of position? Apparently not.
Especially with how kind of weird all those fights end up being. Everything's a bit protracted, everything's a bit drawn out. You are actually losing players over towards it. I think it would have been so easy to rotate out way earlier there if you're Foot. Wow. But not only did they not jump down on those rotations, they actually, like you said, called the bluff. They brought more players over towards B.
Yeah, and this is when you talk about the experience for Foot, the lack of it, right? Crowd games, it's their 5th ever. And they don't seem like they're nervous. They don't seem worried at all, making the right calls and backing it up with the shots. 2 versus 4, P250 and a Glock going nowhere. Demon's in a bit of hot spot of bother. Yikinda will overrun him. This shouldn't amount to much, you'd like to think. Smoke comes down, bomb plant as well. But flanking very fast.
Yeah, and it is that backstab that's giving you so much faith here. XCloud just the insurance policy.
Hello.
Bomb plant denied. Can't quite follow up on Yikinda, but at 2 HP, anything could finish him off here. Stray bullet, nade. USP clips him. That's Yikinda's round over. It's more costly than Foot would have liked. That goes without saying. But it's a round nonetheless, all building in the right direction. This is where those decisions earlier in the half to try and prioritize keeping 5 players alive whenever they could start to pay dividends, right? Even though that one is more expensive than you would like, the alarm bells aren't ringing yet for Foot. Furia summoned another timeout. They want to speak to Sid here ahead of this one.
Yeah, got to dig deep because, sure, Furia converted the pistol. That's why this game is close, but otherwise, Foot have struck 3 rounds on the board in a row. So Furia swing and miss in this one. You're out of money against Matt Point. Tough spot to be in here for Furia, who I actually have liked what they've been doing. I just think Foot have such a great understanding of the map and have not been panicking in any of these moments. Missed elbow smoke here for Foot. Not going to be the end of the world, and it might even, in fact, be on purpose because Symmetry's holding that line anyway. He gets pre-smoked, can't burn him out of this position, but they still flush a player. Symmetry's now in trouble. No support because they're all falling. Oh. No scope for Symmetry. Can he shoot his way out of this box?
Yeah, he's just got to do that a bunch more times, and once already feels like a hell of a streak of luck. Symmetry dead, and that mid-hold crumbles.
Molodoi is here. Bring that bomb in, boys. Foot aren't making it past this door.
I gotta say, it will be impressive if Furia are able to long this out. Because I do think a lot of the game plan has been trying to almost beat Foot at their own game, be just as brawly, just as aggressive. Sure, it's been them. If there was a team to kind of take the pace out of any of these moments, that has been Furia. But for the most part, they've met Foot every step of the way. And I think that the danger there is, you know, you're kind of leaning into Foot's strengths. You're giving them their most comfortable state of affairs here on the map. So it'll be a testament to Furia if they're able to pull through doing that.
Also, it really makes the series difficult for Foot because Nuke's up next, and it's a map that Foot have really been struggling on. In fact, the next 2 have been difficult for them. So Furia finding success here sets them up for the 2-0. 7 loss streak on Nuke for Foot. The only map they lost in that BO5 trophy back in Bucharest. So Foot really need to finish what they've started here. Fury have been given a second chance. Going to take it again, straight out middle. Queserato, fearless, right through the smokes, but they do the same. Jukes punishes. Fury just pounds.
Smokes have been meaningless here in this one. That's a USP kill for Demon. Not really meant to cause you many problems, and so they're glad they get rid of him. Still, there's this backstab arriving. Just look at how fast all these rounds are playing. You know, we're seconds into this, it feels like, and Krabeni's already on for a backstab. Of course, Fallen's ready for it. Xcloud with a spam. This is Chaos Incarnate. Ikindar out towards Long. It's for a brief moment. Feels like some normality restored to this round. Things slow. Fallen buying a few more seconds as he comes in on this backstab. They don't know where he's gotten to. There he is, making his presence known. Another big round from Fallen, putting up 3. Furia on his back.
I wonder what happened on B. Was that Demon like spamming his mag, and that's why Furia went for the push? Because they caught him with his pistol out. Sure, he gets a kill, but he had a rifle on his back then. So maybe Furia just sees the moment, sees the opportunity of the anchor spamming his bullets. Fallen, another massive multi-kill. Puts him back on the board, breaks the money of Foot again. And Foot get plunged into misery here late in the game. Another timeout from Coolio. And can they keep their heads cool is the question. Because this is your biggest threat yet. 10-10 and an eco round with just a hero gun. And I love how Furia just never shied away from middle in this T side. Even after K-Serata got triple naded, they're still going for it. Sure, the timings are changing, sometimes going a little bit later. But mid-control, when they want it, has been theirs.
No, it has been really, really fun watching K-Serata kind of embrace the challenge. Looking at this game and going, all right, we're pushing smokes, are we? I'm down. I mean, it feels like it's doing him a world of good. 21 and 15, matching anything that Foot can bring to the table.
So many bluffs called in this game about stacks. Furia just go right into B off the rip. This would be the perfect round to stack B. But Furia avoid it entirely.
These
nobody home.
Lightning rounds. Again, feels like it just started and it may already be over. You've got a bomb plant here. Site conceded. Only pistols for Foot, so if you give them too much to get interested here, they're going to come swarming. They're going to come hunting. They lose Molodoy out in the open. Yuri's at least kept things going with this kill out from the cave on that nade. Now 2 players here to play around that bomb. M4 still in the picture. He's going to have cover on this cave position, and they lose Jukes. Very tricky round now, just getting toyed with, picked apart in that cave hold. Furia move into the lead.
Never seen so many spam kills in a game of Ancient, right? This wallbang just abusing both teams.
This is just adrenaline in a Counter-Strike match.
Yeah. You need those timeouts just to catch your breath. These rounds are flying by. And Foot, will they really fall at the final hour here on Ancient, their map pick? Furia, 2 wins at EWC here on Ancient already, looking to add a 3rd to the tally, looking to expand their map pool. They've got the B site already. Krabeni knows, spamming the wood again. With that lurk smoke down, Yuri just sits in place. They're already trying to retake from the lane. It works. On this smoke fade, maybe Yuri can get something done. In fact, he needs to.
The pace of just all these rounds is absurd. Everything's so scaled up. Everything's so scaled forward. They're ready for Yuri D. They swing out from the cave side. Krabeni gone. Fallen breaks through.
Take that bomb. I'm pushing in.
As they take this long control, that puts him in a very powerful position. The Foot are aware of this. 4 nades pulled on Xcloud. See him fed to Fallen on that line. And now they entrust Molodoy in the clutch. Not an AWP in sight. This hasn't been the game for him. It's been so pacey. You've been dependent on rifles to get the job done. Does Molodoy have it in him? Tap on that bomb. Edging out around the smoke. Spam connects. Clutch denied. Foot tie this up. In an opening map of this semi-final that is now set to go the distance.
And there's a tough call to make here for Furia. A mixed bag of money. Drops available. But this will be lacking if you want to put your entire map on the line. Furia call a timeout. Seems like they're interested. They go ban for ban at the end of Ancient.
And a decision like this is not one to be taken lightly, right? This shapes everything. The last 40 minutes all come down to this force buy now for Furia. They've put the entire map on this decision. And it is an all-or-nothing move. This is a game that is played at the most ludicrous tempo. Do you leave it to a fast round with your force? Because if you come up short, that is Foot with everything to play for. Likewise, you break through, their money's gone. Furia are the favorites. It all comes down to this force buy.
Oh, great deep nade as well. They know Furia want the late mid retake and they go for it through this smoke. Counter flashes, land in your face. Double kill from this CT side. Make it a hat trick. As Furia get the door slammed shut in their face. A perfect storm here for Foot. Moldoy tries as he might. Gives room to Fallen. Fallen takes a curious routing, but it's one that's going to get given away by that utility. They're double flanking. Foot stay active here in the downtime. Fallen checks his back. Low health though. No shots. And an ace clutch needed for the young man, but Krabeni shows him the door. Foot pound Furia's money into the ground.
And you see Furia looking dismayed on the cameras. They know they just risked this entire map on that purchase. And I feel like they barely even made a dent. It did not leave an impression. Foot are getting fired up as Ancient looks to go their way. It's one more swing for the fences on a Tech-9 force.
My God, you
more
serious?
aggression, sending it down into the lane. Lose that opening fight.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll be co-streaming the ceremony as well.
Yakinda is punished. They know Cave Play is dead. They thought they had the gap. Demon replenishes it full stack. This game ends where it all began, on that B bomb site. And X-Fire once more. Is this a risk that might come back to haunt you? Foot have been giving Furia guns, and so they'll pick them up. They'll put them to use. Demon holds the cave, and just like that, plunged into darkness. Furia fall to Foot on Ancients. Shut down in the final couple of rounds. Furia took a risk today, and it does not pay off. Foot win their go-to, setting themselves up in this must-win semi-final.
Yeah, it's a type of Counter-Strike that wakes you up. It's the type of Counter-Strike that keeps you on the edge of your seat. And it's one where Foot feel right at home. Furia try and outclass them and meet them halfway. Only for Foot to seal it all, seal the deal on that win with Furia's force buy decision. Now they're a map up, now they're a map away from a grand final. And for Furia, they've got to hope salvation can be found on their pick of Nuke up next.
What a way to kick off the semifinals. Dupree, we knew this was going to be good, but you said it was extra special for one reason. The map pool has been spicy so far for Furia at EWC. For the third time, they've allowed Ancient through. For the first time, it's bit them in the ass.
Yeah, and that's what brings the attention to it, right? It's been Furia's permanent for more than 2 years, and this is the third time they have to allow Ancient to come through, or at least allow it to be played. And in this specific matchup, maybe it's a little bit more tricky, since that if they don't ban out Ancient, they will play Furia and vice versa. So in that sense, it's obviously come to a point where I start thinking, is Furia trying to work out what is their new permaban, or is Furia trying to just implement and show that they can actually play Ancient? Right now it seems like they're working on, in my books, looking to work on a 7-map pool, which is very difficult to do at the very highest level of Counter-Strike. But as you can tell, against Aurora, it kind of makes sense that the Turkish core haven't really played the map too much, and it's always been all those gimmick picks when they play the Vitality. Then you go up against G2, you also have to have Ancient in that map pool, and now you look against Foot, and Foot is by no means a bad Ancient team, but you didn't feel like playing Anubis, so Ancient was your go-to, and they made it very competitive. So it looks like a map that Furia has to be actually playing to make it more competitive. And Jacob, what's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, just to give it a bit of context, a couple of months ago, Fallen announced that he was going to retire by the end of the year at the second major. So I think ever since, they've been trying to figure out, okay, so what is the future of Furia going to look like? And one thing we have learned as of recently is the fact that they're trying to integrate Yakinda in as a new in-game leader. And with that, maybe also a new map in the map pool. So I think this is a direct consequence of the fact that they're toying with the idea that Yakinda could transition into becoming the main in-game leader for Furia, by then also updating the map pool.
You and Yanko were talking about it. It's 4D chess from Fallen. He's been doing it his whole career in Dupree. For all the fans, what this loss for Furia means is we hope they win their next map, and then we get to game 3, because if so, that will be Fallen's 1,400th LAN match. What a ridiculous career accomplishment. That's like ultimate rushing yards or passing yards for my American friends.
It's absolutely crazy, right? It just shows how long Fallen has been doing this one. And the fact that Furia almost won this one out shows that they can still play into a high level, right? But for the other side, Foot needed to win this one to actually have a chance now, because I was going to be very worried for the likes of Foot if they couldn't actually win this one, because then, Nuke has not been looking good for Foot. There's a lot of Fs in this one, so.
Yep. Good. Pimp, I do want to get to your round because we're running out of halftime time, so let's get into it. This is round 8. This was a back-and-forth battle the entire way through. What did you see here?
Yeah, I think we owe it to the viewers to give credit to Foot, and showcase why and how they play good Counter-Strike on Ancient. They do it very simple. Take mid-control right here, a couple of pieces of utility, smoke off mid doors, and then they walk straight into Donut. And what people at home have to pay attention to is the clock right now. We are only 20 seconds into the round. You go in towards Donut, you isolate Fallen all by himself, he gets taken down, and then they have control over the A bomb site 35 seconds into the round. It's very efficient, it's very fast, it's very aggressive Counter-Strike, and it works out for Foot. It applied a lot of pressure on towards Furia, even though they're able to, fight their way back into this round and make it somewhat competitive. It's a very tough bomb site to retake. So in terms of why did Foot end up winning on Ancient, well, it was this simplistic but very effective way of approaching the rounds. In your face, fast-paced, and it worked out.
Strong IGLing throughout as well on both sides. Let's take a look at one of your plays. Dupree, what did you carve out for me?
It's what we also talked about, is the whole Fallen Krabeni kind of thing, where it's very two different play styles. And you can tell by the fact that this is the last round of the first half. And you do see Krabeni here, he actually decides to go through the smoke to try and catch the timing. Actually finds this timing. He wants to put himself in these kind of situations where he controls around. But Yakinda just spots his ass walking through into cave and actively go and clears him out. And that's just the round before Shaken went through. These rounds is all about done when we hit the 1 minute mark. You can tell how fast these rounds are just played out. You can tell if there's not a smoke or anything to stop our Foot, they just keep going. And at this point, you can also tell that the Furia players, they've already established their control mid. They have this insane fast flank coming in from the B ramp where they want to try and take it back into their own favor. And at this point, the round's it's not about brain power, it's not about isolating fighter, it's just pure firepower. And Fallen almost gets taken down by this nade, and then we get into a 1v1 where D1 has actually caught the flank from cave, walking all the way back to ramp, and then gets this very important frag to secure his team a lead moving into the second half.
D1 and XCloud, definitely players to watch. Kinder having an incredible series throughout this tournament, we've seen actually. And let's take a look at some of the numbers from these two stars, because we mentioned if you're looking for a star on Foot, it might be XCloud. He joined us in the booth yesterday, great personality as well. And Yakinda, he is not only having to frag out, he may be doing that second-hand IGLing, as Pimp mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. And he's vital when we move into Nuke, which is the second map in this series. Yakinda is going to be all over the place, involved in the opening duels, involved in the opening of the rounds. And one player that needs to shut him down on the other side would be XCloud. And so far, he's having arguably the best tournament of his career.
Let's take a look at XCloud's highlights from this one. Shout out to our production team behind the scenes. They have been killing it for 7 weeks here on the STC Arena. Tomorrow, we make it to the A-Core. Can XCloud make it to the A-Core?
Well, he definitely can. I mean, the way they're leading the series right now, but also the way that they're playing as a team, it's just so good to see that a young guy comes into the team, getting implemented so well, but also just stays true to what his strength is, and also plays to the strength of the team of this, never letting go of the WQ, always putting in that pressure and creating space for the rest of the team. He's been instrumental to the victory and moving it so far into the tournament, and you can tell he's having a good time, right? It's also like for him to have this kind of redemption, getting into a team that can take it a little bit further than where he has been in his career. Good to see overall, and very proud of what he's doing so far.
Pimp, this is the most full. We have seen this crowd since week 0. It is insane. The bleachers are packed. Do you think the fans are showing up despite the fact that all our French teams are gone?
Yeah, they will. You know, they love a bit of a good Counter-Strike, and who doesn't love this environment? Who doesn't love to be part of something this big? So I think they will, but that's also where the pressure mounts now on Foot. They're very well aware that they're one map away from what would be the biggest final of their careers. To do that in front of this crowd, to do it against Furia, this is now when you have to consider, you know, whether or not they're going to stop playing. You know, sometimes we have this saying in Counter-Strike that you play not to lose. Yeah, it cannot be the case for Foot right here. They need to continue to play their brand of Counter-Strike, aggressive, simple, and in your face.
Dupree, I want to take a look at one other player from Foot. We, of course, mentioned his teammates, but what is Symmetry doing for his squad?
I think Symmetry is maybe sometimes the guy that we expect a little bit more of, right? I think he's still one of the biggest talent that's coming up, and he's also done some good work for Foot. But it's always the talking points about the rifles, because they play so fast that it sometimes can feel that he's having struggles trying to get that impact that we know an Auburn can get, right? But he's had a good showing so far, and if I'm not mistaken, he was probably the 4th best player coming into the playoffs in this game, specifically for Foot. So it's a good time for him to step up. It's a good time for him to try and find that impact, and we can see that he gets that both done with the ARP, but also gets done with the AK. So he's definitely a guy to be looking out for, also moving forward into the series.
Speaking of moving forward into the series, let's take a look at what has happened so far for Symmetry, and then, of course, what we have in front of us. Pimp, run me through the numbers. Have you been impressed by this young star?
Been very impressed, you know. He's been, up until this point, a little bit lackluster, maybe portrayed as the weak link within this lineup, but so far in this tournament, he stepped it up a notch, and he's a big part of the reason why Foot find himself in a position now where they're just one map away from guaranteeing themselves a spot at the grand final.
And someone was asking me, what does that round swing percentage mean? It seems like such a small fraction. Is it a big impact? Should we be diving in deeper onto that number?
Well, obviously, round swings is where you have like the impact of making the round swing in the favor of your team, right? Is getting like a double kill if you're in a disadvantage, or getting multi-kills whenever it's needed. So that's really what it pays into, and that's why sometimes the scoreboard can be a little bit misleading. Like sometimes you can have a guy that has like a ton of frags, but maybe just racking up their ecos and maybe not having the biggest of impact. So round swing is always important to look out. It's probably one of the stats to showcase how much impact you've had.
You know, it's all about racking up the eco.
The question is, how do they get it done on Nuke?
I think it has to come down to Yakinda having a strong map together with Molodoi. You know, the two playmakers of Furia. Yakinda, he's going to be involved early on in the rounds. He's going to be aggressive in towards Yard, both on the T side and CT side. And then Molodoi have to be the, I guess, secure element that can close out the rounds with the AWP. I'm looking towards those two players to make huge impact.
And it's also very important to note that that Foot have not picked up a win in the last 3 months in this map. So it is a map where Furia will be the heavy favorite. So you have to be looking out for that one. And that's why it was so important that Foot closed out Ancient.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for locking in. It is the semifinals, the last day here in the STC Arena at EWC.
I'm coming Gamer.
Join the close. Someone or push ramp together.
I'll join ramp, yes. I'm climbing ramp close.
Yes.
I'm coming ramp also close. Yes.
Vietnam 2.
He door 1 HP. He door 1 HP 1.
2 Vietnam. And 4, 3B guys, 3B.
Coming close. Flash. Picking 2. One more low. Nice! Hello! Let's go!
It is coming down to the absolute wire between Falcons and AJL, and of course Trackmania is one of the games where this is very much happening. So Chris, latest update right now, because I just heard it's big.
Honestly, it's been absolutely ridiculous. I'm just running around, reports with everybody because it's all going down. AJL had Binks, who was in the tournament, did not go through, as we were just chatting about beforehand. He was probably the favorite for AJL, but they also have another player in Gwen, who has a lot of history in Trackmania. What a performance. He manages to make it through. He's into the semifinals, into the CC points. They're closing that gap. They are not far away now from catching up to Falcons. Obviously, there's so much going on all the stages right now, but it feels like it's going to be Trackmania where things are decided. Up next is a group that doesn't really have any consequences for us in the CC side of things, but the final group is where we see Carl Jr. and Falcons try to get through those semifinals, which we think, all right, he's the goat of Trackmania. That's what you expect to happen. He'll get on through. No, his group is stacked. I don't know how the scriptwriters did this, but the group that they're in, it's Carl Jr., of course, our GOAT. You got Pac in there, who won the most recent event in DreamHack Birmingham, probably the second favorite for the tournament. He plays for Vitality, could be some good points for them. But the big one for me, realistically, is Neon in that group. He was a kid that broke the world record like 5 times in a row the other day to get through to these quarterfinals. Kid's an absolute phenom. They're all in the same group. Only 2 make it out. You never know.
You know what? I'm going to say you're doing a great job hyping this up. AJL is so far locked into semifinals. Falcons, we're going to find that out later. And of course, when we do, we'll let you know.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Important game happening today for Furia in the semifinals here for CS2. But in general, there is a lot going on outside of just this competition. So Jamie joining me from Furia to give us an insight into the club championship points specifically and the running of the organization. This year, you got second in Rainbow Six Siege. You're now already in the semifinals. How would you say your performance has been at EWC this year?
Yeah, it was very good. We are expecting to get at least top 10, top 12.
Because last year for EWC 2025, you didn't qualify for any of the prize money when it comes to club championships. Now you're already sitting on 18th, you know, maybe with the win, you go all the way up. So what does next year look like? Is there expansion coming?
Yeah, for sure. I believe EWC is a very hard competition for every club. Even though when we have like several game titles competing in the tournament, we see random results in some games. So, but for the next year, we believe that Furia will come back stronger, more rosters, and compete in the top 10 for sure.
I'm loving the confidence, and I need you to hold on to that because the next question is the important one. You're playing Foot today. There is a final spot on the line. I want your prediction.
I believe it's going to be 2-1 Furia. Foot is a very good team. It's a very hard match for us, but I'm pretty confident in our players that we go back to the title.
And tomorrow, who do you think you're playing then?
It's going to be probably Spirit, but if it's going to be Legacy, it's going to be a Brazilian match. That we love it as well.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. That's it from us. Back to you guys.
Hello everyone, today I'll be playing 1v1 against a mystery player. I'm gonna try to find out who he is and yeah, wish me luck. So let's go, let's play. I wonder who you are. I have a feeling you're on IGL, no? Can you hear me? Secret player. Are you on IGL? No. You're a rifler, right? Okay, actually, I might have a guess who you are. I wanna guess it's Makaze? No? Are you playing for Team Mouse? Team Navi then? No. Not top, okay. Did you go through the open qualifier or you got invited? Are you an international team or no? Oh bro, who are you? You're... I have no clue actually. Are you a European player? Or you're from... Yeah. Europe. Are you from Aurora? You said not from top, so maybe no. You're from Aurora? Ah, okay. You're Moxit, no? No. Okay, you're Vicadia then. No, okay. Let's play the round. Okay, you're Xantares. No? Okay, you're Who else is in Aurora, bro? Wait, Jim Hat.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
I'm amazing, bro. How are you?
I'm good, bro. It was hard to get, honestly. Oh my god. GG.
GG. Good guess, bro. Good guess.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
All right. See you, bro.
See you, see you.
Go out first. I'll flash and then we push. Got it? Roger that. Flashing. I've been flashed. Oh, crap.
We so often compare Counter-Strike, quite lovingly so, to a game of wits, a game of chess, but this has not been the case in this FUT Furia semi-final. This is bare-knuckle boxing. This is a brawl, a fight to the death. That's what Ancient was. But now we go to Nuke. FUT have had their struggles here. And so Furia's pick might be where they look to turn this one around. They risked it all with that force buy back on Ancient. It did not pan out. Hugo, are you thinking we got a 3-mapper on our hands?
Yeah, I think someone's just throwing a bat into the ring and Fury are about to pick it up. We're going to have to see FUT's best game on Nuke in some time if they're going to take on Furia here. It's been 4 months since they've even won this map, and not through lack of trying. 7 losses in a row for FUT. But a great form today, no doubt about that. Winning some explosive rounds back on Ancient. Being Furia in the clutches as well. This one's bound to be a banger, Harry. Furia on you, on the T side, calling this shot. So let's get into it.
Very curious if we pick up right where we left off, but already this is feeling like a bit of a slower tone in this pistol out of Furia.
It's an A-hit, all right.
Fallen and Yuri with the util. Serato and Yakindar try to get down the vents, and they will make it down unscathed. That's the bomb in towards lower. How do you want to marry this one up if you're Furia? Demon already down the ramp side. Spots 2, including that bomb getting planted. Molodoy's dead on his secret lurk, and so room starts to open up here for FUT. Still 1 player lost behind enemy lines. Yuri gets the jump on this ramp hold, but ends up getting deleted. Yakindar in the downtime, 2 to his name in at lower. It's around still alive. There's a pickup for Serato. Krabeni dinked earlier on. Thin margins on this, but Yakindar's got the cover. Jugs now throwing into a very awkward 1v2 times low. Yakindar with a couple of blinders to get Furia off to the races on their map pick.
Furia trying hard here. They got some tricks up their sleeve, don't they? Want an execute, upper bust into the vent drop. They got Yuri wrapping heaven. There's so much chaos and confusion for a team that struggle on Nuke like FUT. Well, a pistol round like that won't make it any easier.
Nice
Fury
guy.
given ample time to get into strong post-plant positions, and then they just put the round right there. Got a force buy out of FUT. And that's for Xflow, but out of position entirely, locked out. It's probably a full save. This is FUT gambling B, and Furia make the right call to bust upper. We were watching Furia play this map the other day, and at times it felt like they were going a little bit too slow. They were waiting way too long, far too much respect against Aurora. And their best rounds were these quick A splits. And Yakinda could just run in and get his multi-kill. So I hope Furia bring a bit more fight to this game, because you are the favorite. You have the most experience. every reason to make this a 3-mapper. Nice start here for Furia, but we get one more saved force buy before we see guns.
Terrorists win. I feel like if you're Furia, you got to be ready for some type of a move now out of foot, right? You see them save on 5. You imagine it's this force buy. I think with that comes the threat of immediate aggression at the start of this 3rd round. And so I wouldn't expect this one to be as pacey as the last 2.
Even more installed double nade in the huts, really just trying to stop this early rush. You're bang on. Furia let this one breathe. Smokes outside, and as Foot settle into the same setup as last round, Furia do the same thing just a little bit later. So it looks like just another clean conversion. This is awkward for Foot. They don't want to keep these guns into the next round. Sure, the Kevlar's nice, but otherwise it's wasted money. They may as well keep pressure on. Oh, they down the vent. Watch out, Donk. That's a good shot. And so why not throw your life on the line? You're buying next anyway.
That opens up the path to the vent rotate a little more. Now your Kindar's awkwardly trying to keep eyes on, but now they're starting to lose lobby as well. Oh, the net is shrinking on this A site. Your Kindar can't stop the vent scale. Time's getting low. Okay, Serato 1v3 required. They're closing in quickly. And Foot playing with pace, get in the face of Furia. Stealing that one right back.
That is explosive indeed. Those are the rounds you want to see Foot going for and winning. Banger dig out of Krabeni to open it up. This is a captain who can hit back.
Yeah, very much a captain that looks to challenge everything you thought you knew about IGLs, right? Someone who, throughout his whole time in this roster, has been a fragging IGL, been a big part of their successes on an individual level.
And still demands a lot from his team, right? You hear the way that he talks to them, that Coolio talks to this squad as well. They won't take any BS. Foot demanding perfection.
I think when you play the way they do as well, you want like a strong leadership figure in that sense. You need someone who's, you know, prepared to give you all this freedom, but also prepared to reel it in, let you know when you've made a mistake, force that accountability.
Yeah, Foot aren't playing scared, so they won't talk like it either. This is interesting, going quick again for Furia. A little punch in this top site, and everyone's caught looking the wrong way. Everybody's dead. Destroyed on this top side. Cemetery puts his life on the line.
And
up
climb
the vent
up.
for Demon.
Surely not.
Love a real gun.
Put
How
the
about
fear
that?
in Furia, stop that bomb plant, and they're feeling a little uncomfortable now. Gonna try and commit to it. Fallen's got to have the cover. And just tucked in, right into his crosshair. Demon goes. So no worries there after a clean sheet of entries for Furia. They will convert on that round.
As I said 2 rounds ago, exactly what I want to see from Furia, right? High tempo plays, not like letting the round breathe too much, not trying to fake Foot out. This isn't a team that you should be scared of if you're Furia. So trust in your execute. Some excellent trades here, and Yuri with a double entry makes things feel easy. A side getting abused now by Furia on this T side, and an early timeout called by Foot. Already knowing this could be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, you just can't feel like the top side can't hold. And I know, you know, early game, you were playing for the B stacks, you were leaning more down towards lower, you pulled off a cheeky retake even with the pistols, but you don't want, throughout this entire CT side, there to be this dark mark against your A site hold, something that Furia can just keep going back to. It feels imperative for Foot that they shut down one of these top site splits.
Now the time. One more buy comes out. Benefit of that. Second round save and third round win. Ouch. Already good nades here for Foot. The Akinda sails on past right through this smoke. Lane ball comes down. Secret still controlled by Foot. Is that a problem though? Because Molly's going to go in, send them back, and Furia look further afield. Look at your Kindar go. Shifting his way behind enemy lines. Krebeni really wants this fight, but he's getting lurked on right now. He's going to make a play instead. Good awareness from Furia. They got that spot from main roof, they put it to use. 5v4. The second wave is nice. Keeping Foot in the dark.
One thing you've seen from Foot across a lot of their games is how they're down a group and try and pack roll, you know, back their aim, look for tight trades, good crossfires. If Fury are able to kind of break that up, as they have done in this round, that's where problems are going to start to emerge. There's a lot of 1v1 fights on the table here that no one really has a support network nearby. One man up on top of the hut, Juke spotted. Fury bring this bomb in towards lower. They've got a kill right in front of them on the vents. Demon sneaking down into the crosshairs of Molodoy. And it's a lot of solo plays here, just getting iced out across the map by Furia.
Can't really blame Foot for not knowing what's going on there, because Furia are absolutely everywhere. They're hell, heaven, and down secret with the bomb. So Fury changed their mind on splitting that A site. It was stacked up for Foot. Just walking that bomb down lower. No room for error with 10 seconds, but no error made. Just trying to survive now, our Foot. Yakinda has them boxed in. Can't leave this position. Oh, dropping Yakinda. And so Symmetry looks to save. But Furia are off to the races. 4-1 lead on this T side.
I think Furia, if you're even able to get one piece of the Foot machine kind of in their heads, playing a bit more passive, giving up a bit more room, they start to lose a tremendous edge on this CT side. Because it's a team where the wavelength is about those gunfights, is about taking as many as you can. In this round, that one Molotov displaces Demon, Yard goes dark, suddenly they lose all semblance of map control, and you see what it does for Furia, right? They felt like they had all that room. They caught Demon kind of really unaware as to what was even happening in the round in the vents. It's CT side of Nuke, your protocols are going to be tested. Your responses are going to be tested. Fury are playing a very mobile game where they're constantly keeping you guessing.
Something you mentioned was how Foot like to regroup, they like to repush, they like to play together and just cause chaos. It's a hard map to do so. All we can expect to see on this is Foot maybe going for lobby control, right? And you can't do that off the rip. You have to let Fury take outside, show numbers, then reclear the lobby, look for K-Serato on the lurk. We've yet to see anything like that because Fury haven't used their smokes to go down secret for the most part. They've been just abusing this top site. Are Foot going to find any sanctuary in the lobby here? Because they already look more aggressive in this round. Or posted hub. Demon deep on ramp. Furia hold off. They've got Yakinda kicking up a fuss in yard. But all eyes trained on this lobby aggression.
Really feels like Fury are trying to bait them into this lobby push you were talking about. But don't give it to them. Instead, just hanging around in these aggressive positions, but never quite crossing over that line into a push.
Here we go.
Here's the exec for Furia. Entry gets denied. K-Serato gone, but that bomb makes it down the vent. Yuri's not so lucky. And so for now, Fallen, the only guy down there, maybe the only guy down here all around, as Yakinda lost out in the yard. Was selling that fake earlier on. Awkward for him.
Needed that.
It's a Fallen 1v5 attempt. Symmetry closing in. He's at least dodged this fast pathing in through the vent. Fallen's put a bit of distance between himself and Foot. Dodges that flash as well. First man in is low. Surely not. Fallen 2 kills deep. Defuse getting held now. And no time for Fallen to win this. They're already just sticking it. Planted safe, nothing he could do. Gives him a run for their money though, doesn't he? It's a Foot round. And considering that's one man with the bomb down lower, Fallen extracts a bit of value when all is said and done.
Didn't feel winnable, just given Yakinda's position. If he kills Krabeni, he can then rotate, he can buy a lot of time. I was getting scared in that 2v5 till he died. Fallen won't do it. He's got 2 1v5s in his career. That will not be the third. Furious money put to the test. Got to make do with less. Tech 9 pop on ramp. Demon in an aggressive position. Could get punished by this flash, but he dodges it. Lays down the death in ramp. 2 kills. Orb rotates in. Furia and that molly bleed before they go for the play. And with that orb firing off, they know they've got the room. What do you do with it is the question.
Oh, Symmetry hears those footsteps, comes back with his AWP.
Oh, lazy check. Trusted the smoke too much, and now Fury have that top sight. This could go wrong.
Again, right, it was a bit of a heavier lead in towards lower, 4 foot. The A site is where Fury have found so much of their success on this T side. On planted, Molidoy dead on that clear. Handed off to Yakindar in the 1v3. Timing's everything here. You'd love to find xCloud. With that, you'd have all the info. And he is looking to find this timing. Defuse being held, so Yakindar's got to move quickly now. Gets them off that bomb. Can he find the follow-up? Yakindar brings him out of it. Tech 9 pulled as the nerves set in. Defuse wasn't being stuck, but is there time for this? Bomb can't get found. No kit for Symmetry. All the kills for Foot, but the round swings the way of Furia. That's a 1v3 out of Yakindar.
Sick round, but you felt like Symmetry had the time there. He just couldn't find that bomb in the smoke. Picked up the kit, can't get on it. So Yakindar wins it to the clock. Massive pickup. In the clutch, plays that to perfection, gets him off the bomb before he even takes a fight. Squeezed every second he could out of that round, and too late for Symmetry. So Furia will laugh it off. 2v4 and a 1v3. Puts Furia back on the board. That was that money on the line. Same angle for Symmetry again in HUD. Serato won't give him an inch.
I think it's in those moments you see the brilliance of Yakindar, right? I think in a different world, in a different timeline, were it a couple of years later, he could have been a great fit for a Foot squad like this. But he's also just got great smarts to back up his aggression, right? Always been someone on a micro level just fantastic at forcing the kind of reactions he wants. He gets you to play his game. And he shows that in the 1v3, just piecing it together beautifully. Great catch for the Symmetry orb. But no good deed going unpunished here. Fallen instantly claws one back. 3 players down through lower, and these footsteps are heard by Jugs, who starts his round down here.
They're stalling for Fallen, I think, but this is still going to be hard for Fallen to get into position. Would they want to go up then? Fallen's taking roads on that top side. It's not going to help. Molotoy just gets his double entry. Fallen is lost to the hands of time. With that bomb down, the time now sits in the favor of Furia. 3v2. Fallen nowhere seen, so both players out ramp on this site. Molodoy trying to fight his way out of this box. Now he stalls him out for Yuri to backstab. I was getting very scary with a lurk on the other side of the map, but Furia just do it on the backs of Molodoy and Yuri. And even when you're seeing Foot with the read now, in strong positions, just not able to convert rounds. They had an anchor there. Had good timing on the retake.
I mean, the way that Fury are kind of using these extremity players feels really, really good right now. Constantly buying time for them to find their impact, always being a thorn in the side of this defense. And it's not nice rotating around CT side of Nuke, feeling like you're always looking over your shoulder. It leads you to start questioning a lot, right? You start to question your read of the game.
Saw him.
Knows about this boost. He's gonna go looking for it. Still not a fight he feels forced to commit to. Knows that just him being here puts a lot of pressure on Foot.
Crazy position for X-Founder as well, but we've seen all these vent dives for Furia. This will be a curious round to do it in. Main smoke, and Furia, again, nowhere to go. Weakened A site, no stopping that. Odoi and Keserato with entries, lobby defended, and main located here by Furia. They saw that boost outside. So a clean round to keep him breathing easy on this T side. Not much to it here for Furia. Just looking like the more comfortable team, and we're seeing the woes of Nuke hit Foot in the face now, as they can barely hang. I feel like Symmetry is a good way in here for Foot. He's been in aggressive positions on the hub orb. He's hit all his shots. Can he be a game changer on the CT side? Can they put him somewhere better, somewhere more impactful?
You are left with this big worry, are they just have too many holes opened up in this defense. Fury have been willing to explore every option. They have been pretty crazy calls on this T side, not ending in the usual means. Bunch of A splits to kind of get Foot nervous off the rip, but then rounds where they're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. They'll be taking heaven when in reality it's a triple lower split. It's been a very, very hard game to get a read if you're Foot. And if you don't get one soon, I think this CT side is going to be well and truly away from you. You're at the full mercy of Furia at that point.
They're just doing everything.
Another example of it, right? 3 players crossing in towards Secret, but Yakindar's got his eyes set on taking away this hell control. You don't feel like you know where this is ending up right now. It'd be a good time to go and clear lobby, at least try and get some info in this traded position, and so that's what Foot do.
It's the right answer, but it's not going to net you kills here. And as you clear this position, Fury get closer and closer to the round winner. If Yakinda flanks ramp, it's perfectly teed up for Fury to close the round. He's not in any hurry either. Let his team get space. There is a check here, but an ugly spray from Yakinda lets him down, and that gives way to a retake here for Foot. Faller's going to charge over the door, try to put this bomb down, and Yuri, who is hitting hard on this B site, gets another entry.
Juke somewhat ahead of the timing here, arriving sooner than Furia were ready for. Missed shot from Molodoi. And so now these CTs close in, taking position back. One of the more winnable rounds that Foot have found themselves in. Fuse tapped, tries to bait a peek, and they get what they were hoping for, but none of the kills. Yuri and Molodoi in these powerful post plants. There's kind of nowhere left to run for Jukes. No round to be won here in at lower. Everywhere Furia go, they find success.
Yeah, just looking like really uncomfortable positions for Foot, where they don't really know, how to retake that site. Like the cover isn't there on the door. They have no util to stop it. Player peeks from the right side, they're holding left. These are just unfamiliar positions on a map that has plagued them in this year. Despite all of Foot's success, clearly Nuke is their weak spot, and Furia are pushing that advantage as far as they can. 8-2 up. Pure domination. At no point have Foot felt like they're in this game. And Fury are just playing with their food now. Not even smokes outside, just 4 players walking dry. And you just feel like this is going to work because everything has. X-Cloud spotted down vent. Does that bait them into Krebeni? He's got to clear this corner. And he does not. One rifle trapped though. Fallen spotted, drop in, good damage from the captain, but still no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh, Symmetry hoping to close in as a teammate nearby. Secret side, it's X-Cloud hoping to recover this. Okay, Serato.
I think he's
great timing for the backstab. Oh, turn around. It's what they're made of. 4 rounds, not a hell of a lot. But it's all they can hope for here. Last ditch rotate, and they hear him loud down the vent with Heaven control taken. Cemetery takes himself out of the limelight here on that rotation. The top site falls, and a retake now being demanded.
Just haven't seen Foot win any of these positions. Sure, a couple of retakes early in the game. But this, man down, up the vent, round Heaven. Couldn't be in worse positions. Queserato has this cross covered on timing. Krabeni is very late, but Fallen keeps his eyes on the prize. Foot walks slowly into their demise. Nice shot from Krabeni though. Could that open it up? Back sight, gotta get that one. Symmetry tries to dodge death, but indoors it's Queserato and Furia make a statement. A 9-3 run on the T side of Nuke.
Thank you guys. Furia Boy seems to be back here on Nuke, and I am joined by a legendary Brazilian host, Salve Nivi. It's a pleasure to have you here. You guys are like just crazy. The Brazilian fans' energy. What is so special about you guys and CS?
They are amazing, right? I think this is because we never give up. This is in your blood, in our history. It doesn't matter how hard the challenge is going to be.
Yeah, you guys never give up. On n'abandonne jamais, nous les fans brésiliens. Et je pense que ça se voit. And today you're not wearing the host cap, you're wearing the fan cap. So any special message for Yuri, maybe?
I'm proud of you. Always am. And keep going, keep doing your best, and keep rocking. I love you.
Wow, beautiful words in the city of love. Let's see if the Furia boys can take it on Nuke.
Well, Yuri's certainly feeling that love right now because he is excelling here on Nuke. Guy is having one hell of a turnaround. Was a little quiet on Ancient, but he's been a force to be reckoned with, as has that Molodoi Orp. A welcome return of form from him in this dominant runaway half. Furia, they were chomping at the bit to get onto their map pick, and it's not hard to see why. Queserato lays down death with those dual Berettas. Furia want this to be a very quick second map. We're just 25 minutes in, and it feels like they are destined to take it here on Nuke.
And they're just falling apart at the seams here. Tumbleweed goes past as they think about Dust, our third map of the series, where Foot must pick up the slack, because here on Nuke, absent CT side and Pistol away from them to start their second half, unless Krabeni's got a 1v5 of his own. Not today. Furia seal the deal. Triple kill from Queserato. And a reassuring sign, I think, from Furia, who fought very close on Ancient, but now on home soil here on Nuke.
You know, whenever we talk about someone like Fallen, hell, even Queserato and Yuri, and you talk about the experience on this Furia squad, with that comes the knowledge of what it's like to be the team on the come up. The guys feeling the nerves, and they know. They really know just how twitchy, how lost, how nervous Foot are feeling here on Nuke. It is a completely different tone to what we had to start this semi-final. And that can feel really jarring. That can cause a bit of whiplash. Because you try and zoom out, you try and look at the rest of the series, it is going to be a tall task to rein this back in if we get onto that third map, as it feels like we're going to right now. Pistols here looking for some ground out towards the ramp room, but with Molodoi set up, it's no contest. Shut down from Furia as they cruise towards that finish line.
It does feel meant to be, doesn't it? Not a bump in the road. Foot get one try, and it's here, and it's now on this rifle round.
I also think for Furia, it helps them kind of recontextualize map one a little bit in their heads, right? The idea, look, we weren't that comfortable on Ancient. Look at how uncomfortable we made you. Take us to a map where we know what we're doing, and it's no contest. I think that's going to be a massive boon for this Furia squad in the grand scheme of the semis. A rare opening for Foot, a 5v4 that goes untraded on the back of that spam.
Yes, New Boy X-Cloud, top performer of last map. Spamming their smoke, catches your kid crossing red. They're going to set him up to succeed here in the yard. You can see Foot ready to react on ramp. Krabeni with a second wall. As Foot try to make it work. Oh, okay, that's 2 smoke shots for X.
He's not seen an opponent yet, and he's had tremendous impact here.
Go on, Fallen.
But speaking of not seeing opponents, look at Fallen hiding out of the orange box, a position that's so often overlooked, but Symmetry with eyes on.
Nice check.
Fallen's tricks get denied.
Love to see that.
And so breaking this silent streak, a streak of 3 going the way of Furia. Finally, some kind of response for Foot. When it comes down to 2 xCloud smoke spam kills out in the yard.
Reproducible?
For Foot, you know, maybe, but no, it shouldn't be, right? You're gonna have to earn these rounds. You're not gonna get chances like that every day.
Well, while you're here, take away the guns if you can. Now, it's a try for xCloud, but 50-50, picks the wrong side. So Foot get a chance, an opportunity, if only that, on this T half of Nuke. Gifted by xCloud.
Terrorists win. I mean, there's a reason why the allure of Nuke has always existed to these championship level teams. It's a map where brains and brawn are paramount in equal parts, right? It's not just an aimer's paradise. And Foot are a squad that do like to answer with muscle, do like to answer just with brute force. Furia haven't just had that, but they've had the reads, they've had the maneuverability, the protocols to back it up. Ukes with another entry. Back-to-back rounds now with opening kills falling in Foot's favor. Last time, that entry out in the yard was enough. Looks to be the case again. A clean sweep on the A-side take. Fallen hangs around for this. But do you really think he's going to give this 1v4 a go?
Well, they'll come to him first. Reboost in the heavens. And eyes on for Fallen, who will just scarper down the ladder. Or not. Oh. Oh. Disappearing act.
He grabbed that AWP.
He ain't getting out of there. Thank you very much. Delivers it. Symmetry. And so Foot, they won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Get that entry off Dukes, they just pummel the top side. A lot more to do on this T side. It at least starts with an eco now for Furia. Back-to-back gun rounds. You get a gift.
And this round could be Foot giving Furia a taste of their own medicine. In that first half, there were a number of lower stacks for Foot. Furia moving into an uncontested top site. That's exactly what's about to happen here, but the other way around. Yuri not in a spot to fight for this. P250 in heaven. You were just hoping they played into your gamble.
Yeah, stopping some saves would be nice. Punish the escape. Then he just drops down then. Round lining up nicely. Still do want a lock in from Furia in this next gun round. Why let it get close? Keep Foot under your thumb.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the big advantage you have is the veterancy in this squad. You want Foot in their heads. You want them kind of doubting themselves, their moves, the way that they play. Last thing you want is for this young group of guys to feel like they actually came through and kind of recovered here on Nuke from the most uncomfortable of beginnings. And I don't think it's going to take much for that to happen. Hell, we could even be approaching that point already. Because this was a danger of being an absolute blowout. Now you're making it competitive. You're putting the pressure on Furia. They call a timeout. want them to feel despair, not resilience. 5-round game now, and the gun's coming back out for Furia on the tail end of this timeout.
But just here to soak up every second on the stage. Keeping in mind, tomorrow, an arena game and a sold-out Accor Arena. It's going to get bigger, it's going to get better. Can Foot get there?
Through. Serato more than ready for it. They'll try and scarper down the vent. Bomb in tow. 2 players making it down. And Xflow does provide some levity out in the yard.
Still a good position with an AWP and a post plant as well, but Lobby locked out. Just going to have to hold the vent. Where will Furia rotate?
You know, you've got the edge in this slower fight. You only heard 1 or 2 players make it down the vent. And so Furia don't concern themselves with the missing 3rd man. They try and battle forward into a crossfire here. But with Demon dead, that lower sight is lost. And with Symmetry out of position, this is Furia finding that elusive 12th.
Yeah, he missed it. And that's a bit scary there for Foot. If Krabeni doesn't re-peek, he can jump on Demon's next contact, but he goes back for more a bit early. And both players get isolated by Furia. To what play by Furia not to rotate vent so soon. Ready for a lobby lurk. And as Symmetry moves off the vent line, that's when Yuri takes it. So some awkward moments there in that post spot again for Foot. And you are just seeing the lack of success on this map. Lack of comfortability exploited by Furia. And so that is the round that should lock down this game. Map point secured. Furia looking to force Dust 2 in this series.
You know, when you have a team feeling like this, I think it just gives the CTs so much to fall back on, knowing that the fights are almost going to come to them, and you're seeing that in a lot of these moments. Furia just holding their ground, holding their lines. Foot come knocking and give the fights away. Hell, it even kind of echoes the ending of that Legacy Falcons game from the other day. Legacy just knowing that Falcons felt desperate, were the guys feeling the pressure, were going to make moves, and that game ended with Legacy essentially holding their positions. Falcons walking into their crosshairs. Furia have got to have that exact same feeling here. Multiple players crossing in the yard. 3 make it down secret, and an entry found as Molidoy bested on the ramp hold.
Duke's at 6 kills, but he has 2 fantastic entries on this T side to give Foot a bit of chance. Serato, a position that might be unsuspected here by Foot. Shadow, perhaps. Serato, patience. Symmetry needs this quick shot, or this game is done.
That's the bomb now away from them at the feet of Serato. Krabeni even missing that timing on vent. The one position you were meant to have gets ripped away from you. And so it's down to these 2 ramp side. Can Demon and Jugs, 2 bottom performers for Foot, keep them in this, or do Furia end it here and now? Dust 2 waiting in the wings. And with that bomb lost, 20 seconds left, you are fighting a losing battle. First man dead on the crossing, and Demon iced out. A very different Furia at the arrival of their map pick. A dominant win as they steamroll through Foot. And now with Dust 2 waiting in the wings, Furia are flying high, heading onto map 3.
Yeah, everybody's showing up in this second map for Furia is a resilient sign. Yakindo with a great game, a great day after struggling earlier here in the playoffs, and Serato keeping up appearances the whole damn tournament. No signs of stopping now. Those grand finals wait for a team, and Furia look to earn it on that 3rd.
What an incredible cast and what an incredible crowd. We are jam-packed here, and it is full of Furia fans on the left side of this arena. Pimp, we knew this was their map. We knew Nuke was going to be a strength. Did you expect this result?
In a way, yeah, to be completely honest. It was good to see Furia coming in and delivering. It's good to see a favorite live up to the expectations. Maybe slightly disappointed that Foot weren't able to put more of a fight up, Peter, to be completely honest. This was the 8th loss in a row for the core of this lineup. It's been 134 days since they last won a game of Nuke, so...
135 now.
Yeah, exactly, you know, and it'll be unfair to say I didn't expect it, Peter, but I would love to see a better fight from Foot.
And it just seems a little bit of a mismatch when you look at the playstyle that Foot keeps bringing to the table. It really seems like when you look at how they played Ancients, most of the rounds are going to be finished before the minute mark. And here on Nuke, it's a lot about understanding rotations, making the right call, playing out the correct situation, the 3v3s and the 2v2s. And I just don't really feel like that's the strength of Foot, right? When they turned their attention to T-side, that was where they went with a lot of aggressive interplay, explosive interplays, and that's really what they expect of you. It's like this brawly, fast-paced counter that works out. But it's just not enough on Nuke because Nuke is just required too much support.
There's been a lot of fans coming in from all over the stages here at EWC. We had 4 different games going on in the final week. For those that are new, Furia has a number of stars, but one of them is on the come up. He goes by the name of Yakindar, and one of his tougher jobs, he's helping call the shots. In fact, they're trying to groom him, it seems like, to be the next IGL. Jacob, how do you do in this one?
I think he's doing a great job, you know. You can that always finds impact.
And Furia really need Jekina to step up as well. You know, coming into the playoffs, he didn't have the greatest tournament. In the quarterfinal, we did see some of that old Jekina, some of that space taking that Furia really needs. And he is the guy, he is the spearhead of this team. And he is also very much needed to go and create a space for Case Round to be playing around, winning out those clutches. So it's important to see the Jekina continues to perform because he is a guy in this team that has been so important from the recent success. And we can just tell also the fact that when Furia didn't play their best, it's also because of result of Yekinder not showing up. So he's a very important asset, and it's just good to see that he continues.
He came away with the clutch. You saw his impact outside. Yakinder having a great nuke, but he's going to have a better dust too if they're going to power over Foot. Let's take a look here at some of the B plants though. Pimp, you thought this was an interesting strategy that was working?
Yeah, I feel like that was story of the game, you know. Foot could do nothing to stop Furia from getting down to that lower bomb side. You're going to see a combination now of a lot of bomb plants on this B bomb side. It even started in the pistol. It felt like Furia could just walk all over Foot as they like to in this game, and that's where my disappointment came from. I'm pretty sure Foot were aware that was the game plan coming in for Furia, but you see it round after round, being caught off guard, being caught, rotating down towards the vent. The way that Furia played with the door, they played with the smoke, and constantly dropped down the vent with the bomb, Peter. That was very impressive execution coming in for Furia, but also a little bit too one-dimensional for my liking not to be stopped.
Yeah, Dupree, you were saying that this is almost on Foot. They need to get better at this map. What is it about their playstyle that doesn't fit this nuke?
I think Foot is just so explosive, and they play so much on the individual side and making things so chaotic. And sometimes when you come into this situation, also in what Jacob just brought up, when it's like Fury just has to figure out, right? It's when the rounds go into like very close, and they have to be like good with communication, understanding where the Fury players can be like late round. That's why they lack a little bit, right? And it's just a bit of a mismatch to what their strength is. So there's definitely some work to be done on Nuke still. And as Jacob mentioned, this is the 8th time in a row that they lose Nuke. So it's always been a little bit of a thorn in the side for them that they can be punished in a video like this.
We've got some more highlights to roll through, gentlemen. The next one, it's coming from our sniper. Let's take a look at Moldoy and what he's doing on the op. Did you see an impressive game from him? Does he need to go off with the op on a map like Nuke?
He's slowly but surely warming up into it. I think if anything, he's going to be needed on Dust 2. That's almost paradise, where he can roam around as he like, you know, both on the T side and CT side. So to see him find impact, to see him play well, T side on Nuke as well, not the easiest map to find impact with the AWP, but to get him warmed up, you know, to get him into the game, that's going to be a massive win condition for Furia heading into the 3rd deciding map.
And it is a little bit of the story of Malta. He needs sometimes those maps to warm up into, and then whenever he hits that 3rd map, that's where he like really wakes up. And it's also going to be very much needed on our 2 now, coming into that being such a heavy op map as well.
Tuning him up for a big Dust 2. It'll be Fallen's 1400th map played on LAN. A ridiculous accomplishment. We got to take a look, though, at a player who is on the rise again, xCloud, with a good performance despite the loss. I'm told he had good enough shots that we should revisit some of them. Pimp, what does he bring to the table, and does he have his hands full on Dust 2, or is this another map that'll play into his hands?
I mean, he's going to have his hands full if Foot wants to win. If anything, what he brings is consistency to this lineup. He's consistently been one of the better performers for Foot throughout this tournament. Very impressed with how he's always showing up, even in a loss like this, where the team clearly is not working out. xCloud finds a way to always have a bit of impact. So they really have signed not necessarily a superstar, but a very consistent player you can rely on.
And that's exactly the consistency that's also going to be important now moving into Dust 2, because that is a map where he can, keep his explosiveness, keep up his DNA of playing very aggressive, trying to catch those smoke timings specifically around mid when they turn to the T side, and just being a nuisance strike, being the guy that you almost feel like you have to expect the unexpected, and that is also a little bit of what Fury really brings to the table.
If you're just waking up and joining us, welcome. This is our semi-final. The winner of this next map, they are playing in the Acor Arena for the lion's share of our $2 million prize pool here in Counter-Strike 2. Let's take a look at this match and how it's gone through and what we have in store for us, because Dust 2, the classic map, is coming back into the mix. A fan favorite as always, Jacob.
Yeah, it's been a very, it's been a little bit of a one-sided game so far. I don't think many of us expected Foot not to win Ancient. Same could be said for Nuke. I think we have a middle ground now on Dust 2. Both of these lineups, they like to play Dust 2. They played Dust 2 in this tournament so far, have some decent results on the map as well. So, if anything, I think we're finishing off Peter here with a banger of a matchup on a map that's very open for interpretation. Both teams can play their own style, so to speak, without being too hindered in doing so. And then it comes down to who is the better team, who has the better individuals, and who got the better day-to-day form.
Yeah, I'm sure they've said themselves that they had to put in some hours and some work into Dust 2, and I think that it has paid off, right? Where if you turn your attention to Foot, they played against Mouse on this map where they actually had a pretty bad start, but they actually managed to claw their way back, and then themselves threw a very big lead to make it into overtime where things turned into their favor, luckily for them. But Foot as a team, it's these maps where their DNA, their playstyle really comes into fruition. I think that's also a good map for them to finish on, regardless of how they've looked, but it's still a map where their playstyle can be a little bit more explosive, and I think that is really what is needed for them. They need to have a map where they can breathe, where they can have the individuals make these plays, finish it out with some fast B-pops, and just try and squeeze Furia together.
Merci, Perry. You have been an excellent host here for Counter-Strike 2. We have a big map 3 coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, I have 2 bomb.
One double. Peeking double. I flash one. Molly single.
Oh, but a single gun.
Peeking.
One single third.
I'm coming double, cover double, guys.
Okay, I'm flicking ramp.
Go.
That's it.
Omar.
Weapon.
Nice!
Nice.
We got some Foot fans in the house here as they're going up against Furia right now. They're representing, they're supporting. First of all, tell me, why are you a fan of Foot?
Because Demon and Symmetry are our friends and they're just fucking crazy and amazing.
Okay, well they're also crazy good at the game. How are you? What is your Premier ELO?
My Premier ELO is 24k.
Okay, that's pretty good. And what about you, Premier ELO?
24,000.
Oh, okay, 224Ks ready for Foot. That's a good start. Let's see what the rest of the fans have got. My man, how long have you been a Foot fan? It's quite a new team.
2 years.
2 years?
Not Foot exactly, but Navi Junior.
Okay. Tell me, what is your Premier ELO?
Last time I played, 23,000.
Okay, that's pretty good. A lot of cheaters?
So many.
So many?
So many.
We need it fixed, right?
We need to fix that, Valve. Work on it, boys.
You're playing CS, you're supporting Foot. What is your Premier ELO?
My Premier EO is 1700.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's a very good rating for it. Let's see if we can get some more Foot fans ELO. I found a Vitality fan, and they got eliminated, so he's now supporting Foot all the way with this one. Why are you going for Foot today?
Because he's more fun than Furia. Furia's won shit, haven't they? They're already on.
You want the underdogs?
I want the underdogs. I want new people to win. We've seen Furia. Plus, obviously, they've got all the fans. They've got all the fame. Let the new guys. I mean, obviously, yes, they have won one before, but
not like this.
But not like this. This will be epic.
All right, so tell me, I'm asking Foot fans what their Premier ELO is. What is your Premier ELO, sir?
Not high enough. It's only about 6,000 at the moment.
Hey, well, thank you very much for being honest. Tell me, at 6,000, how hard is it? Do you run into many cheaters?
I've not seen any cheaters. I don't know. I don't know what the cheater problem is.
That's a good thing.
Just a lot of people who don't communicate.
That can happen. That can. Well, keep grinding. Thank you very much for your time. And there we have it. It's 6K. It's a nice place to play CS. All right. So the Foot team, they're exciting. They're young. They're up and coming, and they're proving themselves in Tier 1. But I was asking their fans what their Premier ELO was, and they have one guy with 6,000, so it brought the average down quite a lot. They had 18,800 overall. But hey, they can do better going forward, I'm sure. Let's see what other teams have got. There we have it.
Hello, Ollie. Welcome to your interview.
I'm excited for the last elevator bit. What I will say is I don't know too much about our guest today.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Hi.
How do we want to do the intro?
Just something about going fast. Funny can't go.
What
Hello, my name is Gina Darling, and I flew all the way to Paris to surprise Ovly May, who's been here for about 2 months now.
So you'll be here, she'll be here. She thinks she's doing a different interview.
Wait, should we make bets on what her reaction's gonna be? Maybe like €5 per, we'll put it in a pool. I say she is going to stand there and go, she might start crying. I'm putting my money on her standing there just,
How do we want to do the intro?
Just something about going fast. You know?
What the? Are you real?
Hello, Ovly, welcome to your interview.
Are you actually real?
I know that you thought it was over, but you still have one more interview to do. I called it. She was gonna cry. I get €5 from each of you. What do you say we start this interview, Ovly May?
I'm actually crying.
Don't cry on my show.
It's been a very long too long.
Don't cry on my show. We need no tears on my show at all. Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Havali. Wait a second. This is my show, though.
Just like everything we do in America, I am taking your show. It is mine now. I own this show now. Okay, so I have some questions for you, Ovly. Do you think that you're the only person in the world who is recognized for not recognizing someone?
No, I'm pretty sure that's gonna go on my tombstone.
Oh, you know what? Before we actually start the questions, I figured you have been working so hard and you must be so hungry. So we're gonna play a game of Chubby Bunny because when in France, we have croissants. Ovly, here's your croissant.
Uncle.
And after every question, we just have a little bit of croissant in our mouth.
Did you know that you're not allowed to put jam on that? Otherwise, they'll beat you with a baguette.
I totally did that on the plane. Is that why they never gave me any freebies or anything when I was so nice to them? So, Ovly, what's more sad, you think? That you work in an elevator or that this is probably the biggest office you'll ever have in your life?
You know what's funny? I was getting so ready for you to say what's more sad, this or your dog dying.
But
do I get to ask you a question?
No. This is my show.
Okay, that's fair.
Ovly, you've been here for 2 months.
I have been here for 2 months.
This is probably the longest gig you've ever had. How does that feel?
Honestly, I feel like everything that I've done has been about like 2 years. So why not speed run it into 2 months?
Yeah, right?
I feel like that's fair.
Ovly, some people have red flags. Some people have green flags. As a person who has clearly given up, are you the only person with a white flag?
I know where you're gonna go with this joke because I know you so well, but we probably shouldn't. Given given the atmosphere and the
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the Philippines, I got no underpants.
That was not English. It was French. Okay, Ovly.
I'm just surprised that they let both of us on camera for this stuff.
Jackson. Jack. Like put a picture of Jack like right here in the corner.
Right here in the corner?
Yeah, right there. Like find the worst picture of him, put it right there.
Put it right there.
That's Jack.
What if this thing just plummets?
Oh my god, I wish.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be so funny.
Oh my god.
We wouldn't have to take the flight home.
Yeah, save money on everything. You've been gone for 2 months, Ovly.
I have.
Leaving me at home alone in Los Angeles. What besides me is the thing that you miss the most?
My computer. I miss that so much. I miss that so much because I just want to play video games all day. And Paris has like no freaking internet. My hotel did not have Wi-Fi for 2 weeks. Do you know how hard it is to stay mentally stable, or at least whatever our equivalent of mentally stable is? It's very difficult.
Would you say you also miss air conditioning?
Oh, girl, you have no idea. There were people that were straight up like getting into fist fights over fans and whatever the French equivalent of a Walmart is. Le Walmart. Le Walmart.
Walmart. You know, I'm going to conclude this interview.
Okay.
That means I can break character now. Thank you so much for joining me on my interview. I wanted to come out here. Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Did this?
Oh my god.
Okay, is this where they kill us?
Is this where
I told you I had the keys.
Ball so hard to find me. Thank you everyone for joining us here on our interview today. It has been such a joy to be able to surprise my best friend Ovly. My name is Gina Darling, and my surprise guest, well, I guess is me, but my guest here is Ovly May. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for joining me. And then, do you want to go drive a race car with me or something? Because I did that last week and I almost crashed.
Let's do this.
Jack!
Let's go, Jack!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We can do this. I'm in position. Area clear. Got him.
But the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, just enough.
Terrorists win.
It's time to find a finalist. Furia versus Foot rages on to a third map, and Furia have felt like the stronger team across this BO3. Can they prove themselves come Dust 2? Similarly, weak map for Foot in recent months. 5 out of the last games being a loss, only breaking that trend here at EWC over Maus, a formidable foe, but an easy one for Foot. It's time to level up against Furia.
Yeah, these grand finals coming down at 2 Dust 2. And with Paulin, the figurehead, a man whose career might be in its final chapter, but he has never yielded to the passage of time. He's chasing those last few hits at glory versus a squad who are on their first year glow up, their first years, their first steps, walking out onto these stages, these arenas that Fallen has called home for decades. And so with one spot left, with a map left, and a chance to grasp greatness, is it Furia for old time's sake, or do Foot's lives change now forever? Dust 2 is where we're ending things off, and a long take from Furia to get the ball rolling. Now moving in quickly here, Xploud alone. Teammates start to join him and get into positions, and so he'll steal himself away. Peeks up over the top, Yuri gets rid of him. Sight taken, long wrap. Lots of trader positions here, and this one's still up in the air. That kill from Molidoy could be round defining, as it's giving you a way out. Bomb plant found. Juke's closing in. Molodoi dead as well, and Yuri finished off. That's Foot from the back foot. And a pistol round secured. Maybe going to shake off some of those nerves from Nuke if they were following them into map 3.
Yeah, Krabeni sets an example. 4 kills from the captain here in this pistol round. Shows them how it's done in a post-spawn, no less. And sure, you can look at recent maps and you can look at the numbers. You can say Foot aren't favored, but at the end of the day, half an hour, 40 minutes on Dust 2. It's a bit of a death match here for Foot. They've certainly got the players for it. Can they handle the pressure is the next question. Krabeni puts his best foot forward, and now Furia force up. Ukulele's straight out long. Late repeat here, teed up by Foot. They flash their corner. It's messy, but they get out. 4v4. Got to worry about the flank, though. Hearing Yuri running up short side. Molodoi collects another kill. Symmetry wants to force this issue, get back control, and he will. They lose his sight.
And they're playing pretty quickly here around these smokes. They're actually trying to get ahead of this. They want to fight before that bomb goes down. Jugs with a double. And that changes the nature of this. A round that felt like it was hanging in the balance, but fought for hard by Foot every step of the way. Round recovered, round saved, and lead maintained as that force buy gets denied.
Yeah, you call the pace out, and perfectly done here by Foot. The fact that they retake the site so quickly. Of course, Symmetry has to win that long control battle, or they've lost everything, all space, but straight up CT, keeping the pressure on, not letting Fallen get into a post plant. So Foot keep fighting and Furia keep forcing. Guns come out again. Fancying their odds. Oh. Scout in middle. The Foot dodge danger. Oh, dangerous setup here. Kinder stumbles in. And by the time they know, it's already too late. That bomb gets smoked out.
Catch for Serato.
It's a curious push.
Really trying to force every advantage off Foot. It's Furia taking the pace out. Demanding a bit of respect in the 4-on-4. Krabeni gonna try and fight and die for this mid control, but wasn't hoping that death would come for free. Team double kill for Serato, an advantage now belonging to Furia. It's in these moments you get a little desperate, you try and push, you try and get something for your efforts. They lose that long player. A-Site starts to feel vulnerable. You're looking at Symmetry, and he's got to do something big here. 2 players right through this smoke.
Sorry.
Molodoi firing off. Fallen gets both! That was the aim punch helping him through!
Not even aiming there. Random stray bullet goes up top and kills the cat player. Run that back.
I think it takes a lot for Fallen to be speechless, but surely that makes you so.
That is shocking.
That's the game just handing him a double kill.
Yeah, you're right. The aim punch, he had no Kevlar, just breaks the whole game. What the hell? Killed the top player first.
He's stunned. He can't believe it.
So, oh, I killed him. Okay. That is mind-blowing.
I've actually never seen anything like that.
It couldn't be more perfect. A round gifted to Furia. The game decides, and that force buy comes through.
Have you ever seen that?
No. That's why we love Counter-Strike. Every now and then, see something you thought was impossible. Careful, Molodoi. Foot are not scared here on Dust 2. Maybe they should be.
Yeah, neither is Molodoi hanging around waiting for that exact move. If there's one thing you know you can expect, it is a lot of these mid-round pushes. Now they do chase Molodoi down. They are going to get that trade, but he's made their life misery in his dying breath. That double kill sends Foot out of the round. So Furia competitive from the get-go.
I cannot believe that they're going to get an early streak in this game off the back of that. Sure, it was still a very winnable position for Fallen. I feel like it should have just been a 1v1. Now Furt saving 2 guns, going to have nothing in the next.
I almost just want to see that Fallen round again. I still don't think I've gotten over it. I don't think anyone should be over it yet. And I think that's the defining moment that shapes up the early game of Dust 2. Gets you onto this hot streak.
Good cover from Molodoy, almost caught knife out here. And Foot want to bring it to Furia, all in round 5. Money where their mouth is. And they're very lucky that Molodoy doesn't actually hold the mid-cross, because they've only got one player here and he's very late. Could have been a punish. Long control through the smoke. Yakinda writes it off.
Going to be hard for Foot to try and force these fights in the usual method on Dust. Fury are already setting a far slower tone. It's a map that can be brawly, but it would have to be on Furia's say-so. Whenever you talk about Fallen, you talk about mind games that come against playing with it. This has been a series where every step of the way, Fury have tried to match the pace of Foot, and I would say they've matched it very successfully. It would be one hell of a trick to completely change that on map 3. See how they cope with it. Slower, more asphyxiating style of play. Right site, right time. They catch Krabeni on a reposition, and that should be the round.
I think you really should be looking to save your guns here. That's a huge exit to set yourself up for it. Fury come hunting a little bit. But you need that next gun round because Foot have nothing in the bank. One kill decides it here for Furia. Foot play a safe game. Molodoy is quite the AWPer on the mid-cross, one of the few who can consistently hit the cross shots. Hope we get to see Symmetry's AWP out soon on this CT side, see if we can challenge him. Variety of ways to do so. See some teams with boosting AWPers up on the CT side, looking for those picks. Furia. Oh, they forgot the bomb. Looked like they wanted a gung-ho B round. They still do it. Facing it off of Molodoy's entry. Not going to come in, they'll just walk it in.
Cloud. And Symmetry able to hold the line at first. Now they do lose that car player. Symmetry getting a bit hot under the collar here as the mollies make him very uncomfortable, and it's Fallen. Drive the knife in. Brings Furia into the conversation with that double kill.
It shows how punishing this B site is. You can get 2 kills on the hold, string them out, but then if you get trades right back, Furia are suddenly favored.
Gonna try and play it through the window. But you're at the full mercy of these crossfires. Demon looking for an edge. Didn't see that all back in the tunnel, but Molodoy has repositioned. K Serato up close, and this one's going nowhere quickly. Gonna learn very, very quickly that this B site and these retakes are very punishing. Demon dead at the swing of the AWP. So a cool move into the lead, building upon it now for Furia.
That's a 3v5 as well. They get those first 2 kills. It looks like there's no trade in sight. Furia pause for a moment, backside molly. Trade onto X-File. Fallen just pre-fires that backside player. And suddenly Furia, smooth. B-site all theirs. We know there's no way back in. But trying to make a play. Symmetry's orb in position. Noted Fallen. X-Cloud not shying away from danger either. Nades come his way. And a re-molly puts him under pressure. He's going to have to push forward. Flash by it. How is he still here? They've got to know. Burning alive. Case Dorato barely wins that fight. So 5v4 for Furia. What do they want to do with it? Still containing aggression, but looking at both B and long. Footer gambling, AWP on the wrong side. Furia selling it further before they go back to this B site. Jukes and Krebeni with a lot to do. Uh-oh. Long push, but too late. As soon as Furia start to move, they're going to hit this site. Miss him entirely.
Oh, good opener for Krebeni. Now telling Jugs to ready himself because this hit's coming. Cover there from Jugs out of the car, but now he's known about. Discovered in this position, and 2 players ready to trade him. Second man, not even a requirement.
Damn.
Demon moves in, tunnel side, Molidoy ready for it. And Furia showing no signs of crumbling early on. They're in full control of this.
And Molidoy wants another final. Wants another trophy. Cologne fell short. Furia gave us nothing against the Falcons. With 2 of the heavy hitters eliminated, Furia eyeing up a heroic run here in Paris.
I think, you know, from the moment the brackets for this playoff were drawn, you were looking at this side of it and you were saying Furia are the favorites. They are the team that is supposed to be making those finals. And where other favorites maybe have come and gone, let you down a little on that other end of the bracket. It would be very reassuring to see Furia pull through in stellar form.
It's a really good point because, yeah, you can look at Furia and say, oh, they got lucky in the draw. But hey, even when we saw Falcons against Legacy, Vitality in a favored fight against Spirit, sure, less of an underdog, definitely. Well, these favorites didn't deliver. Furia right now are. So one thing to be expected, it's another to do it. And Furia are doing it right now.
Already getting a bit of a similar feeling to what we had on Nuke, right? Where you're seeing these big holes open up on the map. The B site has not been able to withstand these hits out of Furia. That is a massive problem on Dust 2. It is a constant source of worry for CTs ending rounds in these B site retakes. You need favorable duels, you need the openers, you need man advantages, and even then, these B site retakes never feel safe. And Foot aren't getting that right now. They're not being given any respect. In fact, Furia are keen to show them the door, show them the ropes as to how a Dust 2 game can play when your opponent is dialed in.
That is 4 B hits in a row for Furia, all connecting in these 6 rounds. They have made their objective very clear. And even though you have arguably the 2 strongest players of Foot, or 2 of the strongest players in Jukes and Krebeni, not able to stem the bleeding on this B side.
And it's only a matter of time till this kind of causes a bit of a ripple effect, right? Your guys on the other side of the map aren't really getting to play the game. They're not really getting to find their timings. They're not finding any comfort in their fights. They're sitting back, they're waiting, they're saving. They're never getting to attempt these rounds. So there's a bit of a cooling off period occurring for the rest of the gang.
That's us too for you.
On top of that, you know, eventually you're going to make the call to lean more resources over, and that is where an experienced leader like a Fallen is going to use it against you.
Yeah.
He waits till you weaken the other half of the map, and then he's going to look for that killing blow out on A. So now you enter the mind games, and that's where Fallen is very, very comfortable.
We see in that timeout, you know, Mike's live, we see Kidra and Fallen back and forthing, chatting this one over. As the two minds of Furia put this one to rest again. Another aggressive B hit.
Opener this time for Furt, and it still might not be enough.
Gotta break that. Furia can't cross, and they won't. No punish here. Furt throwing everything they can, but Furia just relaxed.
Gonna scramble. Gonna try this one, playing through the smokes.
Nice.
Great double for Krabeni. Demon and X-Cloud flood on in, and Foot solved the problem with numbers.
Excellent.
They throw bodies at the problem, and it's enough.
Yeah, thank goodness. They actually managed to stop it. If that gets into a post plant, Furia again looking at a lock-in round and Foot saving, but they don't let them cross. Keep nading that smoke open, keep putting mollies down. And even though Furia re-molly window and you feel like maybe Foot aren't going to go as a result, they just flood the door. 3 players come through with a high flash and Foot stop them dead in their tracks. Need to see more life out of Foot on this CT side. When you consider the X-Cloud putting on quite the tournament, 6th highest rated player has been silent in this third map after a great series. That does come down to position, as you say. He's back here on B. Isarato punished, and he is just done with this game. Massive entries. Furia, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You're not even having to do your full rollout, you know? You're not taking all the precautions. You're not throwing the flashes in the mid. You're even peeking ahead of the CT smoke, right? And you just feel so comfortable in every one of these fights. You've got Foot really bogged down in the pressure, bogged down in the minutiae of a Dust 2 game, worried about all these extra bells and whistles that just aren't arriving. You think it's going to be more telegraphed. You think there's going to be more time. But Furia are not respecting you right now. And they're even going to start to come hunting. They want these losses to hurt. They want them to do maximum damage. That's the AWP removed. This is how you set yourself up for success throughout the half, and Furia do so brilliantly. Hunt with 4 players get out, and nothing survives for this Foot CT side.
It's not like you can even look at this game and say, oh, Foot, they're choking, they're crumbling under the pressure. That's not what this has been, not in the slightest. Furia just absolutely pushing the boat out on these B hits, different paces, full charge off of spawn, Isarato breaking timings. They have just got them in the ring right now, and they are getting knocked up against the ropes. We called this street boxing earlier. Well, Furia still haven't put that bat down from Nuke. And one more round here would just crush Foot, break them for the final round of the half, set Furia up for a 9-3 T side on an already recently weak map for Foot. The Furia changed the game now. Do they go back to what has worked for so many rounds?
I mean, this is where the problem we were kind of talking about earlier comes to fruition for Foot. These guys on A have not had a fight in a long, long time. They've not had to deal with the Furia util. They've not had to deal with the Furia timings and how they like to play.
Finally.
They're finally going to have a chance here to show what the A side of the map is made of. But it has to find success. It has to withstand this hit. If it doesn't, nothing feels safe. No round feels safe for Foot.
Smart play for Symmetry not to repeat. Leaves it to his rifle instead. Mordoy holds the line and the bomb, but he might be a dead man walking. Wait a second. Not a 3v5. Not again. Not if Symmetry has anything to say in this site. Molodoi too late to help. Symmetry gets one more shot. And how do you cross? A shot from death, the Symmetry makes it so. That is a young player showing great brains. Hits every shot required. Foot finally gets a fight on this A site. And look at the stack out of the gate here.
Well, you tell yourselves now, Fury are just going to go back to what was working, right? They're going to go back to that B hit. I think that is the problem with this type of a scoreline. The whole game is leaning against you. Fury are the ones still controlling this game. They decide where the rounds end up. And so sure, the simplest solution might just be to go back to B. It's Furia who get to decide that. And with an opener from Molodoi, the round really opens up. They could do anything. They're favored regardless. 5v4, mid conceded. Xploud coming back in to try and clear this. He's going into hostile territory. You have no clear picture where this round is ending. Flash around the corner. Thankfully, Keserato actually cops it, and so Xploud doesn't get punished.
Smoke's so annoying. They wanted to recommit. There's 40 seconds. They have to change their tune on the fly. Up Cat instead into the captain.
Throwing an exec. Yuri plays out first. Double entry. Double set of openers. Falling with the next. And a clean sweep in the final round of the half. Nothing shy of impeccable from Furia. Couple of stumbles in there, right? This big Symmetry round, one round into a B stack, but other than that, this is a damn near perfect T-side leveled against the Foot squad.
Yeah, what a game out of Fury. To think it all started in round 3 with the fallen luck shot. Goes on to build a massive streak of 6 rounds in a row, 4 of which on that B site. And Furia end it in style. 8-4 offensive half here on Dust 2. And Xcloud, he had his chances on B, multiple of them. It's been a great series, an even better tournament for him. But 2-9 at halftime. The bottom is falling out here for Foots. Can a pistol round invite them back into this game?
Aggression right off the rip out of Yakindar and Molodoi, and they're rewarded for it. 3 players convene out towards the catwalk. Molodoi still a threat down here in the lower tunnels. That dink at least gets him away, gives you a bit of room to work with. You're going in to the big daddy of Brazilian Counter-Strike, Fallen, stealing himself away, waiting for the moment to strike. Can't find a thing. Kerbeni gets one mid-air. And that is going to give a bomb plant over. You feel like you need this pistol round if you want a second chance, if you want a new lease on life.
You couldn't be better set for it. Oh, careful. Xfile backs up, doesn't want luck to be the deciding outcome. Furia renegotiate with Sport, 2 players coming up. Keserato still needs value from his long position to keep pressure on, or his team cannot scale. Flashes land in their face, but wait in the sight, but they hit their shots when they're called upon. 3-on-1, shut down here by Foot. This game is back on. That's despite Yakinda's double up in mid. Unreal.
It's it, guys.
Every reason for Foot to crumble, they do not.
You just got to grab hold of this now, right? This kind of second chance that you've afforded yourself, and you cannot let go. One slip up, one mistake, and this game can fall out from under you. Perfection being demanded afoot. A young squad, a young roster. Having to dig deep. They want to make the finals tomorrow.
BO5, they've already won one this year. That was in a studio. These are different stakes. Different level of pressure versus one of Counter-Strike's most experienced players today. Fallen has more maps than all of these players on LAN combined. This is their 5th arena game. Right now they look to bring it back in the second half.
We talk about kind of the life-changing nature of what this would mean for FUT. It's the idea that this would nearly double the prize winnings for this entire team. Were they able to lift the trophy? But even then, you know, I think you sometimes see these plucky runs from new squads, from underdogs. And they don't make a final, but they leave a bit of an impression in the playoffs. And sure, it makes you think there's potential there, but you get to a final at an event like EWC, and it kind of becomes undeniable. People have to start prepping for you, have to start taking you very, very seriously. The whole world sits up and notices. Not even that long ago, this was an academy squad. Now looking to go blow for blow with the biggest names in Counter-Strike.
We've noted them on this come-up, right? We've offered them the chance to be a playoff run team. They've always fallen just short, just shy. Won Pro League finals in the top 4, but for the most part, dodging those playoff spots, losing those final qualifying games. Now to sit just a few rounds away from the BO5 final. It's a very different position here. FUT have finally put themselves within reach of glory. We're just awaiting Furia's gun round. This one is clean, easy. It was always gonna be. Now comes the test.
Moldoy AWP online in the first rifle round of this CT side. And he was hoping to put it to work right away. That molly denies his peek out from the catwalk. For how long, that's the question.
What a call, man.
Are you really just going to try and do it straight back to Furia? It was these mid-to-Bs all throughout that early string of rounds.
Here they come.
Util in. FUT hit the go button. Yakindar hoping to play through, hoping to cause chaos in the back line. That is massive damage out of Yakindar. Still keeping the pressure on. Softening them up for Keserato. They go into his house now, but he only gets out with one of them. Two low players, bomb planted. FUT ready themselves as this retake looms.
Tunnel is a massive reposition here for Moldoy. He's got players available to him. They've used all their util in defense. Fallen keeps the pressure on, buys room for Molodoi, who must make a move, but the kill comes to him. Fallen out window, finished off on this B site. Furia pick up a retake on the hardest site in the game.
I just want a sinking feeling, right? Foot. That's a stark reminder of just how tricky they found that throughout the entire first half, right? Unable to make those B retakes happen outside of the one round where they had a full stack there ready to go. Furia get it done at the first time of asking. Yeah. B is closed. You're not going to get in for free. These post plants are not a guarantee to a round win. They're going to make you work for it.
I do love the call still for Foot. The fact they have the gall to just walk down into the mid-smoke, knowing your kid is late on rotation in that first gun round. It's not going to start middle with a rifle. But still have some tricks left. They're just running out of room. This is too close to call. They have money in case things go wrong off the back of their clean anti-ecos. That is the reward. 2 5 alive rounds, keep them stable here, even into the next. Never got this mid-fight. We might today. Wall bang. Molodoi wants more. That's good info for Molodoi, knowing he hit a tag. Sees the blood on the wall. Still early in their default, but with 4 players on Cat, that temptation to execute right there. Look like they're gonna just grab it.
Molodoi moved back over on a perfect timing. Orb gets himself online in time, and Molodoi just gets to pick players out of the round on this cross. Fallen now syncs up for the defense, and another keen double kill from Fallen on the hold. Jugs left in the 1v3, and with layers of defense making their presence known out towards long, it was always going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, the kid that hid that entire time. He got burned out, didn't get a kill, didn't show his hand, let Fallen and Molodoi do the work. And I got to say, Molodoi, what a great time to hit some banging shots. Never really know what you're going to get from this young AWP presence, but today he's showing up.
And we're hitting crunch time now for Foot, right?
Yeah, this is
They gave themselves a second chance, winning that pistol to start this half, but this is the round that decides it all. You know, the taller the mountain, the taller to the challenge you have to overcome, or the more impressive the climb if you're able to get there. This is an in-form Furia. Can Foot match them? Yakindar flashed into middle. Opener found in a 5v4. Pressure looking for that trade. Well, Keiserato gets the exact move he was hoping for.
Yeah, they thought he got out of there. He smoked, he left. So Keiserato, a little surprise in lower tunnels. Demon still hit a bit of a gap, but it looks like Molodoi is not letting his eyes off this position. Smoke comes down, shuts the door on this round. A dink for Fallen, who continues to impress. And even though Demon's walked through, Molodoi's gonna miss it. Timing goes astray. Demon forces him back from a 3v5.
Demon's handed you one hell of a chance. Oh! But you gotta realize this opportunity. Cemetery doesn't want it to be in vain. Bomb now planted. Keiserato and Yuri, it's the fangs of Furia. The OG duo at the very heart of this squad, but they're gonna ride it off. They want no part to play in this retake. That double from Demon.
Wow.
That kill from Symmetry out towards long. That's enough to win it.
It was all going so well. They had 5v3, Fallen 1 damage on long on Jukes, but Molodoi goes to help him out as he gives up the line. They weren't even close to Fallen. Molodoi looks away from the smoke, and it costs Furia the round. Worst possible scenario here, as Furia had all the plays to break Foot in 2. They are still here. Whoa. Extremely tense down the stretch. Fury, another timeout. Can you believe it's their first one used? I mean, everything went to plan in that T side. They come around hit as soon as they got it here in this second half.
Yeah, up until now, everything felt like it was going according to plan. You could stomach the pistol, you could stomach the conversions. What you can't stomach is a 3v5 turnaround from Foot.
Yeah.
Right as crunch time hits.
I mean, if Furia were to lose this game, you just think they had them where they wanted them. 10-7 in a 5v3 as the favored team with the experience. Well, now their money is susceptible.
You know, there's layers to winning, right? Sometimes your opponent doesn't show up. Sometimes you're having a really good day. Sometimes it's a mixture of the two. But right now, this, as we've seen throughout the entire series, it's an informed Furia. It's Foot having to rise to the occasion. And that's the unknown quantity.
Again, found the gap.
But if they are able to get there, it makes this win all the more impressive.
We're ready for that.
Opener for Krabeni, trying to play with this great timing. Symmetry's got the cover.
Off with your head.
And with the A-site faltering, with all this control lost, there is nothing left to play for in this round. We are down to a one-round game.
And individuals have come through in this T-side for Foot, that's for sure, right? We've seen some 3v5s out of them in the pistol in the last round as well, but what a couple of calls Krabeni's given us. The walk through the smoke on the mid to be, yes, it doesn't work, but it put them in a good position. And this one as well, straight up catwalk with the killing blow. Foot go to finish the job. Yuri's going to save something. But this is that one-round game that you mentioned. Foot refused to choke. They gasp for air. Trying to will this comeback. So here we go, Furia. What have you got? This has not been a team shy of making plays in this series. Playing as the favorite, playing to win. They've left B open. Heard that. Oh, can't dodge that though. Yuri 4-11.
I had a horrible time here on Dust 2, but a chance. Dead on that smoke push. X-Cloud never took his eyes off it.
Return to sender. You should hunt these guns.
And we are watching in real time Foot level up at the tail end of a semi-final.
Just had every reason to crumble in this third map. They've lost 5 out of the last 6 games on Dust 2. But here at EWC, everything is changing for Foot. They know the value that just one kill offers here. Oh. Smart from Yakinda not to repeat. Furia maintain money. But can they maintain this lead? Because that's a second timeout now as this game gets tense.
I think it's really interesting to see on the cameras. Foot are always a team that is super high energy. They celebrate a hell of a lot. They celebrate for every inch of ground they get in a game, but we are not seeing that right now. You need to have a steely mentality, a laser focus. These final few rounds, as you close in on the opportunity of a lifetime, it's all about keeping those nerves in check. Not letting the occasion sweep you away. Because sure, you've tied this game up, but the job is not done yet.
Far from it. Many teams have come close. Finishing the job is a whole different beast. The buy comes in. And Foot go for the knockout blow. They were looking for it there. They wanted that pick off the orb. Furia, they don't know that that one smoke in the B tunnels has saved their life. So Foot must look elsewhere. Re-smoke on B. No more available. Furia cannot stop or block a play on this B site. Serato holds the final Molotov. Fallen makes a play on long. Clear out. The picture's building. Furia might have an idea of what's coming, but can they stop it? These two Fangs must sink deep into Foot.
Here's the push. Yuri, big chunk of damage. Serato, his time to shine now. Pressure on him from all sides. Serato doesn't crumble. One more man will be too much to handle. Demon holding for re-aggression. Could get caught with util pulled, but doesn't think second of it. Just drops those in. Trying to buy a few more seconds. Fallen making noise on the backstab. They push out through the doors. They go into this crossfire. Missed shot from Molodoy. 15 seconds, time running real low. You got to plug this bomb in. They made the peak. Demon gets him. And Foot are moving into the lead. This is shocking. A first half dominated by Furia. The only team to be fully competitive on all three maps. And Foot are coming alive. Foot are leveling up. Victory feels like it is right there and up for the taking.
Unbelievable round out of Foot. Furia try everything they can to stop that bomb from going down. The Fallen fake pressure. Yakinda through the smoke. Molodoy hits a leg shot with the AWP. None of that is enough. All in for Furia.
Remember how this series started? Tie game, 11-all on Ancient. Furia forced, risked it all on that buy. Well, this time they're around behind. The force comes from desperation. This is their grasp. They're desperate, clutching at the straws to try and save themselves in the semi. Yakinda blind, seen crossing there out towards the car. Molly falls at his feet and there's no smoke to get rid of that, so that's a free kill, a free entry.
Not done yet. Molodoy's in the sight.
Yuri here with him. But you need Molodoy now more than ever. This was the guy that really caused the uptick for Furia. Need him to deliver because he's your only hope. 1v2. Does Molodoy have it in him? Round the corner, first shot lands, and everyone in the arena is crossing their fingers, but he can't do it. 4-12, they've got two chances to close.
Grand finals are right there for the taking. An 8-4 lead. 2 5v3s. What more could Furia need? They said this side of the bracket was open for business, open for the taking. Well, the favorites fell in the other half, and Furia might join them. Once again, another year running, EWC might welcome an underdog into those grand finals. Can Foot seize that opportunity? A broken buy, brittle for Furia, no AWP on Molodoy. And they must make it work. What a step up from Foot in this third map.
You've just been running on pure adrenaline. Your heart is racing because the thing that you've dreamed of is a round away.
And that surge off the shot. Does it tell you something? Is that B site weakened? K-Serato, he's been the one delivering on this side of the map. Yuri's had a stinker. Time after time, K-Serato's doubles have not been enough to hold the B site. Doesn't it just feel poetic to see Foot finish on that side of the map? It's where Furia bullied them all T-side long. It's got to be tempting. All of this comeback while X-Cloud still sits at bottom of the board. He has been the front runner for Foot throughout this Paris performance. But here in the semi-final, his team step up around him. The new boy on this squad, showing what it's like to be a part of the team. And as this push comes in, sure, you have a flank, but if Foot go ahead, they dodge it entirely.
Fallen. Here's that util. And that at least gives Fallen the tell. This backstab, it has to do everything. Anything short of a multi-kill here won't be enough. Fallen with two, Molodoi fighting back alongside him. And is this the massive sigh of relief that Furia were looking for? 5v2 turn 5v1. Grabeni in a box. Iced out in the spawn. Furia still a fight left in them. They're not about to roll over and die. This one is going the distance.
Enough's enough, say Furia. They were making plays all series long. They were not afraid of getting aggressive to make that push happen. With tournament point against you, your lifeline about to go. And Furia make the risky move, it pays off.
Feels like there's only so many times we can say this, but now this is the ultimate test for Foot. Because up until now, you have been riding one hell of a high. This is a setback. Is this the knock before the fall? Or do they once again shock the world and rise to the occasion?
Just looking at the spawn here, it's got to be so tempting. Symmetry on the orb has the best B spawn. Don't you just want to put that in position? Don't you want to scope up and hope Furia make a mistake? It's got to be tempting. Foot's timeout elapsed. He won't take it. Foot look further afield. The pressure smoke forces a lot of util out early in this round. Furia just have to dump what they've got in this B-bomb site for fear of losing it instantly. Look at what it's done to the minimap. Drawn 3 players to the wrong position. Molodoi does not have an orb to defend from an A play. Furia understandably shaky on the most punishing side of the map. But Foot are going out long.
Aggressive moves being made here.
Keep it up.
Gives you an opening. Long control taken, Foot a man down, but they are moving very, very quickly. Eyes set on this A play. And no matter how fast Furia move, they will struggle to disrupt this. Let's make it across. K-Serato with a gap on this smoke. Reinforcements now arriving, Fallen softening them up. Players start to disintegrate left and right for Foot, and the gap on that smoke only makes matters worse. Flash on through as Furia come knocking, looking for extra time. And this was always the looming danger, that ever-present threat. If there's one thing the Brazilians say about Furia, it's that they don't give up.
Not without some overtime. Foot had their chance. They had their opportunity. Well, now they have to do it again and again. Furia dig deep, money relieving here in OT. Molodoi's going to get his orb. Demon brings pace. A bit of freedom here with the promise of more rounds to play. And so Foot can get aggressive, but that goes both ways. Molodoi pushes in.
Thing to watch out for here, though, this is where that adrenaline that's kind of been fueling you up until now, this is where that turns to nerves, right? You're going to be shaky, you're going to be twitchy. And these are feelings that Foot are having to contest with for the very first time in these circumstances. Molidoy down in towards lower tunnels. This is a guy who's been no stranger to the pressures of these stage games. Looked like he was someone that would throw them off, right? We all remember Istana, his debut event, had some good runs in playoffs, but it was at majors for this guy where that pressure's consistently gotten to him. He knows how Foot are feeling. No! But spammed out at the start of this round. It's an advantage for Foot at the dawn of OT.
Do they play with him there? Everybody jiggling, no one committing. Molidoy barely dies. Flank does come through. They know where Foot are going. There's a fantastic couple of grenades. Touchdown on the face of Foot, and the backstab is in as well. Fallen still putting up performances, but that bomb has made it in.
Brief moment of silence. And a double kill out towards short. You thought they were going to try and lend Yakindar some time. They've left him in it all alone. Spot Cemetery, but he's got support. Demon holds from the cross. Demon swings. Yakindar now with the info, something to play with. Demon backs his aim on a wide swing out through the catwalk. And the first in OT firmly belongs to Foot.
It's one thing to do it, it's another thing to do it after Furia come back and force overtime with 2 rounds against them. That was just a nuke on shorts. Foot get obliterated.
Let's go!
But Demon and Cemetery drag them through that first round of OT. One OT timeout granted per team, used by Coolio.
I mean, he's been with the core of these guys since their first steps into the server.
You wouldn't, would you?
Are they really going to run it back with a B here? Is that what they've come down to on the back of that pause? Bit of disrespect as they completely changed the pace on this one. Keserato flashed in, but only good for a 1-for-1 on that peak. Leaves it down to a retake. We've seen how hard these have been, all the cross dust too. But it was Furia able to pull these off earlier on. So they have another B-side retake in them. Util getting lobbed down. That buys you precious time for Foot. Seen them not look for the most standard post plants. This is a team that like to scrap, like to brawl, and it's not hard to see why. Save called for Molidoy, because you've got to start thinking about your money, Furia. If you want an AWP going forward, it has to survive now. Molidoy heads for the hills. Foot with 2 in overtime. Can they make this a clean sweep?
This young team decided to go down fighting. Unreal call off the pause. The first full B rush of the game, and they do not stop, they do not slow down. Send it into this site. And I bet Furia wish they started their overtime on the T side. It was going so well back in regulation. But Foot have powered up. They look for this clean half. Keserato taking an AWP and taking a spawn. We got double up here for Furia. Molidoy's going to try and keep the fights coming. Flake connects! And off with your head again.
Considering all the effort that went into saving that AWP, that is not how Molidoy imagined this last round on the CT side would pan out.
He's still ready for Keserato though, because he can still hit shots in this position. Foot need to throw their cross smokes in. They might be lackadaisical because they killed the AWP, but there's another head to this beast.
Keserato's been the guy for Furia across this tournament. Will his secondary AWP be enough? Can he be the difference maker? They're demanding a hell of a lot of their star. And Foot don't respect it. They run right through. A flawless half is right in front of them. 4v2 left to find. Yakindar shut down. And Yuri's been quiet across this entire third map. Right now, not feeling like the man for the job. Two players waiting. They know he's under the pressure. They wait for him to come swinging. It's all in vain. Foot keep giving themselves more and more chances at those finals.
And Fury have had theirs. 8-4 lead, 5v3 in the pistol. 10-7 lead, 5v3 in the gun round that would have broken Foot. But Foot have broken through. An incredible comeback for a team that has barely seen the stage. And a clean sweep in overtime. Foot sharpen their guillotine here in Paris. And look to decapitate Furia with a flawless streak. But is it ever that easy?
You're leaving it all to this long take. Benny with an entry. No trade found. This is one of the rawest, one of the realest, one of the wildest underdog stories that we've had in a very long time, and it's been legit. Besting Mouse, and now looking to get one over on an in-form Furia, who were favorites to make that final tomorrow. A core that believed in each other from their humble beginnings in their academy roster. A shocking change, the addition of xCloud, who has been in fantastic form across the tournament, slotting in like it was meant to be. And now just 3 kills away from the dream of a final tomorrow. Molodoy gonna find the first, but look at those rotates. Foot are not second guessing themselves here. They know the tricks. They've seen this from Furia. They know where this is ending. This is the final push. Out come Furia into the crossfires. Molodoy is doing everything he humanly can to keep them in this. One back from Yuri. And so it falls now onto the shoulders of Demon. The weight of this on his shoulders. First in, last out. Yuri gets rid of him. More rounds required.
And how is that the round that Furia find? How is that the round that keeps them on this stage for another at least? A straight up 3v5 with all positions known. And one by one they isolate Foot in that B-bomb site. They are not done with them yet. An ugly, ugly ending to that one. Foot still have 2 chances.
Again, we saw what happened when they took the stumble in regulation, right? That one round came through for Furia, then a blanket of them.
I'm very scared here.
They're going to get dealt another one of these B plays by the looks of things, and this was the way in for Furia in that first half.
xCloud got legged on the cross. This is a weakened B site. Furia pounce.
Jukes with the first. xCloud trading on his contact. It's a nice set of openers, but Fallen and Co trying to turn the tide, and again it ends even 2v2. I know they've got Fallen out here in middle. And they might just have to deal with him before they begin this retake. He's in behind enemy lines. They find the veteran. Now it's on to Molodoy. 1v2. And he's feeling pressure to try and thin the herd. He's feeling pressure to try and turn this into a 1v1, so it all becomes a game of timings, a game of chance, and they beat him to the punch. Out the door, can Molodoy really do it? No, he is gone! And at the second time of asking, Demon provides that clutch. Foot stun the world. They beat back Furia. They battle their way to a grand final. And up against overwhelming odds the entire time, we watch as this young team, youngest at the tournament, level up in real time to get to a final.
So many times in this restart map, you were ready to write them off, that you thought this would be a Furia finish, another final from the team that just made it all the way in Cologne, but cut down at the end of Dust 2 by the young, plucky underdogs. Their first grand final in an arena tomorrow, a best of 5 to prove themselves. And what an unbelievable show of resilience from this squad. Foot are here, Foot are legit, Foot forged their way to this final.
And that's what Counter-Strike is all about.
Team is just doing so good, Demon is so good.
It doesn't matter, the kills, etc. Want to get the win. Première question, comment tu te sens après cette victoire incroyable face à Furia? J'en tremble encore, j'ai un peu de mal à régler mes émotions. On aurait pu forcément conclure un peu plus tôt cette 2-2. J'ai pas trop bien joué sur la dernière map, mais mes teammates m'ont carry. And I wanted to ask you, because your IGL told me last time that this is your first big stage together. Yet you're playing against one of the most legendary names of CS in front of 7,000 people. So how does that feel? You know, how do you guys beat the pressure?
I think we are not beating the pressure, we are just accepting it's the pressure and we are just trying to enjoy it. There is sometimes we are struggling, but still we enjoy it. It's so good.
I mean, you guys are bringing up the good vibes on stage and we can see that for sure. Deuxième question, comment vous arrivez à battre la pression comme ça devant 7000 personnes, devant l'un des noms les plus légendaires de CS Furia? Franchement, on la bat pas. Cette pression, on l'accepte juste, on sait que ça fait partie du jeu et on apprend même aussi à l'apprécier. And I want to know, inside your team, who's your MVP today? Who do you want to give props to?
I think everyone stepped up when needed, I would say, because first map I was playing so good, Dima stepped up in last map, so I wouldn't say we have MVP. I think everyone is MVP in this team.
Everyone MVP on this team. I like that teamwork, of course. Donc deuxième question, qui est ton MVP? Franchement, tout le monde, chacun de mes teammates a réussi à step up quand c'était le moment, donc j'en suis trop fière. Now we can talk about what's next. You are in the grand final. That means you're gonna face either Legacy or Spirit. So I want you to do our job, analyst desk jobs and stuff. Who do you think you're gonna be facing next?
I don't know who's gonna face, but I know we're gonna win the final.
Oh, so we have beautiful confidence from you. Why is that?
Yes, I wanna say je suis Explode, je suis une légende.
Je suis Explode, je suis une légende, mesdames et messieurs. On peut applaudir Explode. And if you're a legend, then it's time to prove it. Let's go to the Key Crusher together. Should I say Elal, Adi?
Hadi, let's go.
Let's go under Turkish banner. For Explode is eliminating Furia out of the EWC here at the STC Arena. The young roster makes it to the grand finals. Felt pretty good?
Again?
Felt pretty good, that key crush.
I mean, right now we didn't lose a single game, so we are just breaking them. But yeah, so we get used to it.
Just used to breaking the keys. I'm going to welcome you in front of your fans, of course. X-Vlad, I want to tell you, I'm sure that you make many French fans also today. So many people chanting for you from Turkey, from everywhere. What do you want? What do you want to tell your fans, whether it's in Turkish and English? Go for it.
They are so insane. They are so insane. We didn't expect that much fan base, but right now the support we are getting is insane here.
Yes, you guys have the fan base and you're going to get even more. Thank you so much. Reportaj için teşekkürler. Thank you, and once again, congratulations to Explode and Foot Esports.
Congratulations to Foot. We will see you in the Accor Arena tomorrow. And our condolences to Furia. We've got Pimp and Dupree to break down all of the action that we just witnessed in overtime game 3. You can't ask for a better semifinal finish than that unless you're a Furia fan. Pimp, walk me through some of the big plays.
Yeah, what a way to finish that for Foot, you know, pulling it off in overtime. I thought when Furia were able to fight their way back from being down 12 to 10, Peter, I thought to myself, okay, back to square one, back to where the experience is going to win out, but I got to tip my hat to Foot. They kept the head in check, so to speak. They kept calm, they kept composed, and what a performance from such a young squad. Booking a spot inside the grand final at a tournament where all the favorites seems to fall like flies.
I really feel like Forbidden deserves a bit of a shout out here because that comeback on those two on that C-start, that was very phenomenal. And even if in the rounds where he would not be the main character to create all the space, he just created such openings for his teams where then the teammates would go out and finish missions. And I mean, also Demon, he had a phenomenal 3v5 conversion where he went through the smoke on shot to bring it back. And I don't think, if it would have been for that specific round, I honestly think that Fury would have run away with this one. So all in all, this is a very big victory.
I was going to ask, Pimp, when this is compared to some of the other major upsets, I remember Mongols winning at EWC wasn't as expected. How crazy would it be to the CS world if Foot goes on to win this whole thing?
Oh, that'll be an even bigger upset than the Mongols, to be completely honest. The Mongols, when they won EWC, was a big surprise, sure, but they were somewhat competitive at the highest level. Whereas for Foot, I think a lot of people after the break and after changing their roster, they maybe had them as a team who would be top 10, top 12, top
I fucked up a little bit with the first call I made, which was a fast A split, and they kind of, I believe they did 1-3-1 on CT side, and they kind of baited us into going out A, and yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like this for us was a test because we only have Ancient in the pool since this break, and we were taking it step by step, playing against a team who doesn't play it, playing against a team who is not necessarily good on it, and this was the final test of playing against a team who's actually good on Ancient, and we gave our best, but it was not meant to be today, and it's okay. We're gonna work on it and see you tomorrow.
The comeback on Nuke, though, right, was like domination from start to finish. It looked like the Furia we know and love. And I would say same kind of how it went on Dust 2, but it gets to about 10-7. You're on CT side, you start to get low on economy, you end up trying to save and force into it. What is it so difficult to just manage Foot and how they're playing and how surprising they can be as to why they were able to come back into this?
I feel like there was many winnable endgame situations for us on CT side that we just didn't capitalize on, and that's the pressure, not necessarily the pressure, but like the feeling of I fucked up or something like this just keeps on going. I feel like we lost 2 3v2s on post plans. We lost a 4v2, and it's a tough day in the office. But at the same time, it's like we play CS for every day of the year, and we're gonna be rewatching this, fixing the things, and moving forward.
Looking at that, right, it's a tough day in the office today, but you've got to play the third place decider tomorrow. How do you reset and make sure you come back in to deliver and take that third place tomorrow?
Third place game doesn't matter, bro. Honestly, like, well, it's just like whatever. Like, who cares who is the third place and who's the fourth place? So, I mean, I don't know. We're gonna rewatch the game, trying to do our best tomorrow. But same like I believe in Rio, it's like you can't really turn the players into 100% when it's just a third place decider.
I like the honesty with that as well. I very much agree with you, Kinder. Thank you very much for your time and thoughts. That's not it fully for Furia here. They'll be playing that third place decider tomorrow, but the trophy is all you ever want to aim for.
You heard from Yakinder. He is frustrated with the finish, but the man down here is elated to be going into the Acor Arena. Can I first get your thought? Jugs, welcome to the studio. As soon as you locked in that 16th round, what went through your head?
I don't know. I'm just, I don't know what to say actually, but I'm super happy that we won this game. I had a pretty bad. I'm really happy that my team stepped up. They carried me today, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Jukes, we spoke to you at the major, you know, where it wasn't necessarily as big of a success at the major as it is right now. What has happened since the major up until now that makes you guys play so well, outside of the obvious that xCloud is coming in and helping you out?
I think overall we just improved. Like we played many official matches, we played a lot of practice. Yeah, we were just improving, and yeah, that's how it is.
And be honest with me right here, Jukes. How big of a surprise is it to you internally within the team? Obviously, you always believe you can win, and you always believe you can go deep into a tournament. But a week ago, would you have imagined that you now stand in the grand final?
No way, no way. I was thinking that to go into the playoffs would be a good result, and yeah, that we're in grand final, it's something crazy.
I want to turn my attention to Nuke that was played in this series where you didn't really make a count, and Nuke has been really rough for you guys. Can you just like try and explain why Nuke has been such a hard map for you guys?
I think we just don't understand the map really good right now. I think we just need to work on it, we need to grind it, and yeah, in the future I think it can be a good map for us, but for now it's we just need to gain experience from this, and yeah.
James, I got a good question. Sorry, you can ask.
Yeah, I was just thinking because, you know, you won early in the year, you won Bucharest, and that was a tournament that wasn't as stacked as this one, and now you've made it to the grand final in a very stacked tournament. Which one feels better right now?
Definitely this one, definitely. Also, this crowd is really good. I really like it, playing in front of the crowd, and yeah.
This was the fullest we have seen the arena. It was a delight to watch. But I want to roll you through another delight. These are some of the highlights from your captain. Can you tell me, what is it like playing with Krabeni, and what does he bring to the table for you guys?
He's a really confident guy. I really like how he's playing. He's never scared of taking duels. He's never scared of contacting. Like, he can win a round alone. He can do just 5 headshots. It's really nice to play with him.
Speaking of players that is nice to play with, we spoke to xCloud yesterday. He's off to a great start with you guys. From your point of view as well, what does he bring to the table? What is it like playing with xCloud now?
He's really talkative. He's a really good guy. He brings also some experience from his previous teams. I think he's just overall like a really good player. A really like how do you say, like he's a really good in every aspect, I think.
I'm a little surprised by how well he's playing. Are you surprised as well that he's that good?
Yeah, that good. I'm surprised also. Like, he's shooting really good. He's, I don't know, like, he's really good.
How about tomorrow? Like, you have a massive grand final coming up, and we're still waiting for your opponent. Either it's going to be Legacy or it's going to be Spirit. Do you want Spirit just, you know, to like cement how good you guys are, or what's your thoughts about the other semi-final?
I think Spirit will win, and I want to play against Spirit because we never played against them, and I think if we would win the grand final against them, that would be more deserved, I would say, than winning against Legacy.
If we get to a round-deciding moment, it is a 1v1. Who do you trust most on your team for the clutch?
Symmetry.
Okay, nice.
Why is that? Why him?
I think he's just really good in clutches. He's pretty calm. I don't know. Or myself.
Yeah, what about yourself?
That's what we were hoping to point to. Let's take a look, though, at Symmetry, because he had a massive impact on Dust 2, 25 and 15, and an ADR of 73. 8 multi-kills, though, is what we took note of. What is it like playing with this guy?
He's really good. I think he's just sometimes inconsistent, but if he can get his consistency up, I think he can be really good, really good.
I'm kind of curious because these wins where you play in front of so many people, there's a lot of pressure and it's a very stacked tournament. Do you also feel like this is going to be a win that is very important for you guys as a team to, like, you've beat like a super good opponent in such a big environment? Do you think that's also what's going to inspire you and make you an even better team in the future?
For sure. Like, we never played in a big crowd, and this was the first time, and yeah, we're really enjoying it, and yeah, we are so happy that we're gonna play in the.
Gonna be twice as big tomorrow. I've heard.
Guys, it's going to be amazing. Get your tickets for the Accor Arena. I know it's nearly sold out. They just released a new package today. In the meantime, I'm told we have a brand new update over from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet box. What's going on in the club championship? Apparently, we have it decided today. Some breaking news. Take it away.
Absolute cinema here over at EWC 2026 in Paris, with AJL and Falcons not getting any points in Fortnite. It's down to Trackmania, but I just heard the legend, the world champion, back-to-back, 7 times, back-to-back again. Chris, what's going on?
He's gonzo, mate. He's done. Honestly, I've worked in esports for a very, very long time.
Okay, Unc.
No, I know I am a real Unc. That was one of the maddest things I've ever seen. So in Trackmania, you have to get a certain amount of points to then complete yourself in finalist mode, and then you've got to win the race after that to go through. All 4 teams were on finalist mode at one stage. So all 4 players, we said at the beginning of the day, this was a slippery slope potentially for Carl Jr. He's the GOAT of Trackmania, 7-time world champion, as you said. He was struggling all the way through. I'm at a loss of words, to be honest with you, with how it actually ended up happening.
Rip off the Band-Aid, bro.
Incredible. It was Otak who went through. Pac from Vitality, one of the other favorites, went through first, and then Otak did it. It was a mistake from Carl Jr. that did it. Meaning Falcons get 0 points here. So the situation now, Gwen, who plays for AGL, is already through. He needs to finish 3rd or higher, and if he does, AGL or your EWC 2026 Club Championship winners.
Oh my goodness. This is AJL's race to win. Falcons have given themselves a big
Still going to be footstep with them, so they have to be very proud of what they've achieved so far, but they still have a juggernaut to slay to make it into the grand final.
Team Spirit has a man with all kinds of aura. He goes by the name of Donk. I tried to say what's up to him behind the scenes. He paywalled me, kept walking. He is focused on this matchup. Gentlemen, give me one more hot nugget. Why should I stay tuned to the second semifinal? It is one of final 3 matches here at EWC.
Because you get to watch the best player in the world to duke it out, against Legacy. Donk right now is on a tear. He's playing fantastically well. Throughout this tournament, Spirit haven't always looked great, but he's always bailing them out. So if there was one good reason to tune in, it's to watch the best player in the world do what he does best, and that's playing Counter-Strike.
Lock in, ladies and gentlemen, around the world. The day is only halfway through. When we come back, it is your second semifinal live from Paris. Who is going to make it to the Accor Arena? Legacy versus Spirit after this.
Right side.
On us speaking, on us speaking.
Guys, please go two together in the door and you will go.
Let's go. Пошли со мной, ты не расменяешь. Готов? Вы просто
Wait. Go.
Я выпрыгиваю. Раз, два.
Window, side. Or window, side.
Vaishak Gaming closing out Crossfire with a 3-0 dominant win over Liquid, getting 1,000 club championship points, but this is the only game they're competing in and the only game they've won, so it has no CC updates complications. However, Liquid now up to the 6 points after having a rather rough start to the event.
After spending 2 months here in Paris, I never want to leave.
Okay, then I'm gonna need to ask you some questions to make sure you're ready to live here full time.
Okay, I'm ready. Riverside has more room.
Oui. What are French working hours?
Very limited.
That's very correct. What's the city's biggest tragedy?
Emily in Paris.
Okay, yes. What is the cost of riding the metro?
Your dignity.
You're very good so far. What's our most important holiday?
The entire month of August.
Okay. Last but not least, do you like French people?
Of course!
No. Wrong answer, please. Think before you respond.
Désolé.
I need to test your senses, starting with your reflexes.
Pourquoi?
Parfait. Very good. Now, what's the loudest sounds that you can hear in the city?
An American bachelorette party.
D'accord. What do you do when you smell something terrible?
Eat it.
That's perfect. Finally, your eyesight. What do you see in those 3 pictures?
3 baguettes.
That is completely wrong.
3 baguettes?
No. Baguette, ficelle, and flute. If you miss any other answers, you're gonna fail your exam.
Flute is an instrument.
Okay, look. The next question is language proficiency. Please say the next words in French. Okay, good. Next one.
Ugh.
Acceptable?
Ho ho!
Okay. And the last word. Perfect. Très bien. Now, sing the national anthem of France.
Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous.
You know what? Close enough. Welcome to France.
Merci beaucoup, merci!
The rent is 5,000 euros.
Pourquoi?
Would you rather play with inverted sound or an inverted mouse?
What about both?
Inverted sound.
Inverted sound.
You don't think you could do the mouse?
No way. There is no way. I tried already.
Inverted mouse.
Inverted sound.
I'll go for a mouse too, because because mouse is more adaptable, you know.
Sound. Invert sound?
Yes, for sure.
Can't do the mouse. Like imagine spraying up.
It's hard. It's like mouse. It's hard, but like to hear it, I think a lot of players play. Gympad play. I know also one more guy.
Gympad plays with inverted sound?
Yes. And also I know one more Kosovo player that plays. Really? So I think it's not easy, but I think better.
Easier.
For sure.
What do you think?
I also agree. Like I played also with SXC, a Romanian guy who played with inverted sound.
Sound as well. I think mouse is too much. Sound actually, some players played with inverted sound.
Jimmy.
I'm an egg as well.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think I could get used to inverted sound much easier.
Inverted sound.
Sound? Well, you both quickly. Why sound?
Yeah, but because you can shoot and win yet.
I have one my friend who changed his mouse to inverted, and now he's playing like with inverted.
So he sprays and he pushes up?
Yeah.
Huh?
Like he likes it, but like sound, I think it's not comfortable. Like to mouse, you can like play train and you can play after. I think I choose mouse. So
I think mouse because sound it's incredible. Both are a matter of like the more you practice with it, the more you're gonna get used to it. Sure. But I do feel it would be a little bit easier to manage your hearing.
maybe inverted sound.
I think inverted sound
easier to get used to than mouse.
I think aim is so much more important. Just inverted sound. I even tried it once for one round because I got new in-ears and I didn't know left and right, and then I fucked up. So
Doesn't it kind of space you out? Like sound is so important to Counter-Strike too, though.
I did insta take after the first pistol, but I didn't realize until we started, so it's not good.
Oh, so those are the tech pauses when I see players messing with their headphones and stuff like that?
It might be an individual mistake.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, it's just the same.
Sound?
Yeah, for sure the sound. I think mouse is just you gotta be playing some pilot simulators and stuff like that to get better at it. So no, mouse.
Inverted mouse, bro. You can't handle that. What? So you spray upwards? Okay. You can do it?
It will just take some time to
adjust.
I think the sound is the better option out of the two. I would probably just choose that one, not the mouse, because if with the mouse I would be cool, fully.
Yeah, fully cool.
Yeah, that's fully, yeah.
We book Esports World Cup up. Clear. Thank you, brother.
You're watching the Esports World Cup live from Paris, France. It's 2026, and we have one of the French legends back in the studio. Welcome, Nathan, better known around these parts as NBK. I watched you back in the Global Offensive days. How are you enjoying CS2 in this venue?
So far, the games have been excellent. I mean, obviously, the last one was a blast. There was everything in that game. Clutches, big moments. Absolutely love everything in Paris so far.
Yanko, you've been smiling in the green room since I first saw you to start the day. Why is this such an exciting semifinal?
The one we have coming up, I think, because Donk is on the server, first and foremost.
Okay, the Donk show.
But also because we have Legacy, who I think is the surprise package, really, in this semi-final, especially considering, the side of the bracket that they were on. They took some big wins to get to this point, and that's why you'd be a fool to look past them.
We got our eyes on some of the top stars in this matchup, but none are very familiar. If you haven't been watching Legacy closely, let's take a look at the squad that has been knocking out all of our juggernauts. They 2-0'd Na'Vi. Then they took down the Falcons, which is the surprise of the tournament. Falcons were considered favorites coming into this thing. And now if they complete the road against Spirit, you have to say this is probably one of the hardest possible brackets to a grand final.
Possibly one of the biggest upset of all time in Counter-Strike at that point, because with all the games that we didn't expect them to get through Na'Vi to start things off, and then they're just starting to 2-0 everyone, and then they're just here to play beautiful Counter-Strike. I think that's the most impressive.
They saw the bracket that Falcons had at Cologne, and they said, we can do you one better here at EWC. And I mean, that win over Falcons might just cost Falcons $2 million in the club championship. We'll see. It's getting dicey over there, and obviously they had a lot of faith in their Counter-Strike squad, but Legacy sort of ruined all that for them.
Legacy are now 2 maps away from the Acor Arena, and right now we got Stunna over there with Pimp. What's up, guys?
Tomorrow, we get the party started inside of this Acor Arena right behind me. We've got a 3rd or 4th place decider. We've got a best-of-5 grand final to culminate the entire Esports World Cup right here for the Counter-Strike 2 side of things. But before we get there, a semifinal is afoot. Legacy and Spirit. Pimp, we've got this one right in front of us. Let's go ahead and identify 2 players, and let's start on the Legacy side. Who do you got?
Yeah, massive surprise that Legacy even find themselves in this game, and partly thanks to Dumau. I think he is the win condition, the big win condition for Legacy if they were to pull up another upset, and I guess playing the Acor Arena tomorrow in the grand final, then it has to be Dumau who's stepping up. He's a fantastic Counter-Strike player. He's been playing a good tournament so far as well, and I think without him playing well, there's no way.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit more of a challenge over there because they are looking really good over on Legacy, looking sharp. Obviously, on the other side of things is a team spirit, and I almost can guarantee you would pick a player like Donk. Like, who would do that?
Kind of hard not to, you know.
Yeah,
he's been playing fantastically well so far in this tournament. He is, without a doubt, keeping them alive, even in moments where they're not playing well. So, fair to say that Spirit maybe haven't looked at their best despite being in the semi-final, despite being the favorite to win the entire thing. But that's thanks to Donk, who's just, whenever there's a moment of doubt, whenever there's a moment where they're not looking good, he'll step up, he'll get the job done.
So what happens if Donk's quiet?
Oh, that's a good question. I think Legacy have a real shot. Legacy have been playing well so far, and Spirit, as I said, you know, as a team, maybe not all the way out there, but Donk individually, he's just a tough man to deal with.
Look, Jacob, I think we can have all the cue cards in the world, but the truth is you can't quite script exactly what's going to unfold here in the Accor Arena. So if you're in Paris, make sure you're here on Sunday. It's the place to be. Grand finals, third, fourth place deciders, and the culmination of the Esports World Cup Club Championships.
I am tired of stunting on us like that. Man looks good, but so do these two. Let's break down what we've seen from Legacy because it is a 2-0 win over Falcons that shocked the Counter-Strike world. And I want to revisit some of the big moments. Yanko, what did they show us? How do you describe the Legacy playstyle?
They've shown us a lot of stubbornness in their approach on some of those T sides, right? And they were going to be relentless. I think that might be a good way to describe Legacy. They're very aggressive. They like to fight on both the T and the CT side, right? And they're not going to back down to anyone, really.
If you really
prepare better. So I think that now we feel way more confident on the way we are playing and the way we are planning to play the maps.
Obviously, you got Spirit as an opponent today. Really interesting history between you guys. They haven't played Legacy before. The last time you played Donk was back in December 2023 when you were on Furier as well.
Yeah.
How well do you feel like you know them?
Yeah, I see them play after I face them. Of course, they are a strong team since then, so I used to watch. They play and Donk highlights, so you see them every day, so we know how they like to play, the things they like to do. It's always going to be hard to deal with them just because of the raw power, aim power. But yeah, maybe the map pools also are good for both teams. We like to play both similar maps, so I think it's going to be a great game either way.
And just looking at the gauntlet you've had to run so far, right? You've already come through what seemed like an impossible bracket. Where's your mental at the moment?
Yeah, definitely raises the expectations, I would say. At the same time, raises our confidence. So it's both ways. It's very good that we are managed to get here, but at the same time, we're not letting it affect us in the negative side. We know that it's not a job finished. We still have something to strive for, and we really want this win, so it would be very special for us, so we're giving it all.
It's been such an impressive run so far, Art. Let's see if it can continue for Legacy versus Spirit today.
That is Art, the big brain behind Legacy. Can he get the right calls? We'll find out, because he is going up against some ferocious opponents. It's time to talk about Team Spirit, one of the top 5 rated teams coming into the event that is still remaining. And how'd they get there? Well, they had to get through Vitality, taking down Zywoo and Apex. It wasn't an easy war, but they get it done in 3. What did you see last night, MBK?
This is kind of the team that you don't really need to present. You know all the players, they're here for a long time now. They just seem resilient in every front. You have seen games where Donk was very active, sometimes a bit less active. They were winning regardless, and I think that's a good, very, very good sign for them. And they're the kind of team that the further they're going to go into the tournament, the better they're going to play. The better the players are going to show up, the more the individualities are going to show up. So it's going to be even better today than what we've seen before.
And they struggled. They haven't beaten Vitality in almost 2 years, right? So that was a huge win for them yesterday. And Spirit have, you know, this quality where the other teams in the tournament may be struggling. Like Nathan pointed out, they get better with every game, and they don't really choke in games. You know, they might throw around here and there, but their floor is going to be pretty high. And, you know, for all these conversations about the coaching staff over there and that whole situation, I think we should give some props to Halley for that quality, because that does come down to leadership, and he's the one figure that's been behind the team for the longest time. Or they changed in-game leaders, changed, you know, multiple different positions in the team ever since they came onto the scene in 2024 with, you know, Donk and Shiro pairing up. Back then, you know, they've had this quality. So I think that's what makes them a really tough opponent for a team like Legacy in this phase of the tournament.
Not only is Magix a top-tier conditioner user, the man had some great calls. A bad grenade could have thrown them into a spiral. Instead, they bounce back even stronger. Does Magix need to match up in the IGL role today against his opponent, Art, or do you think he has the edge already?
I think Spirit really has a good team effort, and as Janko said, their coaching staff and the way they approach the games doesn't make it very reliant on one person. It's not going to be only Magix that is going to be calling and doing everything perfectly. Everybody knows their role, everybody is very active, and you have players that are very important in every department. You have a player like Tanir, for example, you know, always very important inside of the map, because whenever he does good, the team can do whatever they want.
And he was doing good yesterday, Nathan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see, especially the difference between groups and playoffs, we're talking about the fact that they're getting better and better. I think he is the key player for this roster. If he plays well, Donk doesn't have to look at his day side on the map. He's just going to be, oh yeah, I trust this guy. He's going to do these things. I'm going to be able to go in the middle of the map, destroy everybody, and you guys have my back.
That's why he was brought to Team Spirit, right? Okay. To be that second star on the rifle in addition to Donk, right? Obviously, they have also Shiro on the AWP, but for me, I think it's really important the fact that these two teams haven't played each other, like, ever, with the course of their teams. And for both teams, it's important because if you've never faced Donk on the server, you might think you know how good he is. You might think you know what you can and cannot do against him, but the reality only hits you once you get to play against a certain team. And the same goes for Team Spirit, right? Like, they know that Legacy is aggressive, they're going to do their prep, they're going to watch the demos, but just how aggressive and how in your face they like to play, you kind of have to experience it to really be aware of what you're dealing with.
I was asking our other experts what separates Donk from the rest of the competition. They said, well, he just knows where you're going to be. His crosshair is already there before you make the decision. How does he do this every single round, MBK? You got to run out of energy at some point, right?
Well, it doesn't seem like it. Let's put it this way. I mean, this guy has been. I think there's no word at that point. And as you said, Legacy and Spirit have barely played each other. They probably played in practice. They saw the Donk in practice. Now there is the Donk in official games. This is a completely different monster. He's just gonna take over the game, and you have to really be ready for it.
Because in practice, like you're okay, it's Donk. I'm gonna peek him. I'm gonna show him who is best. You have that sort of an attitude. Well, do it when it's 10-10. Right, and you need to take connector on Mirage, and he's there, and you're just praying sort of that he's gonna be flashed or something. Like it's a completely different beast at that point in time, and you saw what he did to Vitality yesterday.
Massive impact from Donk throughout all of his matches. In fact, coming into this tournament, somebody pointed out, look at Donk, he's green. Look at his teammates, they're all red. Can you continue to win matches that way, or does somebody else have to keep pace with the rifler?
I think someone always steps up, right? Like he can't do it on his own, but that's why we mentioned Tanir as being an important piece, Shiro as one of the closers and more reliable members of the team too. And, Magix and Zotix can have their moments too, but who's the star of the show and who gets allocated the most resources, and for good reason.
We're taking a look at some of the maps and the numbers backstage, Nathan, and something popped out. Inferno might not be played today. How bad of news is that for Legacy?
Yeah, that's going to be a big thing. It's usually the map where they're very comfortable. They could pick it against anybody. They have a very high sitting, and it's not going to be there because Spirit's banned that map. They can't play it. So you look at the record in the other maps, you're not very confident for your Legacy.
Yeah, I think the problem, Legacy is in a bit of a pickle here with the veto, right? Like you almost want to say they should pick Cash or Nuke. Those are two of their lesser played maps. And I think even more important than that is they can't let Spirit get both Dust and Mirage. I think also because of how good Donk is on that map, and maybe you can limit his impact more on Ancient than you can on these other maps. But in reality, those are the three maps that are the best for Spirit, and they're bound to get two out of the three.
There is their Dust too. Ancient is coming through. Is that expected?
That's kind of expected. Ancient is a comfort pick for Legacy. Individually, they're very comfortable on the map. Yeah, and then Spirit is going to ban Cash because they don't want to have that randomness. They're not really knowing how the map is going to go, how they're going to play, what new tricks are going to happen. And that's what we talked about. There is Dust 2 and Mirage on the map board.
Yanko, you want to call it now?
No, I get it, right? Like you feel like we're good on this map too, but these are three of Spirit's best maps, right? And you're giving them all three in a best of three, so that's why I have a tough time seeing Legacy overcome. They're really trying to play the game on Nightmare mode, let's put it that way.
Legacy is taking the toughest road possible here at EWC. If they make it to the Acor Arena for the grand final against Foot, that will be a match that will be historic. A crazy round of upsets on both sides of the bracket. Let's talk a little bit about what we expect to see, though. Keep it real. You don't have to sugarcoat anything. Nathan, is this David versus Goliath? Is this like fifth grader versus a high schooler?
I mean, if you look at it from a name standpoint.
That feels very offensive, but somebody said that to me offsite.
Now, if you look at the teams and the name and everything inside that, yes, you would think that this would be almost impossible. If you look at pure Counter-Strike, if you would remove the names, remove the team names, Legacy is a very, very serious contenders. They play very good Counter-Strike. They have a lot of things very thinned out, and it looked like a very prepared team. They have a very good game plan, and the individualities are following. So I don't really see why not. I think it's a possibility. They're not favorites, but I think they can take it.
Yanko, 25% of the fans out there have faith in Legacy. They had less than 6% when they played against the Falcons. So they're starting to win people over. Spirit, the heavy favorite, with a minute 12 to go. Walk me through how you see this playing out.
I would have been at 25 before the veto. After the veto, I put it at maybe 5%.
Oof.
It's just Spirit is so much in their comfort zone that, against anyone in the world, they'll feel comfortable. And I think for Legacy, we'll see. I mean, they've shown their stubbornness yesterday. They feel like they can exploit a certain part of the map. Yesterday, they were targeting Kerrigan a lot. So is the plan going to be, let's go where Zontix is, right? Let's go where Magix is, whatever they feel the weakness is. But you have to be able to adjust if things don't work out, right? If you're too stubborn, you're not going to find success against Spirit.
Do you think they're targeting Zontix today?
I think we don't know, and I think that's a very good part for them because they can play whichever brand of Counter-Strike they want. They're going to be all over the place. They targeted one player one day, they're going to target someone else the other day because it's going to be a whole mind game behind that.
Final predictions for map number 1 only. Who wins? Who is your player to watch?
Team Spirit, Shiro. I think he's going to have a game.
I'll go with Team Spirit. You know what? Let's go with Magix. He's going to explode the server.
Magix is going to pop off. Watch Shiro for me. It's the Donk Show live from Paris. It's the EWC semifinals.
I think as a team, we are better, and individuals, I think the same.
We trust each other more than usually.
We have conviction in what we are doing, and we believe we can win. We are here not to just play CS and be beaten. We are here to prove that we can win tournaments, we can be in the top.
Legacy is really dangerous team. They have aggressive style and they have very good individual players.
I think they're getting better. They're evolving more as a unity. Yeah, they have a nice weapon, which is Donk.
Another goal for a quicker call. Look at this, running towards his upper side. Dumao won't deny, and he will take 3 away with the 5-7.
I'm putting all my life in this, so I believe we can do it.
We just want to win this tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, one finalist has been found. The young team claimed their spot, and there's only one other place left at the Accor Arena for Championship Sunday.
Absolutely, and one team sent the major champions home without dropping a single map yesterday, and they clearly proved that beating the big dogs was no accident.
Absolutely. On the other hand, the other team has faced what haunted them for nearly 2 years, but they were able to break through when it mattered the most.
Quieting down a French arena. You guys saw what happened yesterday here at the STC Arena. And our two teams are very special. One keeps turning the expectations upside down, and the other just has beaten their demons for finally. Mesdames et messieurs, hier, vous l'avez vu, Spirit ont allumé la clim au maximum à Paris. And now I think it's time, Fancy.
Let's do it. Please welcome our first finalist, Legacy! This team arrived in Paris with questions around just how far this run could really go. Round after round, they have answered them with composure, confidence, and absolutely no fear of the moment. These guys aren't chasing the Cinderella story anymore. Legacy are here to win, and now just one series separates them from Championship Sunday.
And against them, the strong, the magic Team Spirits! For nearly 2 years, Vitality were the opponent they could not solve. But yesterday, they broke that streak, ice cold in map 3, where they blew the doors of Mirage. One of their biggest barriers is gone. They conquered Astana 3 months ago. Can they make it to another grand finals, to another trophy here in Paris, with all eyes on this Team Spirit? One keeps proving they belong here, no matter the standings. The other just smashed one of the only doors that had stopped them for years. Only one spot left in the grand finals. Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit!
Semi-final Saturday, and we happen to have something brand new for your eyeballs. A never-before-seen matchup, and one we didn't anticipate when we saw that playoff bracket. I know for sure when I looked at the density of the names in that lower half of the bracket, Legacy was not the one I expected to be walking in today. Legacy have proven that they are not to be underestimated, Chad. Falcons and Na'Vi falling in two-map fashion. I mean, what?
Running the gauntlet and doing it in impressive fashion, aren't they? Fearless. This team has conviction, they've got pace, and they're ready to be in your face here today. Spirit, enjoy the moment, take it in. You've got Spirit who, well, one of the big three. Now, their eyes set on that trophy.
Yeah, the only one of the big three, right? We had the ideas about Vitality, Falcons, with Furia falling as well. I mean, they are truly the last one standing. Then you've got Legacy on the other side of things. I question, the questions I have today for this matchup is, do Legacy have the firepower, the depth, and the capacity to keep up with an informed Team Spirit?
Well, they have to do it on Nightmare mode, as the Desk was discussing this video right now. 3 maps that are well and truly within Spirit's wheelhouse. Donk, will he continue just to lay down the law? And that's if Legacy can get things going. This is the best pistol round team in the tournament so far. They're at the tippy top of that stat line. And once we get deep, that's when we start actually taking a look at those numbers. And they have been phenomenal with the pistols. So we'll see if they can continue that today against Spirit.
And the first map of this series starting on Dust 2, like you said, Nightmare mode. Sure, all three, as Yanko put it, comfortable maps for Team Spirit.
Let's see if Try can do what he did yesterday.
Oh, he was so on it. It was sensational to see that man with his sniper and just leveraging so much control over the map. Legacy beat Falcons into submission on this map yesterday.
Yeah, that is, well, starting to become a recurring theme. CAC was a big point of discussion. A best-of-5 final a couple of months ago, only when Carrigan had just joined the roster before they lifted that major trophy. And Legacy ran over them as well. So doing it in back-to-back with a lot on the line, right? This is not just the Counter-Strike. We have millions of dollars for the club championship, and Falcons one of those names they're running. But now that conversation's blown out of the water. We don't need to keep our eyes on that as far as the Counter-Strike is concerned. But I'll be watching idly by to see who their opponent will be in this final.
I still had to just process that, like, oh, you're talking about those in the grand final already. Yeah, foot away for the winner of this one. So many twists and turns. It is, you know, this has been the great leveler. We've seen all these big names fall, these rising stars who have seemed to find that final piece. You know, I like the way you were framing it to me yesterday about how finding Try, this last piece, and we can get ourselves started. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're heading into the very first map. Paris, vous êtes prêts for Dust 2? Or do we say Dust 2? Is it Dust 2? Absolument. I'm excited. Let's get this party started. And let's see if the donk construction starts straight away, Chad. It's an immediate pistol dominance.
Yeah, well, you look at the stat line. This man is the tippy top of Spirit. Who would have thunk it?
Huh, surprising.
Well, we're out the gates. Probing middle is Lato, having a little bit of a look. He's ahead of that smoke towards the mid doors. It's an Xbox smoke indeed, and the short molly, a standard opener. They want to try and pipe their way. Catwalk to Spirit. There's a flash on Zontix. Donk with the P250. Long push, spotted.
Okay, Try, you've been noted, but actually a little fake goosh. Caught through the doors. Tanir's healthy, and they're out searching with that P250. Magic's leading the charge as well. Glock primed and ready. Catches Doom out. Puts him low to 20. Buying time. Doom out providing headshots, as is Try onto Magic's. Eyes on Donk here. Low HP on that swing. Easy for him to pick up onto Doom out, but he's losing teammates. They're dropping. It's into a 2-on-2 thanks to Shiro. Donk tasked with the plant.
A safe plant as well. This will make the post difficult. Nissan with the smoke. Lato through short.
Lato draws attention short side. Donk not overlooking the potential for Nissan to close that gap. And close your eyes, Lato. Donk does him nicely. There's Nissim though. Quick click onto Shiro. Can he find Donk? That is a big way to start off. A Nissim triple gets Legacy started.
Yeah, Dumal's going to bring that energy. He's happy with that one. A pistol clutch against Donk. Sure, you may have played him in practice. This isn't official. This is where it counts, and this is for the grand final. Best pistol around team of the tournament will grab another, and even softening up a couple of bodies there is Nissim. He's letting him know.
Just keep winning pistols, I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can find the conversion. Spirit will be going for the force. Donk gets an AK-47. That was when you plant the bomb, when you get multiple kills in the round, and well, you've got some other upgrades to work with. In with the Mac 10. Pistols for the other three with util. Shiro. Same opener. This time mid-door smoke. And aggressive from Try. All facilitated by Nissim.
Crazy so early.
You'd hate for that to fall into enemy hands. So holding on to this one even more important for Legacy now. Mid to B smoke thrown out very early. They're just going to waltz down middle. A lurk smoke as well, so Magic's kicking up a fuss to make this look B-split centric.
No commitment behind it though.
It's the short orb that's the problem.
Right, perfect. Finding Donk on that initial swing, so surely things get harder for Spirit from here on out. Sure, Tanair can scoop up the Kalash. It's not lost. And Duma's not playing scared around the edge of that smoke. Tanair still occupies it. Replenish of that mid-smoke. Last minute of the call, and it does seem like going to regroup towards the B.
Gonna have to do it with no nades. So in transition right now is Doom out towards CT. We'll be able to support this with Lato trying to bait for Nissim on the tall box. Aren't getting information over towards Long. A good probe, but he's far away.
Yeah, Lato and Nissim are going to be hard pressed here. A test of his output. Lato draws attention, catches one. There's Nissim. Only the one. Zontix and Tanair claim the B side for themselves. A duel for Tanair that he was willing to take, and Doom punishes. You got a post plant, sure. You got a rifle on Shiro.
Art's your problem.
Art is your problem. Coming in for that tunnel's flanked right, anticipating an eventual window swing. Shiro's playing this off angle. It's easy clears, easy pickings for Art. An AK upgrade, a second round, and sweat off the brow.
Couple of tough ones there, back to back for Legacy, but they will convert. Now we have the questions of what Spirit want to call in next with their buy. You get a couple of kills, you get the bomb down again, you get the loss bonus of 2,400 being injected into the bank balance. You could drop another AK over to Donk. Shiro just not aware as that setup with the man disadvantaged fragile. And get used to that noise if Dumao and his team continue to convert. Magic's going to bring in a scout. Oh, we've actually got a tactical timeout from Halley early. So I imagine this is to discuss the type of buy we're about to see. Does he want to try and keep the pressure on? He had a couple of members there just below that 4K mark. So we're talking AKs with head armor, the others go pistols with the util. They can get Khalils out if they want to try and keep this. But then are you playing exactly into Legacy's game, right? This is a team that loves heads-up Counter-Strike. They're going to take the fights. So a big decision to be made in this moment. Halley definitely didn't like the equip of the scout from Magic. So that's been sold back. That turns into Tech 9, some Kevlar, and a bit of util. An early adjustment made from the coach.
Interesting to see it so early. I mean, 3 rounds deep.
Oh, I tell a lie. Okay, the scout has reared its head again. That dropped across to Shiro. So we're back and forth with the buys, and we are ready to get back underway. High tag, problematic, considering that might have buy these pistols, we'll be able to deal with him now. Three rounds, 3 different ways of smoking mid.
You've got options.
Hey, future pros, there's lower tunnels, and mid control taken. Legacy playing an anti-eco, anti-force setup by being more site-centric. They've got that long control, they're burrowed down on the A side with the ramp. Tries AWP, and over towards B once more is Lato and Nissim. That duo, if tested with these pops, will need to deliver. You want to go 1 for 1 or 2 for 2 would be the exchange, as mid doors and B smoked at the same time. So the map falls quiet. There's now another smoke lob towards short, so rifling through these very quickly, Legacy. Still have a minute on the clock and out of smokes to block.
The last of them. Tag onto Zontix, was trying to worm forward. They're going through this. Lato's going to be burned out of position, has to pivot. Still the lurk smoke gives him angles. Lato and Nissim defend their site with honor. You got 5 alive. Can they keep the sheet perfectly clean? Looking good to do so now, because Magic's down in the smoke. It's just that Shiro scope. Didn't get to do anything with the scout this round.
You can find something before time is up. We'll need to take these fights. is going to have enough money with the loss bonus of 2,900 for the AWP into the next. And he should be a dead man walking. A tag, a swing, he goes down, and it is flawless. Sure, lots of damage done, but no kills. And that's what Halley would have been looking for. Soften the economy, make reinvestments possible for Legacy, but right now, sitting pretty with a residual buy, even if they do lose this first rifle round.
It's very promising signs to see Nissim in form as well. That's his second multi-kill.
Well, that's if they are going to test the extremities, right? This is an anchor player. The fact that he had such a mauling against Na'Vi earlier in the tournament, you don't expect that from the player on the wings. Shiro's AWP on the cross. Fires off. 2-1-2. Tries AWP starting towards B. That's the difference in the CT setup. And they're going to get a little bit curious at long. Art's going to be boosted up in the smoke. This is not going to be a position you clear if you do head back towards long. And with Art posted up, you feel that you're definitely guaranteed one.
Yeah, long is safe. It's going to free up Doom out completely.
Walking out the mid to B again. And remember, it's tries AWP on B. He has a full belt of utility because the scope is on tunnels. He doesn't have to drop the nades.
Nissim's playing for that one tap. That fight right there does find the head of Magix. Now spam through the smoke. It's peppered both of them. Tanir and Donk worse for wear. Nissim right next to Tanir in the smoke. Tanir works it out first, solves the problem. Just got to find Try on sight. No flash. Doing it dry into the scope. Oh, okay, Zontix. Fortunate, Try wasn't able to adjust so quickly.
I want to give this one a look. It's a 2v3. The bomb goes down 40 seconds on the clock. They've got Utah, they've got kids. Tough retake short. Silently through the tunnels. Dumao has some Utah to work with now. A couple of flashes could open the door. They're going to go for this one late.
Yeah, he's having a look. Shiro is scoped up on Art's approach. Util thrown over, and yeah, maybe not.
Okay, they went fishing at least. They're going to try and do damage as they hope to save. So Spirit need to find a way out. Dumao, how many can you take with you?
Shadow advantage for Dumao. Tries to take more. Art could perhaps get another. Orc retreats. Shiro will have safety. 1 HP on the AWP. Just finds a safe haven in time.
That's good damage. I understand it's not the round, but that's very good damage done there. The key is Shiro saves the AWP. If you took that away, you wouldn't see one into the next round of play. So you can see what the game plan was after the round was lost.
Funny exchange here. Tanir was trying to enter the smoke. Nissim was trying to leave it. Couldn't work out what he was walking into.
Shiro to post up for the cross once more. Ready for Try to post up aggressive short. He's been very good at these lines, Try, not overstepping. He's actually worried about the lower boost.
Intermittent checks of that possibility. Minor damage dealt to Donk.
He's going to be the man tasked with taking the lower tunnel space. It's integral if you want to get the ability to push back short. So by avoiding the nade, Donk been happy to start taking a look. And we've seen a couple of funky boosts coming out of Legacy.
Yeah, they've definitely got a bag full of tricks, haven't they?
Let's see if this one can hit the mark. It's a B smoke pressure, and they've had to disassemble that one, trying to block the mid to B themselves. Don't want to fall foul to the same round twice.
Suspicious smoke. Made onto Magix. And a conversation being had. You can see the meeting of the minds in mid. Donk is ahead of this, so on that fade, he is on the hunt.
Lado very aware of that now. The AU till lands, but this isn't the commitment. The bomb's still around lower tunnels. They drop Magix into spawn to deal with the rotation. Let's find out.
Right, flashed off. Donk out mid. Good find from Lato. That's the first blood, and it's at the 25-second mark. The first frag. 20 seconds. Things get awkward now. Tanir's got a sight to breach. Nissim's booked. Trapped in the corner, but he still finds output.
No time, no
finish
chance.
it. The round's over. The bomb's outside of B. You're going to have pennies in your pocket. Couple of kills for survival.
No chance. No time. Round for Legacy. Just don't go down after time. Here's Zontix. He's surging. He wants something. He wants to see if he can scavenge that AWP back, but so lucky to be alive. Legacy weather the storm. And Spirit, that is suboptimal. I did admire the way that Spirit ran the mid to B in the previous, right? If your upper tunnels player oversteps the mark, it's tough. Zontix did bide his time, but this time, just not enough bodies. And there's two men trying to do the mid to B split while everyone else is holding onto the rotation, selling a fake. They didn't get the rotations that they were hoping for.
I'm still in awe that Nissim gets something there onto Tanir. The counter to that position is being spotted by a team, making it on the mid to B. Still wins out on the duel. We've got a 4-1 scoreline, folks.
On this partial, hard to expect a lot.
The saved AK and the backup Kev on Donk.
I think one of the keys is trying to deal with what pace Legacy could throw at you, but they're not doing anything crazy, right? They're not pushing lower tunnels, they're not really aggressive short. Just playing a very standard game of Dust 2 right now.
With very tight comms. Everyone seems to be on the move all the time, aware of the gaps.
Yeah, they're not overextending and turning this into a all-out brawl. There's some playing behind this in case of the B pot, right? He wants to be jarring if they are setting up that util. And they will be eventually, but right now the Legacy setup is perfect. 3 towards B. And all 5 of Spirit in the upper tunnels. This should be a shutdown.
They are leaving Nissim a little bit. More distance grows between him and his support.
Okay, they just rotated the AWP over towards A. They don't know that it's the B play, 45 seconds.
You'd think they're going to be okay with Lato still here on that M4A4. He's got the bullets, he's got the incendiary, they're coming. Nissim 1, flushed into the fight and a spray down, shut down. Nothing out of that rifle, just stomps Deagle, and Nissim makes it look easy. Another triple out of Nissim. Keep coming B, he's going to keep feasting.
So we're going to have to see if spawns start coming into play for Spirit on this T side. Shiro has the best long spawn right now. Halli is going to take his second tactical timeout. Loss bonus is maxed. Magic's yet to get going. Thought it was going to be the Donk show. Right now it's just Nissim round after round. It's somewhat easy, right? This is light investment. Sure, there's the saved AK, but it's running through the incendiary. They're unable to make space. They're denied. Look at all the bodies, right? They're just stuck in the tunnels. If you can get out, you can make some room, the chance for the AK to work, but unable to grant that space. So Zontix, he's going to be in the buy for worse for wear. He saved that AK, didn't get the loss bonus in the previous. So he's just going to be working with a Tech 9. 3 AKs and Shiro back in with the AWP.
He's got a great spawn to try and do something on the cross. Has yet to connect here on the opening, and it will continue into round 7.
Yeah, you talk about openings. Within 6 rounds, they've all gone in favor of Legacy. Let's see if it can continue into round number 7. Double mollies in the longhouse, so just showing that I want to continue to try and press this same move. Tanir might get caught.
Right. This one's got it booked. Yeah, the bait and switch setup. Now Spams aren't able to contribute. Another opener, yeah. Put that one on the tally. 7-0 in opening duels.
Weak start from Spirit here, isn't it? It is going to have to be a change in terms of the tone of the game. They've just been defaulting, going through the motions. Players haven't really had the room to be able to contribute in the way that you'd like, and we haven't had that donk round yet. Thought the pistol could have been it.
Yeah, Nissim had other plans.
Back to mid, they'll float.
Right. Hard shot. Not playing scared. Confirms 2 and the bomb on the back of Shiro. That's noted. Testing Doom out. He's got to hit a headshot. Unable to find on the first burst. Block smoke and go. Does delay their progressions. 10 bullets left as he hears this push from Donk. It doesn't matter if you can hear him. He still busts through with 2. No secret as to his move there, but still 2 headshots. Job done, site 1. Spirit round 2.
Oh, Zontix might be on for one here. Knife out, spotted now.
Oh, nearly.
Deathmatch duel being had as this will confirm the save. Ooh, yeah, this man sitting close to the monitor, shaving off a couple of heads of his own. You need to hold on to your guns here, Spirit. This will be a second round, 3-round gap now. And the 1400 loss coming through. Lato will be able to drop one. Tri will be able to buy himself an AWP. And Tumal will be able to contribute as well. So there won't be any issues for the Legacy buy. But Cash is not as flush as you would have hoped for after a 5-1 scoreline. Now turns 5-2. Yeah, with a good long spawn this time around. Yeah, this is Donk knowing that he has to make a play, a man disadvantage.
The crosshair placement out of the smoke. He just has to click, and it's just insane.
This is Counter-Strike's biggest carry, no doubt about it.
Looking for his counterpart, his try. Oh, and Magix has opened up the account for Team Spirit. Donk builds on top. He's not done there either. Delays this match. Playing on the pixel off the flash.
Long push. Art's having a little bit of a gander here. If he pushes out, he's a dead mount. Magic's ready. 2 to find. And okay, well, you know, Nissan's the B defender. They don't know that he's secretly been able to squeeze his way across over towards A, but 5 versus 1, and this one should be done.
Nissim's been good, I acknowledge, but I do think we are setting the bar high. I'm expecting anything out of this one.
Well, the money's going to be gone after this, so Legacy will have to take the eco.
Would you say this is a textbook definition of what players mean when they say freeze? Not a single movement out of Team Spirit right now.
Just seeing if Nissan wants to continue in the School of Art, but no push coming their way. Letting Magix, the in-game leader, probe out long, see if they can find him before they look for the finish. 50 seconds, he might catch him here on the pivot, and well, Magix knows where you are, so take that bomb, head to B. As Donk jumps up and offers up his line.
Oh, he dinked him.
Good output, fair enough.
I think everyone watching this game is going to be sitting a little closer to their monitor.
Wouldn't mind a timeout here from ADO just to have a conversation about the cash. Those extra kills from Nissan mean that he could drop a glass cannon AWP. Well, it wouldn't be glass cannon because guess what? Try can buy armor behind it. So an AWP, I don't think is going to be expected if you're Spirit coming into this next round, and that's what's manifested. Try's been dropped the AWP, everyone else is eco. Try's going to have to try and insert himself in this round, so aggressive short.
It's the play, and you're not ready for an AWP. Magix can't believe it. Try does what he was designed to do.
He has to keep moving right now. So this is where the AWP just needs to stay agile. Right, find as many picks within the round as possible. You just don't want to sit in one position. Continue to be a nuisance in the side of Spirit while they try and regroup.
An objective live for the rest of them.
Well, it's a bit of pressure on B. AWP will rotate back towards the A side. Magix gets an opportunity from the grave to look at the macro, but the rest of them are going to need to take some responsibility on probing out some jewels across the map. They do have a lot of nades, so you'd hate to walk in dry to the AWP again. If there was more of an investment, there's 5.7s and P250s, maybe a Deagle, you could make a case for this, but really this has to be all try. So if they want to win this round, the AWP needs to find more.
And more are coming his way. Oh, an overextension from Donk, and not quite the lethality try. Would have liked how about a second double dip, this time lethal. 2 kills from the hero AWP. Nissim's hard work. Converted into an AWP, 1 bullet, unable to find him. Tanir's going to run him down on the reload. He is a dead man reloading, and Tanir can just rack him up. Long-range USP headshot from Art. Puts Tanir down to 5. But that gun irretrievable, and despite Try's attempts. Spirit have passed this test.
They kept the pressure on. Definitely a more difficult puzzle to solve there for Spirit. Let's throw that one away. Shiro has enough to buy his own, so don't you worry about that. As cleaning up the trash is Zontix. 3 for him, 2 for Tanir. And the score 5-4, still in favor of Legacy as ADL will take his first tactical timeout. Hanley has already burnt 2. I'm sure he'd be happy that the pressure's now on the other foot, so he can say, boys, we've broken through, we've taken control of the money, we know that there was an AWP in the mix, so something has to be a little bit lesser in the buy. The man to take the emission is going to be Art. MP9 towards long. Hey, as long as you can get the control, good weapon for the job.
I mean, every AWP player must be salivating at the way they're setting him up.
Yesterday was the first Dust 2 we got to see with Try in the Legacy roster. On that CT side, he went 17 and 8, 6 multi-kills. And they're hoping to replicate that here today. Biggest issue for the buy of Legacy is no kit leaving this round. Try again, starting B. Second time we've seen this opener. Deep Molly's long, tell of a push, and I think after you've seen Art worm his way in and get boosted up, you want to deny that if you can. He will be very wary. This is his territory on the default. He has support to try and put a leash on Art, who's not there. Right, that nuisance earlier in the half, that's conditioning. That makes Spirit oh so worried as Legacy are setting up for what is going to be a bit of a short clamp down. Very site-centric over towards A. Very limited room if they do lose long. That's, I think Tania will just have to walk out and take the space, and is acknowledging it. He knows it's a possibility. As U2. Hands over towards short, over towards B. This is going to keep the comms of Legacy a little bit muddy right now.
Gosh, Magix has a million flashbangs at his feet.
Time's going to be the issue. We're already at the 40-second mark. They've just smoked the long corner, and now they're taking the space. This is going to be difficult for Spirit.
Hoping Shiro late short on his own. But if they go any further than this, he's going to lose that AWP. Oh, I can't believe it. No cover, no help, long lost. Lato, he's been sat down. Oh, Zontix has just gone straight through the smoke. They have no idea. They've passed each other. Donk, good find onto Dumao. He's getting all the kills necessary. There's one back from Try, but the bomb gets planted regardless. Zontix reveals himself. Nissim had no idea that ships in a night crossed in the smoke and now thrust into a 1 versus 3.
The option is the save again. He might be able to find something a little bit juicier to take into the next for Try, but right now we're looking at 4 straight rounds for Spirit.
Yeah, you already highlighted no kids on anyone into that round, so with that bomb plant, the round is essentially secured. Also a triple kill out of Donk, that certainly helps.
Nissim might be able to take Magix and the AWP, but is the trade from lower? They want to make sure they remove this, and Nissim, he's taking another with him. Tania finally onto the trade, AWP denied.
Didn't expect two to be playing whack-a-mole on Xbox.
Okay, well, max loss bonus for Legacy going into the next round. This should be partial by territory. We might see Art go for a hero M4. He's got 3.8k. So these are the type of rounds where you turn to Art to be a real jarring presence within the round. Might see him try and run into lower tunnels depending on his spawns. He did have a good lower dark spawn, but it's just going to be starting over towards A. I believe he dropped the Famas to Dumao, so they're treating this as a 4-1. Shiro's AWP on the long line. Smoked off that molly. Hold them at bay. They're going to play through for the space. Spirit will concede anyway. In fact, you hear flashes and being so layered should be telling to Spirit that long control has definitely been garnered. A whole lot of hurry up and wait right now coming out of the Spirit camp. They're in absolutely no rush. It's the type of round where you don't want to be stepping on any booby traps laid in this light buy. It's much more stressful to play the late game, to run the clock right down to those final 20 seconds. Team flash there, but Magix gets out.
I know Nissim's been having a game, but this is asking a lot on the 5-7, isn't it? Dumao's Famas noted and spamming through that mid-smoke now. They're looking for occupation on B, that he's outside of their expectations. How he clears Magix. Oh, he did a lazy clear. The trade from Donk, though, secures the B site.
And they've got the rotation as well, right? Shiro can just post up and watch CT. You've got Tania dealing with short. The biggest problem right now is a long push. But they will definitely clear the rats out in the system, plant that bomb, 40 seconds on the clock, and what should be another round for Spirit. Might want to just limit the possibility to see if he can take an AK into the next. Now Tania's going to deny Art any possibilities as that armor, not too shabby either. All in all, the gas has been sucked out of the room here for Legacy. It was Nissim who shut them down round after B, round 18 kills deep. The next closest on his team is 7, and that's Try. Bit of a bludgeoning as far as that's concerned. A deep molly, not really going to hit the mark as Tania just needs to not give away this AK. Round is confirmed, bomb goes off, and that's Spirit guaranteeing a tie at the half.
Terrorists win.
5 straight, their first 4 staying alive. Otherwise, it's been pretty close, right? These rounds, they've definitely done a good job, Legacy, of trading back and forth, but then Donk happens with a multi-kill, and the round just gets away from you. Donk's going to take an AWP and try and go for a long pick early while Shiro spams the doors or takes a shot, and that might mean when they round the corner for this long control, they're a little bit lazy, not expecting another orb to be posted on the line.
They start with 3. Magic's also wielding one. Donko's looking, and he's tagged up Dumao. Oh, and we've got an AWP on B as well, have we? Found Magic. Will they get channeled in now? With 40 seconds, they're feeling flustered. Don't forget Dumao low. Any output from him on this commitment is worth its weight in gold. Dumao hides out, hoping to be overlooked on their path. He does manage to find out, but disappears in a puff of smoke. They're right next to each other. Unannounced, creeping and crawling. Zontix getting shaky, and a missed shot from the orb. Lato couldn't connect. Running through is Zontix, the hero spirit needed. He gets himself 3 before he meets Try. Mission accomplished, though. 1 versus 1 on that low HP. Good luck, have fun. Shiro healthy.
There's a kit for Try. He's just picked that up. Time no longer such a problem.
He's hoping as he lets that clock run, Shiro starts to get paranoid about alternative entrance. Has to hit the double headshot here. Oh, just like that! Try ties us up at 6-6 on the half.
That's disgusting.
Hell of a clutch. Sheesh.
You're coming back into B, that's never going to be easy, especially on low HP.
What?
So they snatch something away to stop the run of 5. Crispy stuff there. We'll catch that again. Zontix, I can't believe how quiet he was in that smoke that entire time. Lato misses the shot. Zontix punishes, and then Bloodlust, he heats up, goes a little bit too far. Gives Try a 1v1, and he'll take that every day of the week. Your head pinned to the back wall. Nice shot from Try. Like, they should have definitely had that. They should have more than had that.
I mean, he was 1 bullet shy of getting the 4K with Zontix. Try just survived on a scrap and made it work.
Draw attention again to the fact that Legacy, the best pistol team in the tournament so far. Let's see if they can make it 2 from 2 as now we swap sides. Spirit on the defense on their map choice. Dual Berettas for Shiro. Zontix gifted a smoke, and Magic's flash. Tania yet to buy. I'm sure he's just going to chip in with that armor as we're leaving spawn. Yes, he will. Try with a good long spawn. He's got a P250. See if we get a head-to-head. He wants to take the fight over towards middle. He's also got the bomb on his back. You might want to throw that one off to Lato if you can. You don't want the P250 searching first with the bomb. And no aggression from Spirit either. And slow and steady from Legacy, the same as what we saw in that first half. Just making sure that there's nobody getting a little bit cheeky, pushing up, trying to find a fight there, giving you all the room in the world. So a rally of flashes, they can walk out the mid doors for free, and then at that point, it's going to be the pace. Since the reroute all the way back through spawn, it will be. So Try will take the bomb over towards B. Lato sitting outside long for the push. Towards the side, it is going to be that of Zontix back plat, trying to bait for Shiro with the dual Berettas up close. That smoke must have been left, so jaunting all the way back to pick that up. Mid to B is going to be a real problem.
Big test for Zontix on the pistol. Oh, getting real low through the spam of the smoke. He gets away with his life for now.
They're going back to A. The bomb wants to go up short.
They're hearing the CT boost. Art spotted, Dumao audible, pressure felt. Donks managed to find the headshots. Quick double. Tanir, oh, he's done well. Gets the info, still alive for
Delayed
a moment.
long
This
enough.
is down, he has delayed.
no.
Lato, hang on, onto Donk. That's a big kill from Lato.
They're going to concede the site now. Bomb will go down.
Changes the state of affairs, doesn't it? Nissim was hoping to hit the headshot on the mantle up, and now playing a wicked game. Dismounts, looking for Magix. He's not scared. He's playing a 1v1. He'll happily duel, as will Magix. Taps his head off. Lato unable to connect. Try under a lot of pressure now with that P250. They're closing the gap, tightening the noose through the box. A headshot, and Spirit's pistol to be taken. He just doesn't have the bullets.
Touch and go still. I think Tanir, when he slows them down coming up short, you think to yourself, okay, this will allow the rotation to come in. Lato picks one off the pack and changes that site rotation completely. The Spirit, that wasn't an easy round by any means. They kept you guessing. The mid to B util, back up short with the reroute.
Boosting Donk up was the right decision.
With the bomb going down, should be expecting the force. Double scout being invested upon right now, or at least it was. It's being juggled. It will just be 2 Galil, 2 Tech 9s, and that scout for try. Doesn't fire on the first. Nade will cover the second. And the B defense, Donk and Zontix will be able to get across unscathed. U2 options for Legacy right now. They get the mid door and short control. We got the crisscross. If they can get up short, we've just got the smoke wall. Or is it something a little bit more out of the box? As both teams have been respecting one another a lot with all this room. There was only one round of that first half where Legacy tried to overstep the mark, go a bit aggressive. It's more understandable from Spirit up against the Force Spy.
Magix has got his work cut out for him if they do start to pressure this mid to B. And doing it dry is Doom now. Magix fires off some shots, tucks in, ready for a hefty HE. Wants to get the timing right. Donk on the window, staying active. Going to start to engage now. Yeah, it's just a bombardment. One from Doomau, but the rest is all Team Spirit. Try another one, and it's Donk with 3. Climbing up the scoreboard totals rapidly. He's chasing Nissim now.
Yeah, you can see them announcing their presence as they come out mid. Magic could be calling multiple footsteps, at least 3 players there. They both turn their attention. One of the keys for B defenders is you have to fight the same choke point. You can't split up and one fight the mid to B and the other worry about upper tunnels. You have to group up. Sure, you know that Nissim likely going to pipe through late. That's why they push out, they fight, and they flush out their mid to B. That was what was determined in that moment. And those protocols have to be in place before that pop happens. So we'll have to be the eco. Long corner smoke to keep them on.
Yes. Oi, oi.
All right, Lato.
That's nuts. Oh my God! Crazy double out of the Diga Lato.
Well, he's done more than he was worth there. Unfortunately, Magic's double right back. Nissim's got some space.
More than they realize. You can see Art trying to work out what he's supposed to do with this. Obviously, Zontix acting like nothing's wrong. Little does he know, though. On the way back in, how does Nissim play this? He's got a hefty disadvantage with that P250. He's relaying this information as to Zontix's coordinates. He's got to catch this perfect. He cannot be spotted.
He's on his own as well.
He cannot do anything but surprise! Oh! The jump! Still finds accuracy! A little bit of Lady Liquid luck on the side of Zontix. He's in the air, chat.
That's a bailout kill and a half. Okay.
What? So what?
So this round done. That's Spirit 9-6. What an unbelievable round both ways.
Yeah.
Lato, those deagle kills Zontix. Show us that one again, please.
He's straight up scroll wheeled mid-panic spray.
It's meant to be a jump scare.
Oh, Lato hit some crackers. This one's second one as well. That's obviously full of light. Check the other one out towards middle. We'll see this again. Bosh.
Yeah, the eco's not meant to be this entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
That one's going to leave a mark. Second tactical timeout called from Legacy. You would love to get the bomb down there. Try will be able to bring in the AWP, but this is where we want to see if Art was hit the pedal to the metal, right? We know yesterday against Falcons, their game plan on Mirage was to try and bully Carrigan. It didn't work. Honesty was there, but it was their CT side that shut the door, the blue wall. Falcons embarrassed as Legacy continued to take home big names. Na'Vi and Legacy fall. Spirit the next on the naughty list, and that's if they want a shot at the grand final against Foot. Now, you heard me right. Navi Academy no more.
Still processing.
Try will not opt in with the AWP. It was possible. Shiro will have the advantage in the head with the early B pressure. They've thrown out a door smoke, so right now reeling will be Zontix. He has to hold this himself. They want to go late out long.
Oh! That's one way to open things up. Not onto Magix. It's Donk just in the open. He controls the M4 spray gracefully, finding two. They line up Lato and Art gone. Related trade, sure. Shiro clocks one of them. That's bomb on the back. A try, and he's gone. Nice reposition out of the AWP. Finds a deeper line into pit to ensure it. Oh, now lost. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, look, could be 4 straight right now, unless Dumao can clutch this one out. Extremely unlikely, especially with the pathing of Zontix. He's not going to come through low A. He's not going to give you the challenge over towards the mid to B cross. He's just gone all the way around into your spawn. And that means he can batten down the hatches. You can't path back through T-spawn to pick up that bomb.
And if you want to path through short, you've got an AWP to get past. Molly Goose will force Shiro into the fight. Right?
Not going to spread. Looks all right.
Yeah, Shiro's okay. Tanir next up to bat. Needed to find that one tap, and with his bell now rung, Dumao's chances shut down to 0. 4 on the trot to start off CT proceeding. Spirit comfortable here on Dust 2.
Yeah, add another multi-kill to the tally there for Donk. He's up to 6 so far. Zontic's doing as well in that department as well. He's got 5. So between the two of them, they've been shutting things down or opening them up. And I think the opening kills, if you consider the last 2 rounds, they're still flooding in for Legacy. They're dominating in that department, but not within the round count.
ADR's used his last timeout.
We're talking 12 opening kills in favor of Legacy. It's all of 4 for Spirit. We've split the pistols, leaving that clutch from Try. So right now it's just a whole lot more polish from Spirit on their home turf. This and Anubis. That's where they'd like to find themselves. Banned out today was Anubis, having a pick in the dust too, but their record with this roster, 26-6, 6-2 for the season, and undefeated so far at EWC, looking to add that 4 in a row right now. 3 more rounds.
It's flowing so good.
Partial buy. One corner smoke, Shiro flashed off, rattles the AWP, and they know one control has been given. So Legacy are going to back off and try and reroute quickly. So normally in this moment, right, the CTs, if they want the space, they're going to try and push into upper tunnels. The clear on the smoke spots nothing, so that's good information. Don't have to be so hasty trying to claw back some room. And again, when you know what type of buy that you're up against, it will inform those choices. A full gun round? Yeah, okay, you might be quick to that. Some pistols, some light upgrades, you don't have to be. So 4 silent through mid.
He's still got that HE, Chad. If he times it right, he's going to expose them. Attention drawn with the lurk smoke B. Martin go, congregate. Does the molly sell it? Yes, it does. Exposed. Only Art there. Now they know. Shiro was stubborn, stuck around. Nice composure from Magix as well. Just bursts the head off of Dumao, finishes the job, and oh, he's got Alpha as try. 2 on the B250, onto an AK, and hold your horses. He nearly pulled us into a 1v1 out of absolutely nowhere.
Okay, so a couple of rounds where they've had these pistols with good output, but again, we're searching for rounds.
I'm running out of chances.
Just 2 more for Spirit to lock this one in. They were out of position. It did force a bit of an over-rotation. Actually, I'll say rotation, not over-rotation. They were still in the right place to deliver.
Парни, Goji.
Looks like a long go. Lato and Try to be flashed in from Art.
Lato striding forward. A man determined to draw first blood, but Donk has beaten him to the punch. Oh, and Magic's on a chip-in, just on the smoke spray. Back through the car window, we do see Dumao connecting bullets. Now the smoke, Lato finds Tanir. So now what?
Well, that's your long player and your A-rotating rifler dead. Zontic's the B anchor, Donk. Mid to B rifler, you still have to get past this AWP.
Ooh, he's escorting Donk forward.
Shiro can also flash this to try and facilitate Donk's swing.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. You got Lato and Art. Oh, everyone doing the dance just in time. Art gets it back on. Reaction shot. I want to know how blind he was. Exposure doesn't quite catch on the smoke break. Shiro was hoping he could try and level us out into a 2-on-2. Instead, Legacy, a man up, only a shadow of his former self, are on 4 HP.
Well, the fact they've drawn this back at all is crazy. The 2 opening kills going in favor of Spirit. Looking across. Flash will delay. There's a HE and an Incendiary in the mix. That could be lethal to Lato or Art.
Flash and go. Lato across. Zontix lets them in. It's going to be the nades. It's going to be this bombardment. Well-placed Incendiary in combination with the HE grenade. Doom out, reeling. 4 HP, 2 of them now. And now Zontix, all he has to do is just pepper him. Ooh, good shots. Art's making that off work. 2 kills from him, and Legacy do something on the T side.
That's going to be frustrating there. The fact that you got them so down low. The U2 looked perfect. Doom out, the man who lived, and, well, the same for his teammates. They will get on the board. They will post that T-side round, but they still need to break through another before you can break through the money. It's a great flash. Okay.
Ooh, just got vision back enough.
The job was done there. Straight down the guts. They're going to biff suicide. Try with the AWP posted, and he hit the tag. Shiro couldn't do that in the first half.
Yeah, crazy. On the flick, finds the boot to Shiro.
Want to return late long. There's 3 congregated outside the doors now. Okay, try might go for the pre-lineup on the corner. They've started Donk over towards long. As mentioned, he's traditionally that mid to B rifler. Trading places. This is going to be tough now for Tania. He's can't really return to the corner. The smoke's faded.
He dares jiggle this. 1 step too far, and try will have you. Lato audible.
Flash deep, and it got Tania. That's fortunate.
It saved him.
Yeah, if he went out, then he was a dead man.
Resmoke onto Try's position. What's the adaptation?
Hoping for an over-rotation from Spirit this time round. You've got a player in lower, 1 in upper, waiting for the push.
We're going to have a fight here on long. Ladies and gentlemen, Art unloads his mag. There's Tanir. Finds the first frag of the round. There's Try back. Lato continues the trades to level us into the 3-on-3.
45 bombs spotted.
Bombs seen long.
You need these lurks to activate to try and draw something back or group up, right? You've still got time to group up and trade out efficiently, but right now 1-1-1 is how they stand. Legacy, what's the plan?
You just hope and pray Spirit give you something in your patient 25-second round. You're so loud if you're Lato.
This is all heard.
They know what's up. They can surely catch you on the back pedal. He's got 1. He's got 2.
But you're going into B with the AWP.
Okay, Shiro can do this. They have to plant. They have to run at him. They have to run at the sniper. 10 seconds. Lato, have you got anything left? It's too little. To Lato. It's Shiro!
Couldn't get it done in the first half in the 1v1 versus Try, but that one means a whole lot more. 12 on the board. 1 more. And you're shutting them out, you're shutting them down. Shiro bought into close. Lato, crispy shots, it looks so good, but Shiro, the unknown entity on the B side, dancing around, getting them done. And Hallie likes the way that one feels. This could be the final round. Heavy towards B. Not off the rip. Do you really want to follow through with the pop? You got this AWP. If you don't get out, if you can't breach through, how is Try meant to help?
Here it comes. Donk readies himself, does unload. 2 down immediately. Legacy's hopes have taken dust too, going along with the 3K. Donk up to 25. The last remains of Legacy surge forward into Zontix, staying nimble. A full mag dump into that smoke. A flash and go. Tanir caught as well. Just Lato on that low HP and a 1v2. I don't fancy his chances in. Spirit take dust too. We had a competitive first half. They were level pegging 6-6. And on the swap of the side, Spirit erect that blue wall.
Yeah, we split the pistols. The clutch in that first half going in the favor of Try. We swap on over and quite the run. 5 consecutive rounds. Donk and Zontix with a handful of multis. Shiro's clutch, the statement piece. Coming up next, it's going to be Ancient, another brawly map, but this tone of this map was not that. This was slow. This was played at Spirit's pace. Legacy, do you want to try and bring a bit more pep in your step with the map coming up next? You want to push this to Mirage. You want a chance at that grand final in the Acor Arena tomorrow. And this one wasn't close. This is another Dust 2 at EWC added to Spirit's tally.
Go follow Ray, support his poster game. Let's take a look, though, at some of the big highlights, including the closer. A blind dog still finds 2, and then his friends convene. This is the closure to Spirit's Dust 2. It was their map pick, NBK. It was close in the first half. Not so much when they got the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about. Once the A game of Legacy was figured out, I think there was nothing else for them to run away for. It was just, yeah, experiencing Donk, I think, on a big stage, but especially Zontix, I think he really put them on the map on the first part, and then Donk took over the game.
Yanko, you very politely called out Zontix, saying if they want to make it to a grand finals, he's going to need to step up his game. Good enough?
Yeah, he definitely did great, especially on that T side, right, where they were falling behind and had to come back into the game. But yeah, you see the quality of Team Spirit. Something that got Legacy this far has been, like Chad pointed out, pistol rounds. They're the best team in pistol rounds in the event. And you feel like on a map like this against Spirit, they needed both. They had that 3v3 in the second. Nissim overextends a little bit. He was feeling it. He had a great first half. And from that point on, really wasn't much there in the gun rounds.
Once the eco was against him, the game fell away to Team Spirit. Let's take a look at some of the crucial rounds. What do you carve out for me first, Yanko?
Yeah, so as I said, you know, Spirit was behind in the first half. Legacy behind that pistol, you know, doing great work. They did this a couple of times. This is the first time it actually worked that someone was long, so this was a bit of an anti-strat from them. They're going to find the kill on Tanir, right? So great opportunity in a 5v4 to keep rolling. Try, he stays on mid, and as soon as they see him fire off a shot, they speed up towards A because there's no op to punish. Donk versus an AK, advantage over anyone. Dumao even has a defensive smoke here. They're trying to play it together, right? But it's not going to matter because Donk is just going to fully disrespect the smoke. He's on his own, just wrecks Dumao, gets Art as well. Magix gets the kill on Tri, who's trying to come back, and the other 2 players have to save, and that just sort of brute force the effect that Donk can have on a game.
I think that really showcases why Donk is Donk and what's the difference between Donk in practice. You're going to disrespect him. You're going to get that kill in practice maybe, but in an official game, he's just going to run through. You're going to miss that one bullet, and that's good enough for Donk to make the difference. So yeah, I think that was a good showcase of the difference between what really started the comeback for Spirit. They had a lot of good ideas, those trick plays, 5v4s, those small things that give them an advantage. But then you have the brute force of Spirit that comes through, and it was over.
We've got another round carved out for y'all at home. This is round 15. Yanko, walk me through this one.
This was nuts. This is where you thought, wow, is Legacy going to steal one away, right? So you can see they're on an eco, no armor, a couple of upgraded pistols, and that's it. Lato, bang, bang. That's Shiro out. See ya. Goes back to mid, bang. That's Donk out. 5v3, okay, they're still on an eco. Nissim, great risk play from him, walks through the smoke on B and finds it empty, and now Zontix comes back, he's running. Nathan, as soon as I saw Zontix jump around and run around, I knew Nissim wasn't going to get the kill.
Yeah, definitely, especially when he gets the M4 in hand. There was a good 10 seconds where he was knife in hand jumping on the side. That was the timing. You have just a weapon with no Kevlar, anything can happen.
It's just when a player is moving so much and you have a P250 and you're like, it feels like you think it's so easy, but it's not. And the fact that Zontix got him jumping is just insult to injury.
That was one of my favorite plays of the game. It made this whole crowd roar. How infrequent are jump shots?
They're more and more frequent with CS2, let's say. It wasn't a thing before, but now it is. It could have very well, to be honest, I don't think it would have changed the game that much. Maybe they lose the round, they would win the one after. They were clearly in control, they were clearly the better team. And this is also on the flip side, your Legacy. You have that round, you have Lato that gets the 2 entries. Lucky, you would say, with being blind and everything. You lose the round. You have everything going on, you still lose the round. And I think that's mentally, for Legacy, that really sealed it down.
A little bit mental boom right there. Zontix, though, stepping up his game throughout this first map. Let's take a look at some of his best moments. And I want to hear from you, NBK. What impressed you from this man in particular?
Whenever Zontix is really going on and he has his good games, it's the multi-kills. The multi-kills are always there, and you can see he has moments where he's just very sharp. And it's the same discussion with Nissim, for example. When you have those players that are hard anchors that are being left alone, if you get those guys going, if they look sharp, you can leave them alone. You can leave them, completely alone on one side of the map, and you can do whatever you want on the other sides. I mean, look at him. Like, look at that. He's just adjusting very quickly, and it looks easy, right?
Yeah, I think with Zontix, you know, actually his mechanics sometimes maybe leave a little bit to be desired, but it's sort of his fearlessness, his game sense, right, understanding, all right, it seems like the attention of the opponent is on the other side of the map. This is where I have to try and make a play for my team, you know, to create some space, to get some information, maybe even open up a bomb site. I think that's why, you know, that's a player that coaches love, right? Because he's going to make the correct decisions. He's going to do whatever is best for the team in that round, and you always want players like that on the squad.
You don't need to beat the star. We've got a big one in Donk. Let's take a look, though, at some of the stats from a guy playing for #1 on the planet. 3 players were on that list to start the tournament. With Falcons out, we said goodbye to Modesty, and then, of course, we had to say goodbye to Zaiwu when Vitality was taken out by this man.
What can you say even at that point? Even if he started pretty slow, he didn't get too many kills, he was like average on the scoreboard, and he just lights up everything on the second half, especially on the City side. The moment he gets an AK in his hands, that's multi-kills everywhere. You can see, I don't know, the stats speak for themselves. He's all over the place, he has high ADR, he's entering, he's doing multi-kills, he's all over the place. You don't really know where he's playing B on the last round. He's just everything. He's Counter-Strike at that point.
And he's not a cheater, right, Yanko? This is actually a real human.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. We haven't proven it, but we will DNA test him.
So far, no one's caught him yet.
Another player, though, to watch throughout this matchup had a star first half. Nissim had a big game yesterday. He got credit from his teammates. Let's take a look at some of his highlights. And Yanko, I want to hear from you. Where is he most dangerous?
Yeah, this was huge for him in the pistol. He was in a 1v2 against Shiro and Donk manages to clutch that, and he does such a great job holding down the bomb sites, right? Like early on, Spirit was going towards that B site, and he was just there shutting it down, finding multi-kill after multi-kill. That's something that you can expect from him going into Ancient as well, but you know, it felt like he was the only guy to get going for Legacy for the longest time.
Definitely, and it's good for him to hold his side and his part of the map. If you have the rest of the team that can do the work everywhere else, you're going to lose the game regardless. And so you could see on the first half, he was very efficient, getting a lot of the kills, a lot of multi-kills especially. And then coming into the second half, something we talked in the green room, that pistol round, that's little move. He was going aggressive, but not aggressive enough, in my opinion. If you're feeling the game so well, if you're so confident in everything you're doing, just go for it.
Just full send it?
Yeah, everything's going to work for you. Jump into city spawn, take that duel 100%, and don't try to jiggle peek. Don't be in between. Just go for it, especially with a map like that. Yeah, there's no way you go out of the city side not confident into your abilities and everything you can do. You see him starting on the T side a bit shaky. If you have a game, have a game. Look at Donk. The moment he starts going, he just goes.
Yeah, and they'll start on the T side on Ancient. That's why I think, you know, it's really important for them to win the pistol and have a good start, because the way they want to play is aggressive. They want to rush. They want to have fast rounds. They want to get in your face. That's way more difficult to call those rounds and to play them when you're down 0-3. And if you lose, you call it and lose, and now you're on pistols again. Your opponents are getting a huge bank. Like, they have such a big buffer to play with. So yeah, it felt maybe a bit that they were a little bit nervous on the first map too, the players from Legacy, so hopefully they got that out of the way, and now they can play a little bit more of their Counter-Strike that we love to watch.
We want to welcome in all of our viewers from Trackmania in Fortnite. This is Counter-Strike 2, and we are in our second semi-final. Foot, a team that wasn't in the top 10 world ranking, is already into the grand final. Now we will find out who joins them at the Accor Arena. Spirit was able to take their map. We're going into Ancient. This is Legacy's pick. Spirit decides to start on CT side. What does that spell for you, MBK?
I'm very worried for Legacy, to be honest. It really felt like they started with the game plan. I mean, Legacy started with the game plan. They got the rounds going, and then they got figured out, and that was over for this point. So I think Ancient, sadly, might go this way.
This is where they stomped Na'Vi, but it came off the back of a 10-2 CT side, right? And completely neutralizing Makazi and the way he likes to take mid. And I'm sure they'll have something in store for, you know, Donk, but they are starting on that T side, right? So you just want to find some of that, you know, bravado that they have and some of that aggression that they have on their T side, loosen up a little bit. Like, if you're going to lose 2-0, go out playing your own game, because now it's a bit too timid for me.
NBK is
$4,600 points for both Falcons as well as AJL in the club championship right now, which is absolutely crazy to be saying because we are down to our final title, Trackmania. As of now, Falcons does have the tiebreaker, but AJL can do something crazy right now.
Step one is done for Gordon. I mean, I think realistically speaking, we didn't expect it to go this far. He wasn't doing very well in his semi-final either, to be honest with you, and somehow made it through. But now he's in there. He needs a top 3 finish. There are only 4 people in that grand final. Just needs to finish 3rd, and AJL will be champions. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, it's going to come down to this stage over here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. So, of course, we'll let you know if anything changes.
Why I like animes? Actually, I was really young when I started watching animes. I was like 13 years old, I guess, when I started watching animes. So I started watching, and I like it a lot, you know. So even nowadays, I watch animes with my girlfriend. She likes as well. One thing that I learned watching anime, I think every anime show to you how hard is the life. You need to be stronger. Like you need to move on, and I think the best animes show this for you, so I think this.
I think Ancient would work really well as a scene of an anime game. I think it would be really cool.
Say Anubis. I think Anubis is kind of like special map. Also, I know Valve, they wanted to make a Night Ancient, like with the moon on top, or Mirage with the moon on top in the weather, you know, in the clouds. So I think it would look insane.
Either nuke or overpass, like I would say more like overpass.
Even though I don't like the map as much, I would say Anubis. Yeah, it looks like a One Piece map, so I think kind of reminds me of one.
Maybe a dark map. There's a maybe Ancient and a dark Ancient because you can change the sky, so I think Ancient.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm your teacher, French teacher. Bars.
Is this torture equipment?
Bars for the snails.
Huh? For the snail? What snail?
Yes.
No,
yes,
no.
of course.
Trying to see no snail. Wait, there's no snail. I dare there's snail be in there. I dare you.
Wait, I got it out.
Why can't you bring butter croissant? This place is mental.
AJ.
All right, so when are we gonna do the... Oh!
She is man.
Nah, no. There is no way!
And people say that the Americans are not cultured. What are you doing? Don't you eat beans on toast or something?
Hey. She went too far then.
She went too far.
That was a hate crime. I apologize.
You went for the low blow there.
I apologize. Oh, this is the frogs. Look at their little dégustez les.
Oh! Look at chilling like this as well.
Just stick with chicken. Like, what's the point of doing this? You know what I mean?
C'est une spécialité française.
Just let them just walk around. They don't want to be eating. They were just trying to ribbit and jump around, and these in France said, go on and put some sauce on.
Cuisse de grenouille. Cuisse de grenouille, like a chicken.
Oh, that's like an action figure.
No, you don't do that normally. Well, they used to do that, and they can't now.
Yeah, not possible for us.
Just like bullets.
We can't. Look, the fact that they're there right now, I'm devastated.
Cut it in two. Cut it in two? Yes. Okay.
How do you say teacher?
Yes.
Professora?
That's Portuguese. Professora.
Professora.
Vici, my Vici. I said the change. And then it's finished 6, 7.
Sorry.
Am I insulting the French if I don't try it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here I go.
Let's
3,
go.
2, 1.
Oh yeah.
Oh là 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 là, c'est magnifique. Bravo.
The snail was easier. The texture is interesting.
That's not good.
Why do people only eat the legs?
This is nearly.
Nearly the whole body, yeah.
Yes, afterwards it's the hand.
Ramon, chuck me a baguette.
This is I can go with
Yeah!
bread. This is what I can get into.
Gotcha.
That was a good catch.
Alors,
Put
the
it in.
plates.
Okay.
Comme ça.
Just do the sideways, man.
Ouais, sur le côté. Voilà,
Yeah.
c'est ça.
With my hand. If he's put his hands all over the bread, at that point you might as well just put it in your mouth.
What are you doing? It's
Voilà.
not French manière. I'm so sorry.
Voilà.
but
Bread's good.
Hey! Finally the good stuff.
Madame,
Ouais.
why does AJ get a cake when he didn't even try the snail?
I don't know.
Is that what type of snitch you are?
Yeah, that's kind of bad cheese.
Could you please take a spoon?
She's not looking, she's not looking.
No.
They're not bad. I think you have to cut his cake for him.
Why did it take that long to do that?
Huh?
If we lost our napkin, do we use the tablecloth?
No, never. Take your napkins.
So you never used your hands to clean this ever?
Wipe it off.
Never.
Look,
On the
this,
napkins.
not here. So if we don't have anything,
That's what the tablecloth is for, right?
we grew up in the
You're gonna
wilderness.
wash it anyway.
Merci beaucoup.
And we'll see you at the next French lesson.
Terrorists win. Let's see. Hey, man, can you drop me a P250 or a grenade?
Yeah, drop some pistols, bro. Maybe drop nades and we push long.
Man, what are you doing? We need to eco. Don't worry, I've got this. No, guys, please, I'll drop you next round.
The Esports World Cup continues. The Counter-Strike does too. Another semi-final. We're going to that second map, and Dust 2, it looked competitive in that first half. It is our first look at this head-to-head. We haven't seen these cores, Legacy and Spirit, clash before. It's a brand new flavor, and it's a new flavor for Legacy. One of the questions we had coming into this one was when you saw the vetoes, Yanko said his estimations of like a 25% went down to like a 5%.
Yeah, there's a question of playing Donk in an official. You can have no fear, you can have conviction, and then you get smacked in the face. It wasn't just Donk, it was Shiro with a clutch, Zontix with some big moments, and, well, yeah, Donk, of course. As we turn our sights to the map choice of Legacy, things only get harder from here. Spirit are on a 9-map winning streak on this map right now, going up to Legacy, who played it once of the day. They dumpstered Na'Vi, but they started on the CT side, and Nissan, well, he went God mode. Can he do that again today, right here, right now? Well, they're going to need it. Well, this could be a 2-0 for Spirit and booking a spot in that grand final. Best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah,
Core Arena, we're going from 7,000 to 12,000, so don't miss it.
Yeah. Let's see if Legacy can get their stage legs up against Spirit.
That pace of the last game was a bit curious. I thought that Legacy would be a little bit more punchy. Spirit did a good job of chaining them. And I think the conversation for Legacy in between maps will be make sure we play our own game before this is done. Doesn't matter the result.
Right. Because there is a unique flair and flavor to Legacy's Counter-Strike. It does look
Action
like
on
they're going
Donk.
to be applying pressure towards that A site. This Donut Smoke has completely scrapped their plans, though. They invested utility into that, and now this is the clear. Magic's will find Art, but Art's the one to nail the headshot. Shiro, another where that came from. Ramp, dual Berettas, but they're going to race him through Cave.
Yeah, has to respect this, Shiro.
He's in a good position, though. Imagine if the long players start drawing blood, and then he could just activate. Does so, tracks Lato. More Spirit players rotating through. Zontix to lend a hand next. You've got the numbers, though, Legacy. And they'll use time to group them up. Zontix and Shiro. Now Doomau does get out. Lots of space, lots of bloodshed. 2 quick ones out of the Doomau Glock. It's just Donk, and he's done dirty by Doomau.
Okay, interesting round, pushed and pulled right there. That donut block smoke working against them. I think Donk there just taking pot shots. He was expecting the split. And Legacy pick up where they left off on map number 1 with a pistol round victory. Force Buy will follow from Spirit. Decent work there from Shiro. You see Zontix as well wrapping the long side, jumping to try and alleviate some of that pressure, but hitting the brakes, slowing things down. And looking for the conversion. Red smoke, elbow smoke. Oh, they've also gone for the shallow mid block, but it's an A rush and nobody is home.
They're going to work this out quickly, though. Donk's Deagle will be there. Swing off the flash. It does connect onto Art, and with their powers combined, they've drawn first blood. Now respect the donut smoke. Next port of call could be Temple, and oh, Doomao just goes swinging. He's gone down as well. A two-man advantage, but they are so worse for wear. Zontic, Shiro, Donk, susceptible to a single Galil bullet. That's what Lato's playing for. Okay, fine. Pivots through, finds Donk through the smoke, anticipating any more from CT, and every jiggle Magix takes, he's catching flak. 4-3 for this retake, but it feels good for Legacy.
There's a smoke, there's a kit, but they're also low.
That's the problem, isn't it? And now Magix 6 feet deep. Zontic's going for this last second. He knows he's got that 5-second defuse ahead of him, hoping perhaps a miscalculation comes through from Legacy.
Gotta go now. Get that smoke on the bomb, Shiro.
Now, and info, Lato saves the day. Goes down to that long-range MP9.
Shiro, not going to get there in time. Tried to find the safe haven on the save, and they'll lose everything. So it started threatening, but Legacy just taking the jewels, saying, we've got the better weapons. You want to take these fights? Yeah, that's on our watch. 2-0 to start, looking for the 3. There's going to have to be a light investment from Spirit now before the guns come out. Donk treating himself to a Deagle and Kevlar. Magix starting off with a smoke. Not using it to block the elbow, so likely over towards cave or B ramp in this one. Has a HE to break. Throw it in for damage instead.
Is spotted. Forward A main start from the CT. Yeah, Art's already applying the pressure donut. Getting chased and trying to get that info safely. Still yet to really pinpoint numbers. The whole squad's there bar one. Shouldn't matter. It's just the one invested Kevlar and Deagle. Tanir has a Desert Eagle as well.
Faking step, Shiro trying to be tricky. Back towards A, he looks to hedge. Oh, okay. Once more steps, trying to see him multiple bodies. 55.
Here comes that last wave. Got that 40-second mark. Donk actually impacted by the smoke, but he hits 2 on the dig. Oh, and Lato, you're not long for this world. Chipped away out, finished by Shiro. They run straight into the stack, and they've got nothing but misery to show for it.
I think if you take a look at Dust 2 as well, Legacy were doing a lot of this get space way and then hope that Spirit start to overstep or over-rotate. Understand this is essentially against an eco, so losing in this fashion is miserable. This one is really going to test the mental. But they were hoping that Spirit outplayed themselves. They either walk into the waiting positions that you've got, or they over-rotate and stack the other side. Well, this is ridiculous. They just sat, they called your bluff, you didn't try and take any space, and you walk into Donk with a dig, well, you're dead.
Just so often his conviction. Immediately, an armored dig, and you've got a round. You weren't supposed to have. Look at this again. Clean headshot onto Art, the second on the follow-up, and he nearly got 3 as well. Did soften him up for Shiro's P250.
It's going to be interesting to see what Legacy's T-side really has in store. Again, we've only seen it once since Tries joined the roster here at EWC, and it was the win over Na'Vi. With the saved AK, they're going to force buy around it. There's a Galil, there's some pistol upgrades, and you're going to have to shrug that off. Say, Donk happened. Lots of pressure towards B. Deep cave smoke, lots of flashes. They're hoping to draw rotations. Keep Spirit moving. A lot of util to invest early for nothing really gained. As that looks to flash out Heaven, what's this cave space? Let's zoom out for support and a trade, and on the other side it's going to be Magix with a Mac 10.
Valuable intel from this and confirming not too much on the jump up. Locked on cave.
B pressure draws the rotation to Zontix. He's got more util to block, a smoke and a molly. And once more, if they hope for an overstep, if they hope for a push from Spirit, they're not getting it. Now that block smoke comes in. 2 smokes and a flash for the finish. Could just be as simple as short and long and then hope you can get the bomb down. But if you go through cave, this is going to be tough to break.
Don't fancy their chances. The high-low setup, a nimble Mag 10. Tanir poised with that Galil if Art dares take a step over that line. It's an ask to their smokes. Have to go. Up the ramp, Magix wins out. Tanir able to focus forward now on that bomb site. The Stumau back, good find. Shiro catches Nissim, but that bomb will get planted and the round will be extended. Rifle upgrade for Magix off the cold dead hands of Tanir. High stakes 3-on-3. And oh, what the difference maker! Magix through the boards, Donk on top, good luck try. Needed that, finding Donk, but at 19 health and peeking into an AWP in the hands of Shiro. Goes one way.
I think if he was to know Shiro had the kit and Magix didn't, he could have made that one a whole lot more awkward, but how is he meant to know? I thought Magix got the second with the spam right there, going to take down 2 on that retake, but we tie things up 2 apiece. The bomb does go down. Here's the clear of the smoke. Good stuff from Shiro, trying to be proactive while they're searching for post-plant positions.
Can be hard for an AWP to find impact on a retake. Shiro shows us just how easy it can look.
Yeah, could have really gotten out of control there. Well, this is that art flavor. Didn't see a whole lot of it over on Dust 2, but it okay in the hands of Doomau. Some pistol upgrades and more pressure to apply. Elbow smoke, Molly there, nobody trying to edge as they head fast. At least congregating towards this A main control.
Zontix is on this jiggle defense. He should be able to just get the info safely.
They'll brave through this.
Oh, shadows. He doesn't have the time. Has to get his gun out, and that's the trade from Doomau.
Decent recovery.
Ooh, and decent from Shiro. He's going for more as well. Donk just disruptive.
Melting.
Boosting, melting, and that's a quick round for Spirit. 3 now on the trot for the CT side. Reminiscent of Dust 2, where they just started to run away with things on this defense.
Didn't really keep up enough pressure there, right? You're hoping to get a couple more kills, get that bomb down so everyone can get some rifles. Now there's going to be a few question marks in the buy. 3 AKs, 1 Galil, and a Tech 9 for Tripe. And they don't even have all the nades. And this is a map on the T side where, like Inferno, you need them all for the early stages. Cave smoke, donut smoke, red smoke. All right, Molly mid, is it close? Is it towards heaven? I have to extinguish as I'm running up the lane. Without all of these nades, your options are limited. And Donk, he'll take the space. He knows that you're in a little bit of trouble.
How much room does the man need? He's already cleared lane.
You're still in T spawn. So really, you didn't leave.
Gosh.
This is feeling it's oppressive if you're Legacy right now.
You just smoked Red Room as an elbow smoke arrives in front of your face. Replenish from Magix. It's a good nade. Lato chunks him down to half health.
Donk and Magix can't stay here forever. This is a position where they are going to have to move back into cave and jiggle, move further up the ramp because there's good retake utility available for the T side. Another elbow smoke lands, and just about 10 seconds ago, Spirit had themselves in a very heavy A stance. They've rotated away now. Just going to be one-man Tanir with an AUG.
I think he's chosen this weapon specifically for this angle.
Magix is rotating back. He should be able to get there in time. Okay, they're still in 2 mines.
Yeah, Zontix is going to be waiting for the fade of the elbow. Here's to Tanir. Flash and have a peek. Eye to that AUG scope. Oh, the dunk! And Zontix caught as well. Good awareness from Lato. Catches that fast flank, shuts it down. They have 28 seconds to try and get past the line. And Shiro nearly gets a 2-for-1. Nissim bleeding out. Problems now. Easy for Team Spirit. Lato on that big box. And he's gone to Shiro too. Just keeps racking them up.
Cash is stacked high. Great opener. Good understanding of the elbow push, but more bodies than you were ready to deal with.
It must feel like every time they go away, the whole Team Spirit squad are there. They're quick to react.
Loss bonus into the next 3,400, so some partial investments again. Sound like a broken record right now with these buys from Legacy. I think into the next full gun rounds, they might feel their hand is forced into doing a mid-fight. We have to tell with the U2 early. Let's see if they can make anything out of this one.
Oh, the restraint. from Magix. Holds onto it for as long as he can as they go running at him. It baits them into Shiro. That's that team play.
Yeah, that's a beautiful counter strike right there. The devil in the details with that one. Donk searching.
He spotted something on the lip. Oh, we nearly lost track of Art. Still manages to take him down. And Shiro's there for the pivot. 2 more in red.
Scope probably heard.
Yeah. But Tanir is here, and oh, it's just a wide swing into the AWP. A missed shot, Dumal profits, but this round is going Spirit's way.
And Magic's still here towards long. Latto's going to have to hard clear this if he wants to plant.
He can from around pillar. Oh, and he has elected not to. It's easy for Magix. He timed that to perfection. Dude didn't even start to plant.
This is clean right now. 5 straight rounds. Sure, a couple of casualties. Bomb's gone down in 1 of these 5. And the very well could be. We're just starting off the second half of 2026 in the Counter-Strike world. Lots of questions to ask. And getting a lot of answers here at EWC.
Nice. Watson.
Going through the motions now as another tactical timeout was taken. The loss bonus will get them a full buy. No try AWP.
They do have more nades this time.
Yeah, I think this is where Art probably wanting to do something a bit more off the rip, right? Smoke red, smoke donut, smoke cave. Run up B lane. Let's try and fight this mid control together to win out some early territory, because otherwise they've lost all the territory. And it's just been taken away from them round after round. Could just be a B rush.
Feels like a crazy call up against this informed Team Spirit.
Oh, they were ready for the rush. Dunking so many nades on the ramp.
Ooh, good find. It was the spam through the boards. Now just the last tick of the molly. And down goes another. Tanir goes down. Donk unable to provide as well on the mantle up. This one's going one way. Legacy. Just have to find Donk and Shiro. Easier said than done. Bomb plant. That's the Shiro incendiary. A little late to stop the plant though. Covered by the guys of the smoke. Shiro chunked, now blind. A pacey one from Legacy to break this streak out of Team Spirit.
And that's their identity, right? Being in your face and being very stubborn about the calling. Wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat call either. There is good money for another Spirit buy into the next, but holding on to these as well will give them a few more down the stretch. So allowed to be 5-3, 2-round gap. And it wasn't the all-out B rush. If it was, there was the molly on the ramp. They double naded into it, right? That lurk smoke landing in the site.
It's that real sweet spot from the anti-rush utility into we're still on the site real quick.
Yeah, spam kill goes a long way as well.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Tanir, Magix, and Zontix going down. And we have a Legacy round.
They stopped that streak of 5. Yeah, it's just tough to get away from it. A lot of U2 harassing the site very, very early. Do we get a repeat call? Patton out of spawn says no. Red smoke, donut smoke. Looks like Dumal's going to want to fight for this. At least apply some pressure.
Okay, we've got a test for Donk's mid-hold. He does have support from Zontix.
They missed their red smoke.
Clunky just on the edge of that. Latto and Magix having a spam battle that Latto will reign supreme on. 38 for Magix. Zontix, are you aware just how close they are? Around a missed red smoke. On the fade. Oh, you needed that, did Dumal. Donk unable to find the last bullet. Shiro nails his. Headshot back onto Zontix. Double out of Dumal. He's done everything. Did Art beat the timing? I don't know if Shiro clocked him.
No, he didn't.
He's across. Still claps the head of Dumal. Bomb down thanks to Try. Art in support. Late arrival of Latto is problematic with the loss of Art. This gets uncomfortable for Try. 3 versus 2 does have his support arriving now.
2 of them are low. Still very winnable right now for Legacy.
They're going out tempo. This is a really uncomfortable fight for Latto. He's so far forward. They'll have the advantage. Oh, not! Latto puts Tanir's head in a vice. And now looking to synchronize. There's Try. Finds Magix. Shiro, the only man left. There's just no time for this. That's a big one. Legacy, 2 on the trot.
Soften him up there. I think there was some assertive shooting from Shiro. 15-4 right now. This is a positive sign for him. This is an AWPer that gets criticized as maybe being a little bit too passive, but he was taking his chances. And he's the one that started to level this out. It's Donk who couldn't win that initial exchange. That did open the runway in towards A. And it is a tough site to retake unless it's off the rip. Right, if you have players leaking through Donut, CT, Temple all simultaneously, there's too many positions to cover with some well-placed nades. In this situation, they limp out, essentially putting the low HP players on the end of the fishing rod and hoping that they're able to get a bite. Ali's going to take a timeout. It's a one-round gap. And I like this timeout. It's before the money is completely gone. Spirit into the next are going to have 24. The same for Legacy. So both teams seesawing with that loss bonus. It's going to mean more to Spirit as far as the stretch of rounds that we have remaining in this half. If they can hold on to some guns or win this one, Legacy will be able to get out another bye, or at least close to.
See what round 10 has in store.
He's asking for the double boost.
What was that from Donk? Look at the kill feed. Blind in the air through smoke headshot.
Okay, well,
right.
We'll catch that in the replay. Beat pressure. All up on the line. Tanir aware of the possibility.
Zontic's essentially playing retake. He's got Tanir at the back as well.
As soon as that smoke lands, they call it off. No point hanging around for this pick. It's Lato.
Oh, counter. Perfect from Zontix. Lato got into a bit of a false sense of security there.
Thanks for telling me right where you are.
He tracks the tracers perfectly.
Right, well, a 5v3 situation. Well, Legacy work back into this. Short smoke.
Shadow. Shiro doesn't hit the flick.
He's going to get mollied out of position.
Yeah, this is going to make it uncomfortable for him. They buy time. It does spread just a little too late. Nissim goes down. He's having a rough start.
0 and 7 from Nissim. It's not the same as the game versus Na'Vi, and now Try. 40 seconds left in a 1v4 situation. Didn't even have to say it this time, and he hasn't even started. Still waiting to see if any fights come his way. He could still give it a crack. It's very unlikely. So they'd like to hold on to for the next round, but Try wary the pushes and the possibilities.
Fair play to Shiro. He's definitely been on one.
I think that has to be the return from Legacy, just to all-out brawling Counter-Strike. Right? Things that are grouped up very pack-heavy 4-1s or all-out, which is a bit of a coin toss on Ancient, right? When you're coming out middle, who's got more flashes? Right? And what is the timing on those? That is a real big factor into how it can unfold. The save will come through, allow him to hold on to it. It is retained.
Wonder if we can check in with how that round started. Just a death on elbow. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Wow.
His reaction, he gets blind,
jump.
and he jumps and clicks his mouse, and Doomau's dead. First, Zontix on Dust 2, now Donk. Crazy. 6-4.
You're going to break this for trying to look for a pick.
Donk's going, though. Already fighting lane. Look at this knife out, and Try will punish. That's what they were looking for with these boosts on elbow.
How does that inform the mid-round for Art? Donk dead. Magic's making a move.
Yeah, Magic's is. Lato's considering
Good
this.
flash.
It's a nice bit of flash work. Lane's going to be
Everyone's
really
here for
scary.
Spirit.
When that smoke fades, it's just fading now. Zontix goes looking. There's an AWP there as well, though. Does that lull them in?
Out mid behind him.
Yeah, Doomau can punish this, and he will activate. No, Shiro's already aware. He's cognizant of it, and Doomau elects not to push.
Gonna try and take some space now, right? The fact that Zontix and Donk dead, that's your mid defender and your A defender down. The AWP showed himself 17 and 5, sure, but you're just gonna try and put pressure and force the rotation. The man to address this, likely Tanir. Here's the smoke, here's the molly. Jaunts over from Red, and Shiro's here from Donut as well, trying to catch anybody up on the ledge.
That flashes for Tanir to get onto site.
Oh, we heard that.
Yes, him up on tree. Tip of the head. All Nissim needs. One hell of a first frag to provide, and now you've got to get into the AWP. It's Shiro, though. 4 versus 2 goes 3.
And Lado just been at thorn in the side of the rotation. Has to activate now.
Yeah, but Shiro's ready. He's ready for everything. Doesn't hit the flick up. Peeking back into Doomau. Is that a death sentence? How quick is he? Not quick enough. Magic's in the clutch. Try was on the line. And he's nailed it.
Okay. They give the attempt. We could tie things up at the half again. Not saving that one, Magix. He's down the bottom of the barrel with the finances alongside a Shiro. Tanier, Donk, and Zontix are all in M4 range. And actually, they've been able to get an AWP in his hands after all. So gift for Shiro. Tanier, a Deagle with no Kevlar. A little bit of util. It's going to be a tough round for him coming up next. But Legacy, you can still see the comms are flowing. The teamwork's there. They're not out of this one yet, and they've got mid-space.
What a feeling. Taking Donk's territory away from him is Doomau. Smoke break. Not visible. Still tucked on the Kobe. And Donk's going for the smoke wall. Doomau unprepared. The bait and switch. Zontix just mag dumping through.
Shiro has all this A main control. Right now on B, you drop your nades, you block. You know that this has to be the response.
Crazy for the AWP to have that info, and crazy for an AWP to hit that shot on Donk. Catches him crossing. So a late equalizer. Shiro's forward position elbow will limit options for this pivot. Hang on, is he hearing them spawn? Oh no, Nissim unprepared again for Shiro's aggressive AWP line.
That
How
makes you go B. You're forced B.
He is the shepherd. Legacy the sheep. Try finding Tanier. That's a big one back into the 3-on-3, but they still have to find Shiro, and with 45, they're indecisive. Bomb was moving. Spawn back to lane. Magix going down would be a catastrophe. That's the only man that can defend B.
Well, they cleared out middle. At least they forced something back, but still, you need to find the finish. 30 seconds. Bad flash, not going to cost them. Both teams in motion right now.
Oh, it's uncomfortable.
Asking and answering question. Shiro stays over towards A with the AWP. Worried about Donut and main. There's a smoke for CT on Lato. 20 seconds. They are going to have to do this loud.
And once again, on low time, you run into Shiro. Has he once again positioned himself perfectly to deny Legacy a tied ball game? Tag. Try has to plant just in time, starts to punch in that code. Art just peppering, firing bullets, trying to overcome Shiro, does so. There's one from Try. Magic's in that clutch, but there's Art for a 6-6 scoreline.
That's a stressful final round of that half right there. Both teams just outmaneuvering one another back and forth, but what a half from Shiro it was. 19 kills deep. Find the flag for Team Spirit right now. Nissim, this man that was the monster against Na'Vi to eliminate them earlier in the tournament, 1-9, always said it was going to be tough. Right? To have an extremity player having that level of output, it's never going to be easy. Cheeky start. Polished follow-up, and this is where the round got out of control. Everybody pushing, pulling everywhere. Nobody pulling out hair just yet. We're all tied up. We split the pistols over on Dust 2. Let's see if we do it again right now on Ancient. Couple of smokes on this pistol. Dual Berettas for Zoom out. Hit and smoke for Art. Spirit's pistol, we got a molly, a smoke, and double flash, and the red smoke's already in play. Art peppering through from red, seeing if he can catch anything on a bit of a timing. He's going to have to get that reload in.
That's their cue. Long forward is a path forwards. Held by Try. No immediate util, but oh, Nissim, he's in trouble once more. A Molotov forces him forward. Donk tries to get info instead. Try takes him down. A pivot to B for Spirit.
They're playing retake. The bomb could get planted.
He's proactive. Nissim's quick on that.
Yeah, they'll be on a fast rotation, but still, the 40 seconds should begin in a moment's time.
You'd think so, yeah. Jumping out, drawing crossfire. Hang on, Try and Lato hit every shot. Nice one. Everyone connects. Try and Lato get the job done between the two of them.
I just didn't want to hit that pedal right there. Thought Spirit would just run into the side. The hand was forced. After Donk goes down, they don't win that fight. You can't be getting that ace split, and that is a flawless round for Legacy. Nice shooting when there's no smoke, no flash, there's nothing in your face. This is how crispy the boys can be. And it will just be the eco from Spirit. We've got double flash on Magix. Not a Deagle, not a P250. This will be a slow one. See if they can capitalize on any over-aggressions. So conceding what should be the 8th round to Legacy now before the guns come back in.
Just one hand necessary. Donk's chilling.
Legacy should show good restraint right now with their nades. They're not being pressured. Right? Why are we going to throw a block smoke if we don't have to? So force Spirit to do something. That's up.
5 blocks and 2 flashes. It's not a recipe for success.
Oh, this nade's not bad. Okay, ricochets the wrong way. Looked like it was destined for damage. The smoke towards cave, 50 seconds now. And 1 to block ramp, so agonizing is the feeling for Spirit, not being given any easy opportunities as Lato, he breaks the silence.
Wants a donk, no less.
Make no mistake, there's no way in this. That flash, good, but the meat grinder.
Oh, stylish.
The hurt locker, just one to find. Magic's the dink on the Glock, but he goes down, and there you have it, 8-6, 4 staying alive. Art can drop an AWP for try. He can give that M4 over to Dumao and can bring out the big green if they'd like it. Doesn't appear to be the case, so we're going to stay rifle-centric on this one. Absolute nothing burger of a round, unfortunately, but that's just the way she goes. Now, Spirit's tone on the T side of Dust 2. Slow, steady, measured.
Goes aim mapping, and ooh, Magic's just gets around the corner. Tanir not so lucky. There's the donk trade though. Oh, and he goes anti in between the two. Dips back in, nearly full of smoke. Has Nissim reeling. Oh, and an easy pick from Donk. Just catches Art, clotheslines him, just 3 kills deep. He wants more, but Dumao denies. The mission's accomplished though. The guns come out, the Donk multi-kill comes through. Shiro and Donk have 35 frags between the two of them.
Yeah, the backpack is out right now, and the two of them are doing a whole lot of work right there.
The rest of them have 10 combined.
We'll be interested to see in the replay if Tri flashed himself in that moment before the swing.
Oh, you're right.
Because he did
have his hand over his eyes.
I didn't see anything as an assist in the feed.
Good point, well made, good catch.
8-7, 1 round gap.
I always think it's so stylish to see players do the anti-down, straight to the floor and back up again.
There's another donk moment.
They keep coming. An inevitability in a match of Counter-Strike versus Team Spirit.
Yeah, running out of hands to count these on. Here it is again. Okay, the trade. Tanir, you go first. That's all right, mate. Yeah, he flashed himself.
He did.
Well, that's going to make things easier for Donk, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know it was possible to flash yourself without the presence of a mirror.
So Zontix has himself no head armor. He could have been dropped in the mix here, so he could have equipped himself, but all in all, we'll see how this really impacts the next round of play. Probably not a lot with second tactical timeout from ADR. The money starting to wear thin. You get the pistol, you get the conversion, but we get the early rifle rounds, and now you're down to, it's like a little bit shakier. Again, it's going to come down to you two. We spoke about it in the first half. On the T side, how it limits your options, the same with the CT side to block.
You can see a clear front runner with that graphic on stage as far as sniper kills go. 14 of the 20 Shiro has posted with the big green.
He was doing a great job on the CT side, keeping up so much pressure, breaking up in smokes, constantly taking peeks. That's what you want from an All-Pro on Ancient, to be active.
And active he was. Onto the rifle for this one, though. Donk flashed off, but out. The Team Mollies are going to keep them at bay. Boost for Dumao. They're going for a contact walk mid. How does that interact with this setup? They're not to know.
Smoke fading. Sure, might get caught in the tail of this.
That would be the bomb. Ooh. Flipped past, undetected.
It's an A split. They've just smoked off over towards B lane.
Well, there's 3 of them here in the vicinity. When do you realize? They're looking that way now, definitely. 2 AKs sound off CT. Nissim's back is still turned. Dumao's going to be screaming, they're right next to me. The flashes catch him, Zontix draws blood. Tucked on temple, try not where you want to be with an AWP, especially now with flames in the halls. Bomb goes down.
And Shiro gives up CT spawn. He had the rotation covered off, but now that he dips back there, they're trying to clear him out. Meanwhile, Spirit are taking Donut space, setting up the post plan. You don't have a kit, you don't have a chance, you're going to have to save.
Ooh, if you can. Tanir's removed Nissim.
Well, that tough game for Nissim continues. I know he's not the only one dragging his heels. Zontix with 3, Tanir with 4, Magix with 5, but Nissim 1 kill to his name. Things are only going to get tougher. That is coming way too easy, isn't it? Out mid, just walking under the smoke. They get across just before it fades.
That's a very stylish call.
But the A defenders, you're saying there's 3 there. Big box player, back open. Donut player, back open. Where are you meant to push? You're in a box. You'll have to take a fight.
And it wasn't like they hadn't announced their presence. They started popping shots towards Lato, and they were still concerned about anything coming through the Donut late.
Ooh, Nissim's just shoved all in here. It's a soul back, all right, back and forth. Got to keep our eyes on this. These guys chopping and changing their mind. It looks like they want to force by behind these saves, knowing that they might not get many more opportunities with an AWP and tries hound down the stretch. Starting 3 mid for the defense. They try and stuff the choke.
It's a try that's trying to be disruptive of Donk's pathing. Audible to Donk on the burn.
Would love a flash.
He's asking for one, he might just provide his own. Takes the space, forces try back. Anticipates a reaggress, but manages to progress all the way front red. That's the smoke break play. Dumal profits.
Oh, Magic spots that. He's seen it.
He knows what's up.
Action on Tanir now.
Yeah, 2 walking down that ramp. Tanir's ready. And oh, look at the strafe on him. Gets it with the MP9. Backing away. Bomb undetected on the back of Magix.
Spirit is so hard to track right now.
Yeah.
You're taking fights. Donk's pushed up towards red. You push B lane. There's 2 players there. Well, guess what? They're about to walk out A main, which is just being spotted by Dumal now. Does he hold the cross? He goes temple. So by slipping in, there's a big gap. Try and Donut sure. Again,
inbound.
Unannounced. They might just clear this out silently.
Yeah, and this could be a horrible one. Hang on.
Important swing.
Yeah, the fact he gets a little more active, catches one of them, and so now the jig is up. Attention's drawn. Try is looking in the right direction, but Zontic still the unknown entity being cleared out now. Famas, the AK, headshot found. No immediate trade. They know Try, likely Donut. It's Lato you're not ready for. Comes running and gunning. A leg shot onto Magic's hit already, so should be set to collect here. A compromised clutch for Magix.
Just wait until he starts planting, play the bomb. It's force Magix to be the one to make the move. Don't just give him a fight. And now, running out of time, Magix is the one who's going to have to force the issue. So 10 seconds. You don't really want to hold on to the Galil. Can you do any more damage? You got plenty of cash. You don't really need that loss bonus, but Lato, make sure you're going to get it. So Legacy, Edge back in the lead, 9-8. But we're going to get a brawl today. A bit more of a chess match with how some of these moves are unfolding.
But you're right about trying to keep track of Team Spirit. This round, they were everywhere. Zontix and Donk went out mid, 2 out A, 2 behind the B doors.
Eu dropo uma. Que é a 1 ou a 4?
Discussing the drops as we get a tactical timeout from Hallie. Loss bonus for either team going into the next. For Spirit, it'd be 1,900. For Legacy, it'll only be 1,400. Have a little bit of extra cash on R and Dumal. But all in all, that's a 4-spy position you'll find yourself in. So if you lose a site early, you should be expecting a save. Only knowing as well that they're fully strapped, but for how long? So I think an important timeout to steady yourself, but you're also giving that opportunity. I'll leave it to the Brazilians as we are ready to get back underway. What's the opener going to look like? I'm going to try his luck in middle again. If he can get the space, why don't you take it? He's getting it pretty consistently.
Yeah, you can say that. Every round he wants it, he's waltzed out. 2 smoke, 2 mollies invested. They're going for this smoke break. Oh, and unison with the flash.
And Nissim trying to work himself into the game. There's a lot of information, and it also means that you can give up Donut. Try pushing down the extremity of B ramp.
Magic's unprepared for this. Ooh, the trade immediate. Just what you want to see out of Shiro's AWP on this T side. And Zontix, he knows what's up. Catches Nissim activating.
Doesn't erupt and take the space immediately. Just going to play to their own pace here, Spirit. So a slow roll in a 4v3, expecting more aggressive maneuvers. 55, decent util for Legacy to try and force them elsewhere. They are starting to congregate and group up towards B now. Do they want to execute or do they want to contact? Looks like they're going to play Shiro's AWP. Ramp blocked. Donk wants to go through this.
That's a good timing on these block util. Lato playing it audacious. That smoke break would have exposed him. He's just thought twice about that at the right time.
Time's going to be the problem now. 25 seconds. Looking like they're going to fake B, pivot A.
That is such a good call because look at the reaction, understandably. Dumal running for the hills. He's abandoned his post. A last-second pivot out of Spirit to a wide-open bomb site. One of the best feelings.
Now we discussed that financial situation, so they're not going to give this one a look. Shiro's going to hold the line and see if he can catch anybody. Dumal considering the cave play. And Shiro's also going to be hearing some of these steps behind them if they're not too careful. We'll tie things up again, 9-9. I'll be able to drop the AWP. Try and get that back in his hands. I'll be able to give himself a rifle. Zoom out, just 50 bucks off being able to drop another. So he can give a FAMAS, he can give an MP9. But they do have enough to contest. Spirit know at this moment if they win this round, Legacy don't save anything, it is going to have to be the option of a really bad force or the more likely of an eco. At that point, you're sitting on 11, just 2 away from locking in this semi-final and booking that spot in the grand final against Foot tomorrow.
So a lot riding on this one. Zontic so casual, just strides out middle. Eating flashbangs, but space taken. Smoke break, he gets spotted and eliminated. Nissim combines. Up the ramp though. Tanir to try and lead the charge. Donk to provide the trades. There's Magix with one. Tanir another. Lato goes down. The B site looking lost. There's 2 more here though. Dumal giving it his best shot. He's ahead of the flames. Behind the smoke and finds Tanir. Cave fight for Donk. Easy onto Nissim.
Now you hunt, now you chase. You try and take these guns away if you can. First you establish the round is yours and then you try and rip these out of Legacy's hands. You turn the screws, you punish them.
And you look for that freebie of a round. If you could take it all away.
They're staying turtled and tight. This is some restrained counter-strike by both teams. Some big moments with individuals just breaking in. This was a team effort. Tanir, Donk, and Magix all joining the scoreboard as part of that. Saves keep the conversation alive, but it's so limited. Your choice at this moment is force buy behind the saved AWP and the M4, or take the eco, where next round you get the 2400 loss bonus, but to get an AWP out is going to be very difficult. Someone will have to make a big sacrifice, and they're making it look simple. This one closer than the last, sure. Getting a bit more of a back and forth, a seesaw, a tug of war. But Spirit, in the position where you break Legacy's hearts and you eliminate them right here, right now. Phenomenal run, taking down Na'Vi and then Falcons both in 2-0 fashion. Statement victories. But then you go up against Spirit for the first time ever. And this one has a different flavor. Legacy don't look as fearless. They don't look as in your face. And they're not just running mid, trying to stuff Donk in the choke. They're giving him respect. He's getting out. He's setting the tone from that position.
I think Zontix as well with his pathing just there just demonstrated how little resistance there is if you do want to walk out mid on that first timing.
It's not a full shove, but Art doing Art things. He's going to bring out a Mag 7 into this one. Try playing ahead of the donut smoke again.
Usually got flashes for that.
Shiro on the AWP search, so nobody putting their body on the line for this. Your Spirit name of the game right now is identifying where these guns are. One announces their presence. Art is going to be baited by his teammate here, Nissim. It's all part of the plan. Not a great flash.
Not the end of the world either.
No harm, no foul. Let's look at mid flashes just as Doom out and Tri started to rotate. These are the two saved guns. Are responsible for A. If they do a full execute, which is not available unless the smokes are on the ground, working with a couple of mollies, flashes and some nades. This is...
Ooh, there's one.
Yeah, so what's your choice here? Magic's though, tough round to call without any information at 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is getting a bit uncomfortable for Team Spirit to find that 11th. Mega spotted. Is he alone? The question the CT's asked. Doom out and Try, those two rifles. Both here on the A side, and that is Spirit's focus for their finish. Donked down cleanly from Doom out. Evades majority of the nade. Still action on Donut. They're closing in. Zontic's a necessary frag.
They're giving him the sight. Try didn't want to hang around. He didn't want to try and disrupt this plant. The bomb will go down with plenty of time.
Oh, they're in so much trouble now. Spirit an 11th imminent. Try wanting to hold on to what he has. Art just an armored shotgun. Just finding that path of least resistance despite Doomau's best efforts, just the one.
Another round where they save. In every round lost, Legacy been saving. Guns again, retain. That loss bonus 2,400 coming into the next. Art, can you get yourself a bit of extra cash and maybe an AK before
no chance
you walk into that next round of play?
No chance.
Good luck, mate. Tania will look to punish. And peppered. Dix will take out with him. There was another weapon from the mix. It was just a shotgun short. Latto still wanted to get his hands on it.
It's crunch time. Soon to be key crushing time, unless they can turn things around.
This one hasn't delivered in terms of action-packed. But Spirit looking comfortable. Spirit looking in control. And Spirit looking 2 rounds away from being done with this series.
Overwatch for this ramp.
He's going to be blind.
He's going to be so blind. Just the perfect util. They'll punish the forward aggress of the AWP. Art next victim. Donk doing donk things. Brought down by Latto, but of course there's a trade. Set up to succeed. Man advantage. Magic's on the plant, on the pillar. Hasn't committed, and oh, he just goes looking for more trouble.
Well, he was on his own. That support, it wasn't there. Shiro in the back line. Zontic's over towards elbow. Now it's Nissan, the man that's been struggling all map long. Will he save again? You got to give something a go.
At some point.
Oh.
You're running out of chances.
You're running into Zontix.
Zontix stalks his prey. And Nissim's got his knife to a gunfight. It's 12 for Spirit. The Acor Arena tomorrow, within reach. And for Legacy, it felt like it was going tit for tat for a while. A 6-6 half. A Legacy pistol. You think maybe, just maybe, they can put up the fight necessary. But what is this now? A run into these sites, consistent 4 on the trot.
Yeah, you take a look at this series overall. 3 out of the 4 pistols. They won 2 clutches in the first map. They were winning out in terms of the opening kills, and right now they're about to be sent home. Sent to that 3rd place decider tomorrow against Furia. The bludgeoning on B will continue.
Dong backs away from that. Latto's not going to give this up. He's up close, does well. No immediate trade on the back pedal. Dong's found Try. Chaos for Art, only able to provide the 1 though. Nade looks like it's got Latto's number. Yeah, 16, then the Flames just booked by Tania. Legacy in trouble. Tania spots out Doomau. It's a FAMAS. They're not in any rush here. The whole squad's here. And Legacy, after slaying a couple of big names, they're going in A.
Rubbing salt in the wound.
And it's Nissim. You can't save this one, mate. Got to give it everything it's worth. But Spirit have got their sights set on a bigger trophy. A battle for that tomorrow. Nissim runs in, makes it a 1v1 on the 2 HP. Who else but Shiro to close it on down? That low HP, not enough. And Spirit do it into...
You pick Ancient, a map that Spirit were 9 straight. Let's make that a 10-map winning streak. And the victory over Vitality, it might have felt like Nirvana, but this grand final spot smells like Team Spirit as they have locked this one in with ease. They have waltzed over Legacy. They were making a name for themselves as the Giant Slayers. MIBR, Na'Vi, and Falcons all falling in straight sets. It's Spirit, who we haven't had to talk about that best-of-one loss against GG How. GG Who, as they have taken care of business here today.
Oh, and their individuals all online as well. The team, the machine, it's all operational. Shiro looking more proactive than normal as well. He's aggy, he's disruptive. He's been a thorn in Legacy side throughout Ancient in particular, but even over on Dust 2. But those 2 maps, comfortable turf, and Legacy unable to muster the courage, the ability to overcome them.
Take a look at the scoreboard, right? Tenier, Magix, and Zontix not putting up mega numbers, but they were playing their roles, they were playing their positions. The team right now came in and controlled the tempo and tone against Legacy, something Falcons failed to do, something Na'Vi got overwhelmed by. And Legacy, their run will come to a close.
Congratulations to Team Spirit for making it to the grand finals. Congratulations, Tenier. Welcome to the big arena. The first question I wanted to ask you is that you guys are known to be very calm and composed. You are passive sometimes. You punish many of the mistakes that the enemy does. How are you handling this in front of 7,000 people? Like, how are you not crumbling under pressure at any time?
It's a very hard question. I think usually we just support each other and trust each other, and we really don't care what happened during round. Some mistakes, we just handle it. And today, my guys is insane. I got carried.
Don't say that, it's always a teamwork, but yeah, did your play, your team played very well. Première question, comment tu arrives à gérer la pression? Vous êtes une équipe chirurgicale qui punit beaucoup les erreurs. Comment tu arrives à ne pas prendre la pression devant 7000 personnes comme ça? Honnêtement, c'est une question qui est difficile. Je pense qu'on essaie tous de s'entraider pendant les rounds, on essaie de go next, on essaie d'oublier. Et aujourd'hui, je me suis fait carry, donc franchement, ça fait plaisir. And I don't know if you saw, I had a very long interview with Donk yesterday, I'm just kidding. But I want to ask you the same question I asked him yesterday. What did it mean to you beating Vitality finally yesterday, and did it give you confidence for today and going further for the finals?
What it means for me? I don't know, I just was happy and that's it.
Feeling relieved finally of getting it and excited about the grand finals, I imagine.
Sorry?
Are you excited about the grand finals? How excited are you?
Yeah, sure.
You want to play for it, évidemment. Ils affronteront Foot Esports en grande finale et ça fait évidemment plaisir d'avoir battu Vitality as well. And one more question before the key crush. We saw on this tournament all the big teams eliminated. Vitality, Falcons, Furia are out. Why not you guys?
Because we keep it and fighting during tournament and just working about ourselves.
Just working, reflecting about yourselves as well, and that's what we saw definitely on the server. Pourquoi est-ce que les grosses équipes ont toutes été éliminées et pas vous? Parce que nous, on se remet en question, nous, on essaie de revoir un petit peu les erreurs qu'on a fait forcément et de s'améliorer. And I think it's my time to welcome you, Tenier, to the Key Crusher, the last one before the grand finals. And our Key Master is going to show you the way here in Paris. It is the penultimate key to be crushed. And it is at the STC Arena. All that is left now is the grand finals. And I can guarantee you that Team Spirit are ready for it. Congratulations against Tenier. I'm going to welcome you back in front of your fans for one last questions. You're gonna see these guys tomorrow at the big arena in front of 11,000 people. What do you want to tell them?
Thank you guys for support and see you in grand final.
See you in grand finals, mesdames et messieurs. Faites du bruit pour Tenier, s'il vous plaît. We're gonna see you tomorrow for the grand finals at the Accor Arena. See you there.
It was one hell of a result for Team Spirit. I like how casual as well he is. Taneer just feeling, I mean, oozing with confidence, and understandably so from the run that we've seen from them. Of course, starting the round of 16 versus Bait. It was the big win yesterday, of course, versus Vitality. And then today, they made light work. Sure, the scoreline competitive, but it did feel like Legacy didn't quite have the grip on that game.
This wasn't the same team that we saw against Na'Vi, and definitely not against Falcons, right? There was a level of tenacity that was missing, and I think the fear factor when you go up against a player like Donk, it's always going to put you in a corner. And it's tough, right? Because you have an identity as Legacy. You're an aggressive team. You like to get stuck in. But if we know that, everybody knows that. And Spirit did a very good job today of keeping a lid on it. You have to give a shout out to Shiro with the AWP. He had a fantastic series, and Donk, right? Those are the two players that you look to be putting in numbers. But when you take a look at the macro, when you look at the Counter-Strike played, it's the whole team, right? The information coming in, the way that they're able to control the pushes from Legacy that had them come out on top today. 13-7, 13-9.
Some of me thinks that they've done a lot of convincing for the crowd as well. You know, I've seen these interviews where they say, well, wherever we go, we're going to be the ones booed. I don't know. There is a growing Spirit support crew here in Paris, and I'm sure they'll be in the A-Core tomorrow. But we've got the brackets up on screen, and you can see who they'll be playing against. Not necessarily who we thought we'd be seeing in that grand final from the top side of the bracket.
No, Foot with a miraculous run. I think the fact that they take down Mouse, starting to become the kryptonite for Mouse, that's 4 straight series, and then up against Furia, that was a battle that was back and forth. Sure, Nuke a little bit of a weakness, but they showed some class on the other two. And today, the match Spirit versus Legacy never happened before. We're going to get the same tomorrow with Foot versus Spirit.
Brand new.
It's the Na'Vi Academy no more, right? This is a punchy bunch of youngsters with X-Floud in. They haven't skipped a beat, right? Lonks out, X-Floud in. Okay, they're just as good, if not better. And I think right now, as you're seeing this team evolve, there's no reason I expect them to relent tomorrow. They're going to be on the stage. They're going to get a little bit nervy, but this is a team that play with aggression, and I hope that we don't get them snuffed out in the same way we saw Legacy today.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not they're ready. It looks so good, and when they're playing, like the team play, everything, it just flows so nicely. We know that donk rounds are inevitable. Will you be able to hold your mental? Will you be able to win that marathon of Counter-Strike in a best of 5 as well in front of such a large crowd? Are you ready for that? And I think there is no better team to prove it against if you can actually get past Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think that's key, right? It'll make the run even more legit for Foot. This 100%. Is the only team undefeated in the tournament so far. So if they're able to keep this up, right? I talked about
Shout out to GG How one time.
I talked about that GG victory over Spirit. I think that's maybe a wake-up call. You hear Donk saying we need a couple of days to fix our problems from the group into the playoffs, and then they find themselves today looking damn good. But we've got a club championship update to take a look at here at EWC.
The next 40 minutes are going to determine the winners of the club championship. $7 million on the line. And Chris, it comes down to this.
Don't know what you said, Jenny. But I cannot believe we are stood here on the second to last day of EWC, and Track Mania is deciding it all. Gwen from AGL doesn't need to come first. He doesn't need to come second. Just third in this very final match here for Track Mania. All he needs to do, and then the 2026 EWC Club Champions will be AGL. I mean, beginning of this, we called them the Dark Horse. I don't think we expected this.
They were not on our radar to begin with, but here we are now. EWC 24 was Falcons. EWC 25 was also Falcons. But EWC 2026 is yet to be determined.
Oof. That's crazy considering the way Falcons were eliminated, right? A couple more wins and that could have been the difference maker. But tomorrow, Championship Sunday, A-Core Arena. Last time Counter-Strike was in that arena, it was Vitality winning the major over Gamer Legion. Right now, we've got Spirit, the favorite, up against plucky underdog Foot.
I see what you're
something
doing.
In France about having a little bit of something. Let's hope this time it's a bit more of a competitive final. Best of 5, you can see here. We got the third place decider at 10 a.m., the grand final at 1:30. The fact that it's Furia versus Legacy, battle for best in Brazil, do you think?
So to all you Spirit fans here, don't count your chickens and don't go too hard celebrating the win tonight, because you've got a big one and you've got to be at maybe an early start as well.
Please note that the grand final start time is subject to the completion of the earlier match. Oh, that makes sense.
But we'll not begin before. Yeah, right.
So we got to finish the first one first.
If it goes long, then we will start that final when it's done. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
We heard from Yukindo earlier today. He doesn't really care about it, but I think the fans do, and the viewers in the arena will too. That is a day done here at EWC for Counter-Strike. Should we say goodbye?
I think we'll say goodbye, Chad, and we'll see you and the you tomorrow in the A-Core Arena.
in the world. They beat back Furia. They battle their way to a grand final.
Nice! Vamos, porra!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
é essa. Eles que ajeitem lá, né? Eles que ajeitem lá ou não. Viajei. Vocês vêm pra Blast Porto? Ainda não sei, né? Ainda não sei. Cara, vamos ver, o pessoal vai ajeitando lá. Estamos aí, rapaziada, né? Diretamente de Paris,
that throws a whole kind of spanner in the works with that club championships conversation, but that was such a weird one versus Legacy, no?
Yeah, they got kind of blown out of the water. You could feel Falcons getting desperate by the end of the game. I mean, I just think about that last round on Dust 2 where we had multiple smoke pushes on long. Falcons are feeling quite uncomfortable in that game, and Legacy looks really punishing. I mean, this is a Legacy who have come through and 2-0'd both their games as underdogs. They've only let one of the 4 maps go to 10 rounds for the opponent. So Legacy are on fire right now, and hey, sky's the limit at this point.
And it almost feels like this is the worst version that we've seen Falcons in since they've gotten Kerrigan, right? And it's a tournament that meant a lot to the team because they wanted to build that legacy off the major win, right? And it meant a lot for the Falcons as an organization as well in the club championship. So, you know, being eliminated by Legacy in the quarterfinals, it's not really what you're looking for.
It's so weird, isn't it? Because I kind of assumed, obviously wrongly, that whole pressure element, now that Nico finally lifted the major trophy, maybe the pressure wasn't going to get to them, but turns out it was completely the other way. Then we look at the pressure that Vitality were under, not only to try and, you know, make a dent in that club championships, but also on home soil for Apex and Zywoo.
And against a team Spirit that have never beat them, right? Any iteration of Spirit who have made multiple roster changes over the last 18 months to try and catch up with Vitality, they were never able to do it. They only had, their record was 14-2 in maps against them coming into this game, and then we saw Donk go off on Mirage and absolutely shut down Vitality. I don't know about you, Peter, I've never seen Vitality lose a third map that hard.
No, I think you could already go back to the beginning of the match in the video where they probably took some different and maybe some questionable decisions of the fact that they let both Anubis and Mirage go through. And, you know, it's all about the third map, and it could have gone to Dust 2, but at the end, you know, trying to play Mirage against Spirit is just tough when you have someone like Donk that will just go out and pick all these fights. And it hurts for Vitality, right? They've spent probably since the beginning of the season, since they got to know that this was going to be in Paris, this meant a lot to them. It's meant a lot to the organization and to the players because they wanted to replicate what happened in 23. But rightfully so, they couldn't make it count against Spirit, and they're eliminated.
Especially when you consider Falcons' departure early in the day prior to that game, I think that opened up the whole tournament for Vitality. They had Spirit, who they've always beaten their Falcons out of the running. I mean, this was open for Vitality to make it to the arena here in Paris. But hey, Spirit frontrunners.
Yeah, fumbling in the quarterfinals were Vitality, but we can take a look at the playoffs bracket to see exactly how our semi-finals are indeed shaping up. Hugo, which one have you got your eye on in particular out of these?
I'm looking forward to this first game of the day because it's going to be Furia, it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be crazy. We had Furia kind of come in slow to the playoffs with some off maps. There's been some talk of Yakinda leading this team on certain maps as well. I'm not sure how that's shaking up too well, but Foot are punching up like a Legacy. They've proven themselves time and time again, so I think Furia better watch out.
Perfect segue, because there is one piece that we're looking at in our Crunchyroll story of the day, and that is indeed Legacy, because it's been so impressive, the teams that they've had to take down to make it to this point, Peter.
Yeah, and when you saw them in that lower side of the bracket, you'd really think that they really make too much of their name, right? But here they are, they're in a semifinal, and they're against Spirit, and they started off by taking down Navi 0-2, and then you think, okay, that's surely going to be it, right? But then they went on and do the same thing against Falcons, and then you'd be thinking, wow, when does these guys actually stop? It's just straight up impressive, and you know, anything at this point can happen because with what they've shown so far and the level they have shown to the server, I think Spirit is also going to be looking and thinking, this could actually be a hell of a match.
Especially when you consider map pools, right? For some teams it's been struggling, you mentioned Vitality, but look at Legacy on these 2-2-0s. They played 4 different maps. They've dominated 4 different maps. One of them went 10 rounds, the others were pretty one-sided. So Legacy, I mean, are showing a new face. We know this team likes to make a crazy upset every now and then, but to do it back-to-back and to go against a Team Spirit who have never played against this team coming up next, don't count Legacy out of anything at this point.
We've got so many insanely exciting matchups coming our way, but also very exciting is our club championship race. So let's check in with Ginny to get us up to speed.
Besides the CS stage that is still live tomorrow, every other game is finishing today. So Trackmania, Crossfire, Fortnite, that's about it for EWC. Club Championship point standings at the moment, 4,600 for Falcons, 4,300 for AGAL. Unfortunately, both our stages are a little bit irrelevant because none of these teams are longer competing. So I think we can all just give an update as to what we can expect over the next few, over the next few hours. I'm going to start with you for Crossfire side of things though.
Yeah, everybody's going to look at me and just tell me to shut up and move on. But it's Team Liquid. That's all it is. It's Team Liquid in the grand finals. They've guaranteed themselves 750 points in Crossfire. Obviously looking to go back-to-back on the Allianz Vault after Magnus Carlsen managing to win chess last week for them as well. And they've kind of sprung from the bottom of the leaderboard up to around about that 6th place. I think there's a possibility of them getting up to 5th if they win it. But it's not looking likely. And I have jinxed them all the way through. I've been saying it's not looking likely. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals. I've said the same thing, and yet they're still going.
It's just going to go down the line here. It's coming straight to me. All right, well, then we're going to jump into it because I've got a lot of teams in my lobby that we're talking about, okay? However, when it comes to our storylines, we were talking about Falcons, they're in my lobby. We're talking about AGL, they're in there. Vitality, also in there. Right now, what we're seeing out of 2 of those 3 teams is not a lot. Vitality are at the bottom of our leaderboard. AGAL are struggling. That's not what we need out of them. Falcons have had kind of an up and down performance. They did get a win earlier on in the matches. Just got a 2nd place finish as well. So it does at least put them into top 8 contention, which means there could be some points on the board coming around the corner for Falcons, but nobody's hit match point yet. Okay. So there's still some time left. We need to have a team on 350 points, and then they need to get a victory royale before we can really kind of call everything done and dusted. And right now, out of all the teams I mentioned, the one that I haven't mentioned that's actually doing the best is Aurora Gaming. And the reason that's big, Ginny, is because they headed into Fortnite in 10th place on the CC leaderboard. If they can win this, somehow kind of turn their performance around, get a win here, puts them tied for 4th. And the difference prize pool-wise is $650,000 for 10th place versus $3 million in 4th.
That's a bit of a paycheck. Yeah, a little bit bump. But you have Trackmania happening today as well, and it will be closing out by the end of the day. So what are the expectations?
I mean, the expectations are that it's probably going to be decided on our stage at some point, right? I mean, it's going to be a crazy day. I mean, we've got things kicking off with our quarterfinals. Nobody has any CC points yet, and we're into the final day. So the big group for me, realistically, we've got Carl Jr. and Falcons. We've got Binks and AGL as well. That is the main competitors we're keeping an eye on. But the real big match to kick off today, we got, I think it's in game 3. We got Carl Jr. from Falcons. We got the young kid Neon, the one that was breaking all of those world records. We've got Pac in the same group as well. And then Attack from Team Liquid. Pac plays for Vitality. He's a former world champion as well. Just won the DreamHack Birmingham event to qualify to get to EWC, beating Carl Jr. to get here. So what an incredible performance from him to do that. But they're all in the same group, and that's just to get to semi-finals. So I don't know who the script writers are, but they cooked here. Because, I mean, look, it's going to be incredible to see how they're going to go with that to kick things off. And then that doesn't even guarantee anything. So yeah, let's see how it goes. But we got a big day.
I mean, it sounds like it's going to be down to the wire. And of course, as anything changes on the relevant stages, of course, we will let you know.
Paris, make some noise. It's your semifinals, baby. We got Furia taking on Foot to open the day. And who is moving on to the Accor Arena for a championship Sunday? We will know at the end of this match. Furia coming out of Brazil. Foot, the Turkish organization, going toe-to-toe. And it's not the first time they've done it this year. Welcome in, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. I've been here on the EWC STC Arena stage for 8 weeks now. But this is only the first time I've had this dynamic duo together. We got Dupree, the one and only 5 major champion, and of course, the big brain on 2 wheels. We got the one and only Jacob Pimp. I want to start with you, Pimp. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, you know, ready for another day of Counter-Strike, ready for the semifinals, and as you said, it's going to be a blast today. A couple of surprises so far in this tournament.
Massive surprise.
I think we haven't seen the last one.
Now, Dupree, I like that call out. We have seen a number of upsets. Some people are a little bit bummed by the way the bracket is played out, but this is a huge opportunity for those remaining.
It definitely is. To see in top 4s in these type of environments and these type of tournaments. So it's 2 teams that's definitely a bit of a surprise, but I think they've set their mark. They've made their mark here, showing that they can play Counter-Strike at a very high level and beating, at least looking at Legacy, how they beat both Navi, but also how they beat Falcons. That is the biggest surprise of the tournament by far.
Legacy 2-0 over Navi, right 2-0 over Falcons. Tonight they have another challenger in front of them in Donk and Team Spirit. But first, we got to talk about the squads taking the stage to open up your first semifinal. It's Furia taking on Foot. Now, something fun here. Fallen OG. On the other side, Foot, new guns. Is that how you describe it?
I think that's a fair way of assessing this game. You know, you have an up-and-coming squad. You have a very young team in Foot going up against some legends of the game in Furia. You mentioned Fallen. I could say Kesarado. I could say Yuri. There's so much tenure, so much experience within the Furia camp. Also sprinkled with a little bit of youth in Molodoy, who's obviously going to be a guy to watch out for. So there's a bit of young energy on both teams.
Now, I did a Twitter poll asking who do you want to see on Championship Sunday. Over half wanted to see Furia versus Spirit. If so, this is the venue they'll be playing in tomorrow. We got Stunna over there with MBK at the Accor Arena.
Accor Arena, right here behind me. Thousands of people will be walking through these doors this weekend just to watch the culmination of Counter-Strike 2. Me and Nathan are going to talk a little bit about some of the games that we've got before we get there, and by one of the games being Furia and Foot. Nathan, I want to have you identify one player from each side. I want to start from the Furia side, and I want to kind of pick your brain.
It's very interesting as a matchup because you have the oldest team of the tournament against the youngest team of the tournament. Furia being the oldest one, a lot of experience. You have, I think, the best example being Fallen, 45 years old. He knows everything. He's been there since the very beginning. You know, he is the guy to watch. He is the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, pretty much. And in my opinion, I want to watch that guy because he has been pretty, you know, low when it comes down to rating the whole tournament. But the more you're going to go far, semi-final, final, this guy is going to wake up. He has the experience. He's always going to bounce back. I'm really expecting him to do good, and I really want to watch him.
Some people are saying out with the old, in with the new. And is that what Foot brings to the table?
Oh, 100%. The whole brand of Counter-Strike is different. They're very packed, very aggressive. They know exactly, they exploit CS2 to their maximum. And if you look at the players, you have a lot of youngsters. If you look at Jukes, for example, 17 years old, one of the brightest stars that is coming up. And, you know, to this tournament, there is no exception. He's been playing insanely well. Really looking forward to what he can bring on the server.
Well, let's see just that. Thank you very much, Nathan. Of course, thousands of people here this weekend in the Accor Arena. And for us, we've got to keep the matches going. We're going to see what they've got going on in the studio. I believe Puckett, you guys are having fun over there, aren't you?
I absolutely love that security will not let those two in yet. They will get in there tomorrow. The whole crew is going to be there with us, and we are expecting some great games. If you ask the audience, though, they're expecting Furia to be there. Can we talk a little bit about the IGLs in this game? Because Fallen, he has played 1,397 maps on LAN. Foot combined, 869. We could see Fallen, if this goes to game 3, playing his 1,400th map on LAN, Dupree.
It's crazy, like this guy just keeps going, and I think NBK, he put it out there pretty rightfully that Fallen had just been around for as long as we can remember. Like, it's been 2 decades, and he's taken Brazilian Counter-Strike to just new heights. And he's, at this point, just seemingly a Mr. Miyagi of Counter-Strike. And I think he's done so many good things for the Counter-Strike, not only for Brazil, but he's a guy to always be looking out for. He has a lot of passion for the game. And when you look at the two differences in style, Fallen has tried everything. Like, throughout his decades in Counter-Strike, he's been trying to lead all these kind of metas, all these trying approaches to how Counter-Strike is played. Whereas Corbeni, he's one of those new guys on the block. He has really adapted that the style of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, bringing that into Tier 1, and with where it's a lot about the individuals playing very well. It's a lot about taking these brawls and creating space for each other. But then, you know, sprinkle it with these kind of things where you also play in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, where it's all about making the right decision, making things work together as a team. And it's just it's a bright combination of things. But Corbeni is also a player that also puts himself as the main character in the role. He wants to create the space, and he wants to go out and take those fights. Whereas on the Fallen side, it's a little bit more about, you know, his players around him to create the space.
I like that call. Jacob, we have time to look at Furia or Foot. Who do you want to break down highlights of?
I'd say Foot.
Let's look at Foot.
I'd say Foot. I think Foot, you know, is as Peter said, you know, young up-and-coming team. We kind of forgot how good they were. You know, we kind of forgot how well they play Counter-Strike and how much they have to offer. We kind of forget how willing they are to be aggressive on the server as well. And when you go up against Furia, who are, you know, from South America, who are from Brazil, who have a style of Counter-Strike as well, where they're always willing to fight, I think we're going to have fireworks on the server. It's a good stylistic matchup between the two teams. Naturally, a lot of experience on the side of Furia, but in terms of never letting down, in terms of never lifting the foot off the gas pedal, Foot will guarantee you some fireworks on the server.
I love the aggression we saw out of Demon. Of course, we mentioned what Jugs, the 17-year-old, is bringing to the table, but it was xCloud who made it to our studio at the end of that matchup after taking down Mouse. He's playing with confidence. They've got a lot of hope that they can make it to the Accor Arena. What do you need to see from him today, Dupree?
Well, I just want xCloud to continue what he's doing because it's seemingly working for the squad and for him himself. And his time in Heroic, you know, he's always been the very aggressive player, and I think he slots perfectly really into the DNA of how Foot wants to play. It is about being brawly, it is about picking up the fights, and it's about being pacey, and that's exactly where he fits in so well. So it's good to see that he's just continuing his drive and he continuing having a tournament lead. I think this is his chance of making his best tournament for a guy coming into team. This is his second tournament together with Foot, so we can already feel the impact he had. And I think a lot of us had some of our ideas that when Longs was actually put in the bench and they had to find a replacement, who would that be? And I think X1 has slotted in perfectly.
Well done, management. Let's see how the coaches are doing when it comes to the vetoes, though. Pimp, I know you've been running the numbers in the green room. What do you see on your screen, and do you like the picks coming in?
Yeah, no big surprise. 18 coming in for Foot. It's been a staple for him so far this tournament. Nuke could be the same for Furia, so no big surprise. A little bit sad that we don't get to see Cass in the mix right here. Would have been a fun third deciding map, but I guess neither of the two teams are willing to risk it at this point, so we end up with a Dust 2, which is also a comfort pick for both teams.
We are going to Dust 2, aren't we, Dupree? A game 3 guaranteed?
Well, I think Foot had a really good chance of getting at least 1 point in this best of 3, because the fact that they were going to be that Fury was going to ban out Anubis, that means that Enshi was going to be open. And it's 2 of the weak map that we have seen over on Fury, even though they've played both maps this tournament. So either of them had to come in play. So it's rightfully so. Foot decides to go for the weak point.
I need one-word answers because 95% of the audience is going with Furia over Foot. They're going veterans over young guns. Jacob, where are you landing?
I believe in the young guns. Foot all the way.
2-1 for Foot.
Make the noise, Paris. This is the beginning of the semifinals live from EWC 2026 in Paris.
I mean, I'm very surprised that we are coming that further in the tournament because it's our first LAN tournament. We didn't practice that much and our chemistry is not, I would say, matching yet, but still we are doing very well. It's also my biggest stage in my career and I think we're gonna have a great season this year.
Counter-Strike is different sometimes because if you don't win situations in the game, you're gonna suffer. High level of CS right now, it's all about situations, so clutch. The team that play better clutch is gonna win, you know. We have good chance.
I think Furia game gonna be tough because they have more fan base in the arena, I think, but still we don't care about like enemies' fan base, you know, we just focus on ourselves.
Good. We already played against them. They won against us as well, so I think they play more faster than on other teams. They have a good aim as well, so they are young. When you see the people from Brazil come here, like give you motivation to play better, and we are giving everything for this, so thanks so much for support.
We are getting confidence every game, and this confidence is building more and more for next game, so we're gonna play in the finals.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bienvenue à Paris. Quel honneur, quel plaisir pour nous de vous accueillir ici pour cette dernière journée de compétition à la STC Arena. We've had 3 weeks of CS in Paris, last chance qualifier group stage, and it's already our last day here at the STC Arena before the grand finals. We have 2 Brazilian teams that are going to hit the stage today in the semi-finals. It's about to get epic.
It's about to get epic indeed. The crowd is electric with thousands of people cheering for their favorite teams. The Final Four are here and they're ready to move on to Championship Sunday at the Accor Arena and to fight for the lion's share of $2 million on the line. It's going to be insane.
It's gonna be amazing indeed. There is a clear crowd favorite for this first match, as you can tell, but don't think that it's gonna be easy, because here at the EWC, nothing is granted and everything is earned. Alors j'ai une question pour vous. Paris, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? I think they're ready.
I think they're ready, and it's time to welcome our first semi-finalist at the Counter-Strike 2 at the Esports World Cup. Give it up for Furia! Nothing about their road through Paris has been easy. Twice they have been pushed all the way to a third map, and twice they have looked their strongest when there are nowhere else to run. They have survived every test so far. No one more win puts Furia in the grand final.
And of course, Furia have the drums, but the youth and the passion also belong to Foot Esports. Ranked outside of the top 15 at the start of the tournament, they're unbeaten since the very first match of the group stage. They just swept Mouse to get here. Nobody expected this run, yet here they are, standing strong, youth and powerful and proud as they're getting onto the stage at the STC Arena, ready for one of the biggest upsets in their career.
One has survived every test. The other has shattered every expectation. Now only one of them gets to play for the trophy. Paris, it's time. Make some noise!
Well, an electric atmosphere in here for semi-final Saturday. It's the new versus the old. The battle-hardened squad of Furia, helmed by veteran leadership who have been here, done that. Versus Foot, the cutting edge, the experimental, the guys on the come-up looking for glory.
Yeah, not just the youngest team at this event versus the oldest team in Furia, but a team that's only fielded 4 matches in front of a crowd as a roster. 2 of them since X-File joined here at EWC. A couple back at Pro League where they went on quite the run and took down Mouse. They did it again and again here in Paris to get to this point, semi-finals, and all on the line here for Foot versus a Furia who have had waning form. They've had ups, they've had downs, but you know what they do have? A safe haven to those finals yet again. Will they reach out and grab it, or is it an upset from underdogs that stops Furia in their tracks today? I think the veto is so exciting for this game because there were options open for both teams, especially Furia. Furia have been banning different maps depending on their opponent in this tournament. They've talked openly about their willingness to play Ancient, how they don't have a clear permaban. It was shaky in their first showing here at EWC, but they absolutely blew G2 out of the water in that quarter. So safe to say Furia are willing to play it again today. Insta-banning Anubis, handing it over to Foot, full well knowing this map would get picked. And Yakinda's even talked about being the in-game leader on this map, but the stress that comes with that, even though he has understanding, it's a very thankless and unforgiving role. And so he's going to have to be put to the test again against his plucky young squad with one of the hottest prospects in-game leading on the other side. That's Kobeni. This whole team has been a marvel to watch. The ex-Navi project, an academy squad overtaking the main team in the rankings under this organization. So many cool stories for Foot, and that's before I talk about their latest addition, X-Floud, now in this squad, putting up one hell of a tournament run.
Yeah, he's just been in fantastic form, right? Kind of waiting for that chance to get to prove himself, moves into this Foot team. You knew what he was capable of from other squads. Had even a brief stint in with the Turkish guys, thinking all the way back to Aurora, but he always kind of found his form in international teams. That's what made him stand out. That's what separated him from the pack, and he has slotted in real nicely. Something that Foot they themselves even said, you know, it's a pretty fresh-faced squad with his addition. They're kind of shocked at the progress and how quickly it's come. But I would say that's how we felt about Foot from the moment they exploded onto our screens. This was a team that did not go timid in these high-pressure environments. They didn't take the time to warm up. They were able to get out on stages and instantly leave an impression.
Yeah, punching up their whole career. And, you know, I can't call xFloud a prospect. We've seen him around the block, as you highlight, but I think he's in the perfect position in this young and hungry squad. It's his arguably best team yet, given the form of Foot and the recent run they've been on. And he's putting it as proof right now here in the server. He's going to have to, in this semi-final, thumbs up, fist bumps, we're getting ready.
All right then, Paris. Are we ready for a semi-final? Then let's get it on. It's Ancient to get things going. Foot's picking this one. You talked about the veto coming into this and why it's so interesting. Sure, you've seen Furia willing to play this map. Played it a couple of times here in EWC, but this is a go-to for Foot. It's one they've got a lot of reps on. And so they're going to feel right at home on their map pick. This is a team that like to brawl. This is a team that like to fight. And so that's what Furia have to be ready for. This is looking like a fast and direct pistol round. Util getting lobbed in. Eyes set on this B bomb site.
Yeah, full stacked, 4 here, even hiding in cubby, but that gets cleared instantly. Yuri decked. Molodoi only one, and through the smokes they come, they fall. Furia obliterated on this B site. This is shades of the other day against Aurora, when Furia, even when they had players in the right place, they couldn't hold their sights. And so yet again, the 4-man stack falls to just 1 man. Queserato kitted up, suited and booted for this clutch. Not meant to be. Symmetry with 3. And Foot starts strong on their map.
I think one of the things that's made Foot so entertaining is just kind of the brand of Counter-Strike this team looks to play, right? It's very, very rare that you get a squad come along and kind of upset the apple cart in the way that they have, and they instantly kind of find a fan base. You're not super familiar with the players, you're not super familiar with their journeys, but you like the way they play. It's a very attention-grabbing squad.
And get familiar, because these guys aren't going anywhere. Some of the hottest prospects we have in Counter-Strike right now. You're going to see a lot more of this team. The question is, will you see them in a grand final tomorrow? Make control granted. Fury are going to get dealt a lot of situations they haven't seen before. But again, they hedge their bets in the right place.
There is this force to worry about, but you get that opener, you breathe a lot easier. xFloud with a follow-up. And so even though they go into the stack, it's no issue for Foot. Looking to grab their conversions by force. And a save called for Furia as this force buy goes nowhere. These Foot individuals have been. On the side of Furia, I'm keeping a watchful eye on Queserato. Chance to have his highest rated event of the year. On pace to do so, and will have to show up today. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. Even just looking economically, right? The difference between winning this game and losing it. I mean, 4th place to 2nd place in this event is a 300k difference, or a 3x difference, sorry, from 100 to 300. So serious money on the line in a match like this, and for a young squad, will not be turning their nose up at an opportunity to grab the gold.
Yeah, it's a really life-changing opportunity for the FUT guys, right? Not just a chance to be on the podium, hoisting a Tier 1 trophy, but seeing more money than maybe you've ever seen in your entire life.
Without a doubt. So FUT, they've been slow and steady in this T side so far. Just 2 executes on this B site. Trying to let the round breathe. Not looking flustered or panicky. It's Furia who make the gamble in this round. But for once, it might be misplaced. Holodoy has that mid-cross, and everybody else sits back in their sight.
FUT did the work for this early, right? With the back-to-back B hits. Furia are more than justified to be paranoid that another one's coming their way, as they're just hedging their bets. With these saved pistols, they lose Holodoy out towards middle, no contest.
That's it.
And that should be the round falling cleanly into place for FUT. So a good run of rounds to get this semi-final going, and that's going to quell any nerves you might have had coming into this.
Oopsie. Oh man, that hurts. Bit too far here for Yakinda. Krabeni knows they're going to hunt him down, so support comes in. Don't want to give Furia AKs on this save, so fight for your life on the exits. Jukes will do exactly that. 3 kills, 3 alive, and 3 rounds here for FUT.
In which they've done it, beating back against Maus, and when you think about that Maus team, that was a team that really embodied the grind of being a squad who had to grind their way through playoffs, had to come to terms with playing with the pressure. And when we talk about FUT, we say what made them so exciting was seemingly it didn't seem to affect them that much. You know, this is of course the real test of that, but they beat them twice on their run to get here. Kind of the anti-Maus in a sense. I said again on another just direct B hit. They've got a lot of ground out towards the ramp side. This is the first rifle round for Furia. They're hoping for something a little more standard here, because you don't want this early swell of rounds going against you on a comfortable map for your opponent.
I love that they're willing to cancel there. They walk up ramp, smoke comes down, they bail, and then they get together, they get grouped, they get a flash in through this smoke and do it as a team. Entry comes in, but finally a favored hold for Furia. The lack of utility may come to haunt them. Util goes down, trying to smoke off this long position, stop Furia's progress, but Holodoy hits his shots. 2 nice ones off the AWP, no cover there, and Krabeni comes up with a couple. Could he really do this on his own?
Don't count this guy out of it. Krabeni's got a string of great clips to his name. This is a guy, no stranger to having to make a difference all on his own. 2 kills deep on his way to the 1v4.
He knows K-Serato's here.
Oh, and there's the spot! Krabeni! Oh dear! 1 man left. Fallen catches him on the swing, and it takes the grizzled veteran of Furia to put him down. Captains clash. And round recovered. Very thin margins on that for Furia.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The 2 captains, Fallen with double the land maps played, double over the whole team of FUT. Able to bail his squad out from a very awkward round.
You could feel the nerves setting in, couldn't you?
Love to see Fallen play with some disrespect like that, straight through the Molotov. Doesn't let Krabeni get calm in that clutch. And they go back for it, this B site.
Oh, Yakinda forced out by the Util does well to get his 1. Can it be any more than that? He's getting wrapped on Temple side, so they will eventually flush him out of the round.
Let's go.
Furia feeling pressure, like they've got to make a move. It's the K-Serato throwing caution to the wind. Trying to give FUT a taste of their own medicine with these smoke pushes. There's a response. Still the advantage resides with Furia. You know that FUT are down a scrap. Silence sets in, they wait for this backstab. Fallen closing in, it's a little ugly, but he will convert. And Duke's low on health, it's no struggles for Fallen at the start of this semi.
Hey, if Fallen's gonna carry you, you'll say thank you very much, Professor. He's had some great games here in Paris, has Fallen. Showed up massively in the playoffs when needed. Think of that Aurora match in particular.
Nice, Malik. Nice doing. Good shit, guys.
So Fury are finally stemming the bleeding on these B hits. They were coming in pretty quick for Foot. Winnable positions, but one not. Now Fury get to redeem a freebie. No Kevlar here for Foot. Ooh. Spotted.
And again with this B-side charge, but the holds are starting to feel a little bit cleaner. I say that, Jukes comes through with a double.
Oh, that hit him.
They also hear that nade hit on 2K Serato. That stops his push. Jukes comes through.
Oh, dear.
Ammo lets him down, and again, Fallen trying to be the difference maker. Jukes has done a lot to put Krebeni in this clutch. But Molidoy hears the wrap round, and Molidoy's got his number. Captain iced out of another one of these clutch rounds. As Furia maintain composure in the early stages of Ancient.
Yeah, it's cheeky for Krebeni. You understand why he's running there as well, because Furia have been very heavy on their CT rotations. They haven't been flanking too much, pushing out into middle. It was the game the other day that we saw from Furia where they didn't really play for mid-control on the CT side. They were sitting behind red smoke, breaking it, trusting Fallen in Donut. It was scary at times for sure. But Furia are trying to find their comfort on this map, a map they have relatively little experience on. And right now, they're doing a great job. This is Foot's go-to, and they're even keel.
Just feeling
to move away from these B hits.
Yeah, just feeling like you've kind of concrete now shut that down is big. But here's a look at something different for Foot. Those nades find big damage out towards middle. Ready for a split. Fallen has been instrumental in every one of these rounds for Furia. Feeling a little boxed in over in mid. He's at least forced the respect out of Foot.
I don't think you're ready for him here, but he's still in a very dangerous position.
Krebeni needs to clear this. At bare minimum, going to have to trade, but you'd love just that clean opening. So he will provide it. 5v4. Ollie forces him down into Serato, who is unable to capitalize. And mid ends in a stalemate. Foot just slink on back with the advantage.
It was meant to be your way to trade back. Serato just couldn't connect it. They're still making plays, Furia, walking through their own smoke. Yakinda, dangerous move. With that run back on B, Demon not ready for Yakinda in position. So 4v4 now, equalized, and Furia have realized where